The King of the Wind, An American Fairy Tale by J. M. Joseph. Part 1. The Pool. Trilia Sooth. Mist lay in the valley by the river. Light and slipping morning sunbeams softly dried the clinging dew. You could hear along the roadway, down a winding, twisting pathway, lightly tripping steps, unhurried, at the breaking of the day. Willow Smith was out a-calling, heading towards the morning sunrise, to a cozy sort of farmstead at the other end of town. For she'd find her old companion, who was nearly like a sister. She'd find Trilia, the farm girl, working on her father's land. Willow paused a moment, paused and listened to a wood thrush, and the robins and the sparrows and the meadow larks about. While she listened there, the sunlight shone a gentle glowing amber, lighting up her rosy day dress and her curling golden hair. The spell, the sun and bird song, shrouded in a hazy vision, most abruptly shattered sharply by a harsh metallic pounding, by a clanging rhythmic pounding and a hearty ringing song. Willow now resumed her journey, sky-blue shawl around her shoulders, for she'd found, she knew, the person she'd been hoping she would meet. "Where have you gone, my love? Where have you gone, my love? I'm waiting here 'neath the apple tree." "Trilia! Trilia! Stop for a bit!" Willow called over the clangs. Her friend was noisily pounding the posts to fix an old fence at the edge of her farm. "What?" she replied. "Did you say something, Will?" Trilia asked with a grin. She reached to her ears, and in each hand appeared a soft woolen wad from within. Willow surveyed the new-fixed fence. Every post stood in perfect line, each the same height as the rest. She said, "Sometimes I think you're right mad. You know that?" "Mad? Me? No one in their right mind would trouble so much over posts. No one else would lose sleep if they weren't all just exactly the same." "They ain't all exactly the same. The land ain't flat, you know. I had to pound some in more, some less, to make them all look the same." In this matter the girls were at odds. In clothing, Willow was meticulous, never a hair or a pin out of place. Trilia was particular about whether or not her work was right. Hay bales stacked in pyramids, the cow fence all symmetrical. They drove each other silly on these points. "Trilia, listen, there's news going round. Your brother's returning with all of the boys. Ross and the cowhands are coming today, and we'll have a dance tonight." "Ross coming home! Won't Mama be pleased?" Trilia rolled up her overlarge sleeves and carefully cuffed up her coverall leg. Before she could open her mouth to say more, her name rang aloud through the air. Trilia groaned. "It's Junie again. Why won't he leave me alone?" Willow smirked primly. "Perhaps he adores that nonsense song you're always singing." "Shows what you know," Trilia said with a huff. But old loony Junie had come. "Trilia, my darling, Trilia, my dear, tell me, won't you marry me?" Junie sang a warbling song. "Juniper, go. I don't want to hear it today." "Good morning, Junie," said Willow to him. "How are the crickets this time of the year?" "Crickets? Aye, crickets. They've got lots to say. Say, Trilia, my darling, won't you—" "Go away, Junie. I'm warning you." "Trilia, please. He can't help himself." Willow's voice was full of compassion. She said, "Poor loony Junie sleeps up on Mount Eldritch, and that's sure to turn almost anyone's head." At the east end of the village, at the furthest side of Blackwell, very near to Trilia's farmstead, loomed Mount Eldritch, wooded green. 'Twas a most peculiar mountain, and 'twas said strange things lived on it, and the townsfolk never ventured, never dared to climb its foot. No one, except for Juniper, loony Juniper, had tried it, whether willed or simply chanced it, to attempt to spend a night-time in the weird Mount Eldritch woods. Ever since he'd been a loony, never resting, always singing, saying that the crickets told him everything he'd want to hear. No one knew how old he was. It seemed he'd always been there, always whiskered white and wrinkled. "Hey, little willow, ain't you a peach? Hey, little willow, my crickets preach. News on news today, rumblings, rumblings undergroundy, saying, squeaking, passing roundy. Oh, they say the worms are coming, now the wall's agroundy." Junie sang merrily, twirling his beard, eyes glinting brightly far under his brow. Remarkable eyes, to be sure. It bothered Trilia more than a bit to know that his eyes were exactly like hers. No other one in the town could be found with such an unusual look. Her eyes were not green, neither hazel nor brown, neither black, neither blue, neither gray, but rather it seemed every color and shade reflected itself from her gaze. It shifted and shimmered in changes of light, and some folks, found it uncanny. In other respects, as regards to her looks, there really was not much to say. She wasn't a beauty, but nor was she plain. Her sun-bleached brown hair pulled aside in a braid. Freckle spots dotted the bridge of her nose, which turned itself up at the tip. Her mouth, over-wide, usually grinned, revealing a gap right between her front teeth. Her feet were rather large for her height, nearly as big as her brother's. Long, strong, graceful fingers were roughed and calloused on her hands. The effect overall was somewhat impish, as though she hadn't quite grown all the way. Willow started, remembering now. "I almost forgot. The old wall. It's gone. They tore it all down to the ground yesterday." "They did?" Trilia said. "What a shame." "Shame?" Willow asked. "That old and crumbling thing? What good could a ruin like that ever be? It didn't hold nothing up, nor keep nothing out." Juniper's eyes grew to half-dollar rounds. "Worms, oh, the worms! Keeps them down in the ground. The old worm's a-coming. He's coming, he's—" Juniper suddenly stopped himself short. Trilia's brother, her nearest in age, was hurrying towards them, all dressed in his best. Juniper turned about and ran into the woods, leaving the girls alone with Jay. Trilia smiled an over-sly smile. "Why, Jay, don't you look nice today?" "I knew it! I knew it! You thief of a girl, stealing my boots and my coveralls, too. What would Ma say if she saw you in those?" Trilia's eyes gleamed wickedly. "And what would Pa say if he knew you'd slept late and left all the milking to me again?" "Good morning, Jay," Willow said with a smile. "It's always a pleasure to see you, you know." Jay, all of a sudden, went red to the ears. He was scarcely saved by a horse and cart which rounded the corner with Pa at the reins. A broad-brimmed straw hat shaded fine blue eyes. "Jay, what you doing all dressed up so fine?" "Oh, Pa, never mind," Trilia said. "He's just been asking Willow to the dance tonight." "Is that so?" Pa replied. Then Willow spoke up. "Yes, Mr. Sooth, and I said I'd love to go with him tonight." "Well, isn't that nice?" Pa eyed his own girl. "Those are fine fence posts, really well done. You'd better keep clear of your mother, my girl." Pa laughed a hearty laugh, guessing many more things than he said. 6 sons were his, but only one girl, his Trilia, right in the middle of them. More than a match for her brothers, he thought. Trilia, Jay, your brother's returned. The cowhands have forded the river." Farmer Sooth stroked his bushy brown beard, towering tall, a great bear of a man. His wife, Maisie Sooth, was remarkably small, a trifle stout these days. Trilia, too, was quite short for her age. Her brothers were tall and thin. "Ross is back. Will, he's back. Let's go." Trilia, quick as a rabbit, took off. Willow delayed to say, "Thank you kindly, Mr. Sooth. Jay, I suppose you'll come by later on?" "Yes, Miss Willow. I'll see you tonight." Willow turned and followed, quickly, yes, but never running, till she struck the river pathway with her back turned to the sun, heading west along the river, till she saw the crowd all gathered, and the cowhands all dismounting, reuniting with their folks. But in truth, before she saw them, and her friend on Ross's saddle, long before she saw them, she could hear them sing their home song. 'Twas the song of their returning, and they sang it just like this: "Home again, Mama, see I'm home again. Home again, ain't I glad I'm home again. I've climbed mountains, I've trod plains, burning sun and pouring rain, eaten dust where day on day, ain't I glad I'm home again. Home again, Mama, see I'm home again. Home again, ain't I glad I'm home again. Someday coming, someday soon, we'll ride past the sun and moon, evermore we'll sing this tune, ain't I glad I'm home again." Willow found Trilia perched on the front of Ross's old horse, Apple May. "Howdy, Miss Willow," Ross said with a grin, tangled in Trilia's arms, for Ross was her favorite brother of all. When she had been but a mite of a girl, Ross, the oldest but one in line, would carry her round with him all over town. The cowhands were merry as each found his own. Willow noticed one that she'd never seen before. He kept to the edge and patted his horse, dressed like the rest, in denim and plaid, skin baked as brown as his worn leather hat, piercing blue eyes peering under the brim. He watched the proceeding with nary a word. Trilia was all fixed on Ross. "Ross, now you're back, and I won't let you go. Next spring you'll just have to take me along." "Hey, little wren, I ain't leaving just yet, so you can stop your chokehold if you please." "You'll come out tonight, won't you, Ross? Won't you please?" "Sure I will, Wren, sure I will, sure I will." He turned to the cowhand, who silently watched. "Reed, will you join us and stay for the night? You're welcome at my place if you have a mind." "I'm much obliged," the young cowboy said, "but I'm afraid I'll have to move on." "I'm sorry to hear that, but you know your business. We've already settled up, ain't that right?" "That's right," Reed replied as he shook Ross's hand. He glanced at Trilia, perched on the horse, trousered and booted with straw in her braids. A faint shadow smile passed over his face, but tipping his hat, he only said, "Ma'am." "Now, Ross," asked Trilia, "where's this dance going to be?" "Down at the square by my house," Willow said. "Won't that old wall be a bother?" he asked. "No," Trilia said. "Willow says last night they knocked it all down and cleared all the rubble away." At her words, Reed looked over his shoulder and said, "Well, ain't they tomfools?" With that, he hurried back across the stream. "Never mind Reed," Ross said with a shrug. "He's always got something peculiar to say, though he's a right fine fellow and a good cowhand, too." "Jay's taking Willow to the dance tonight," Trilia said with a grin. "No, I'm too late?" cried a young boy's voice. A plump little boy hurried quickly through the crowd. "I wanted to ask Willow out tonight." Bumble Stout drooped from his ears to his toes. Willow went down on one knee and replied, "Why, Bumble, how thoughtful. I'm really quite touched. But see, I said I'd go with Jay. You wouldn't ask me to go back on my word." Bumble looked glum. "No, ma'am," he said. Trilia hopped off the saddle. "Bumble, come here, I have an idea." She pulled him aside and revealed her scheme. "What if you took me instead of Willow? Then at the dance I'll ask Jay for a round. When he's dancing with me, then Willow will be free, and then I can ask her to dance with me." "You've got the idea." Bumble looked up with new hope in his eyes, then looked at Trilia and frowned. "Trilly, you ain't going to wear all that, right?" Trilia laughed, pulling straw from her braids. "Never fear, I'll dress up real pretty," she said. The dance. "Ma, oh Ma, have you seen my shoes? I polished them up, but they ain't there any more," Trilia called from the top of the steps. Mossy and File, her youngest two brothers, hurled themselves past her and flew down the stairs, closely pursued by the next oldest, Flint. Ma looked on, annoyed. "Out with you, rascals! Out with your noise! You'll catch it if you don't. You hear?" Quick as thought, the boys were out the door. There was one more brother, Hatchet, but he was a married man and lived a ways out on the Sooth farm. Now Ma could tend to Trilia, and she was somewhat pleased. "Shoes, are you going out dancing tonight?" "Yes," she replied. "I reckon that Bumble'll be getting here soon." "Bumble!" cried Ma. "But he's only a boy. Couldn't you go with a boy your own age?" "I could, I suppose, but none of them asked. I guess I just ain't pretty enough." Trilia laughed. "You're pretty enough," Ma scolded. "That is, if you'd take the trouble." "Found them," called Trilia, now on the stairs. Just then a fumbling knock at the door told them that Bumble arrived. "Come inside, Bumble," Mrs. Sooth said. Bumble stepped in, looking somewhat amiss. His hair was combed flat, and his shirt was starched stiff. He carried a bright yellow rose in one hand. Trilia stepped in the room, and he grinned, then awkwardly gave her the rose he had brought. Trilia praised it, and then with a pin stuck it atop of her hair. Bumble felt bashful, for now he saw Trilia looked mighty pretty, however she had looked before. A white eyelet dress and green ribbon sash. Her hair was arranged in a fancy new braid, polished brown shoes on her feet. "Shall we go?" Bumble asked. "I think that it's time." He offered her his arm. "Ma, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Us girls will be staying with Willow tonight. The Smith's house is close to the dance square, you know." Bumble and Trilia took the path west, shielding their eyes from the low-setting sun. The first hints of autumn appeared on the trees. Soon now Mount Eldritch, all dark wooded green, would burst into flame as the leaves turned to red, yellow, and orange. "Hey, Trilly," said Bumble, "I know you're just coming with me to be nice, but wasn't there anyone else that you'd rather have taken you out tonight?" "No," she replied. "I can't say that there is. And nobody asked me besides. Ma keeps hoping I'll find a nice boy. I told her next spring I'll ride out with Ross and lasso one out on the trail. It seems, don't you think, that the boys here don't take much to me? And I suppose it's fair because I don't care much for them. But maybe I'm just not pretty enough." And she laughed merrily. "No, you ain't ugly," Bumble said at once. "Thank you much, Bumble. I didn't think I was." "No, Trilly, really, you're pretty enough. But that ain't it. Most of the boys are, well, a bit scared of you." "Me? Scared of me?" She laughed again. "But surely they ain't all such pansies as that." "I've said it all wrong," Bumble muttered and blushed. "There's something about you that makes them feel funny. They reckon you can see right through them, and they don't really like that, you see." She'd never thought of this before and didn't know what to make of it. "Maybe it's true, but I don't know." She paused a moment. But Willow's just the same as me as far as that sort of thing goes. She can look a person through just as well as I can." "True," Bumble said, "but it seems they mind less. She's so very pretty that they don't see much else." Now they had to stop their talking as the music from the dance square, loudly playing, merry-sounding, drowned all conversation out. On the outskirts of the dance green, many children running briskly chased each other in a tag game, an invention of their own. The rules allowed a respite if pursuit was hot and dangerous. You could shout the incantation if you kept your wits about. If you said it before they got you, then they had to quit the chase. Her brother Flint had Rudy Featherstone inches from a tag. Rudy cried, peal the bells, Mount Eldritch is ablaze." Flint groaned and turned aside to look for other prey. When they saw their old friend Bumble, quick, they beckoned him to join them. But now Bumble was escorting a young lady to the dance. That was really too important to leave off for childish tag games, and he proudly walked with Trilia out on the dancing lawn. They were greeted by the others, which included Jay and Willow, and the band took up the fiddles and the banjo and the drums. Couples whirled beneath the branches of the trees, all hung with lanterns, turning, spinning, leaping gaily on the fresh and new-cut lawn. Willow cut a pretty figure in a new golden peach attire, trimmed in lace, with golden curls all hanging freely down her back. After the music had played for a while, Trilia cornered Jay. "Well, ain't you going to ask me to dance?" Willow said, "Course he is. He's asking now." Bumble was waiting patiently. "Miss Willow, would you do me the honor of dancing around with me?" Willow smiled, though she guessed the scheme, but graciously gave him her hand. The music restarted, the dancers whirled. Bumble near floated right up to the trees. This was the happiest night of his life. As the merry dancers stepped it in the fading of the twilight, all at once a clanging discord clashed upon the happy scene. Loony Juniper, the madman, came a lurching and a singing, with one hand inside his pocket, while the other gripped a branch. "Trilia, my darling, Trilia, my dear, have you ever met the Raven woman, dear? She's out about, oh yes, she's out, and a-roaming through the woods and rills. A look from her will freeze your blood. Beware her shadowed hood." "Not right now, Junie," Trilia groaned, but Willow said, "What's that you've got in your hand?" "Hey, little Willow, have you met the worms? Hey, little Willow, they wriggle and squirm." And out of his pocket he drew a full fist of red and wriggling worms. Willow jumped back in alarm, but Junie continued his song. They're coming, up out of the ground." Willow recovered and carefully said, "Junie, I meant, what's that branch in your hand? They look like pokeberries, I think." Juniper held up the heavy, ripe fruit. Dark purple berries hung straight in rows. "These are my cherries, and my, ain't they good?" Juniper stuffed several more in his mouth, his hands and lips now a dark purple stain. "Junie, that's poison. Stop eating those. You'll die if you do." But Juniper laughed, and before they could move, he vanished back into the woods. He was gone. "Quick, follow him. He'll make for the worm mound. It's just near by the locust grove." "I'll go, Willow," Bumble cried. Jay and some other boys offered to try and save poor old Junie if it could be done. The locust grove stood near the lawn, and just beyond it rose an earthen mound, like a hill, only curiously shaped. The folks said that it was formed like a worm or a snake. Older than the village, no one knew who'd built it or why. Trilia and others thought it downright spooky at night. Loony Junie often stayed there when he wasn't on Mount Eldritch, and they hoped to catch him quickly and force charcoal down his throat. Meanwhile, at the dance lawn, once or twice the fiddle reeled it, once or twice or so attempted to relieve the gloomy mood. No one paid him any mind. Very soon the boys were back, and poor Bumble, nearly crying. Jay spoke up huskily as best as he could manage. "Willow, I'm sorry we lost him somehow. He ran off too quick, and the moon ain't up yet. I don't think there's anything else we can do." Willow's eyes grew sad. She quietly said, "Trilia, could we go now? I'm really too sad for poor Junie to dance. Jay, I'm so sorry, but you understand." Bumble and Jay took each girl by the arm and walked away from the lawn. Willow's house was only a short walk from there. They said good night to Bumble and Jay. Then Mrs. Smith welcomed them in. Willow was an only child. The other girls, they said, would be joining them later that night. The house had a large deck off the back. A canopy hung overhead. Willow and Trilia waited out there, watching the harvest moon rise. "I've always loved the stars," Willow said, "especially that one." "Which one?" Trilia asked. "The one at the long tip of that big crossbeam." "The tip of the kite?" "That's the one. What's so special about it?" Willow sighed. "I don't know. It's beautiful." She paused. "I've always wondered if you could get there somehow." "Get where?" "To the stars. Do you suppose it could be done? What if there's a ladder or stair on top of a mountain somewhere? Suppose you could climb and climb till you finally stood with the stars." Trilia smirked. "You're mad, but don't worry. I'm the only one around here who knows how crazy you are." Willow smiled wryly. I know what everyone thinks. They've got us figured out. I'm the perfect pampered one who has what everyone wants. You're the imp who clowns about, never a serious thought in your head, and both of us are perfectly happy with everything as it is." Her voice softened and changed. "Is he dead, do you think?" "I couldn't say." Trilia sighed. "I suppose he might be. Poor Junie." "Trilia, look, I've been thinking, you know. I've always wondered about this. What happens to us? What do you think it'd be like to die?" "I don't know. I suppose it might hurt. I mean, after the dying part's over, do we just stop, or come back here, or go somewhere else in the sky or the ground?" Trilia said, "The old women gasp about ghosts and the like. I think it's all twaddle and cider. It seems like a terrible thing that we die. I've always thought so myself. I don't know what happens, no more than you do. If people come back as a baby again, then they surely don't know about it, nor remember what they've done. And that's just as bad, if not worse, than vanishing altogether, don't you think?" Willow bowed her head, then stared at the moon. "Trilia, sometimes I think I'm right mad as poor Juniper was. I feel in my bones that we aren't meant to die, that we were a sort, I mean you and me, that maybe could find a way out, a way to live, ever young, never sick, at last to cheat out death. Perhaps we'd have to toil for it, maybe all our lives. Maybe we'd give up everything and everyone we knew. But Trilia, if we could find it..." Trilia thought for a while and said, "If you're a loony, I'm one too. I've often thought the way you think. But Willow, now I'll tell you something I've never told anyone else. I've always thought, long as I can remember, that there just had to be more." "More? What do you mean? The cowhands say out west there's more sky, more land, more everything." "Not like that." Trilia sighed. She hardly understood herself whenever she reached this thought. "But something. Are we just alive to grow up nice and marry some boy, have some kids, grow old and die? Is that the only thing there is? Even if we did it all perfectly right, we'd still be not quite happy, I think. At least you and me wouldn't be. Oh, we'd pretend and fool 'em all good, but we two'd never be quite right. I've wondered if there's some other place where, oh, I don't know. You know that song you've never liked, the one I always sing? I fancied I learned it on great windy days. Often it seems that there's words in the wind, though I mostly can't catch them or hear them too well. Where do they come from? From your own wild mind? No, I can't make songs, you know. She waited, and then finally said, Tell you what, Willow, I'll tell you my plan. Early next spring, if I've learned nothing new, I'll saddle up Sooty and ride to the west. And if I find nothing, I'll ride to the south, and then to the north, and finally to the east. I'll even risk Mount Eldritch if nothing else comes through. If you're going, then I am too, Willow said, her voice firm. You'd give up everything you've got? You're the queen of Blackwell, you know. So what if I am? It won't last long. If I don't try now, I'll never get out, never be more than I am right now, and probably end up as less. Did you ever think of that, Trilia? We'll never have more than we have right now. If we're going to do this, it has to be soon. Girlish chatter broke the quiet of the solemn new agreement, for their other friends, arriving after finishing the dance, laughing, chatting, squealing loudly as they came into the hallway. Soon they reached them by the firepot out upon the deck. We'd better act cheerful for their sakes, said Willow. The horror of Junie had already passed, and they gossiped as freely as ever they'd done. The girls were roasting chestnuts on the fire Willow's pa had built. Suddenly, Lavender leaped to her feet. Look at the moon. It's a harvest moon. See? What if it is? Willow said. I've heard it said that on such nights, if a girl has a mind, she might find out who she'll marry. Trilia groaned. I knew you'd go daft in the end. Lavender shook her dark curls and replied, My sister tried it once. She says it's true. Your sister is a featherbrain. Shows what you know, Lavender snapped. Now Daisy yawned and asked, Oh, so how's it done? Lavender spoke solemnly. You just take a bowl of fresh water, she said, and look by the light of the harvest moon. You'll see your lover's face appear. Well, ain't you a silly? Willow laughed. But Lavender already held out the bowl, emptied of chestnuts and filled with a pitcher. You don't believe me? Then you have a look. Fine, Willow said. Then I'm going to bed. Trilia saw her smirk a bit, but quickly it vanished. What do I see? Willow cried in alarm. A face. Yes, a face. The eyes are bright blue. The hair is dark gold. Trilia flicked at the water and said, Look, now it's wrinkled and old. You just see yourself, silly thing, don't you see? Willow answered and gave back the bowl, but Trilia's spirits were running up high. She picked up the bowl and announced, Wait, let me see how I fare. She stood on the deck with great drama and air, preparing to make her speech, when a sudden gust of wind knocked the bowl out of her hands. It fell to the ground. The water scattered. The girls stared, astonished, but Trilia laughed. It's just as I thought. I'll never get married at all. The King of the Wind. The Locust Tree Grove. In the red and ruddy sunrise, Trilia was up and wakeful, though she felt she'd risen later than she normally would rise. She was washed and dressed and watching as the mist lay on the village, when she heard a horse approaching at a steady, clipping pace. Apple May and Ross emerged through the early mist of morning. Ross looked grim enough to show that something awful had occurred. Trilia, good. I hoped you'd be here. Listen, I've bad news to tell. Juniper died last night sometime. He died in the middle of town. Don't go the short way when you leave here, all right? Take the path through the locust tree ring, around the mound. You know what I mean. I think it's best if you stayed out of town. Especially Willow should keep far away. It'd bother her a lot, you know. Trilia sighed. Oh, I'll do that, Ross. Thanks for letting me know. Ross rode away, heading east. Junie was dead. She wasn't surprised. Mrs. Smith fixed a breakfast of biscuits and eggs, after which each of the girls headed home. Trilia said, "It's such a nice day. Why don't we go through the woods?" So they set out through the greenwood, green but checkered red and yellow. In the warm and sunny morning of an early autumn day, you could hear the wren and robin and the blue jay and the raven and the mockingbird repeating everything he heard them say. Onward, onward, forward, they rambled till they reached the worm-mound clearing, ringed with locust trees with tiny leaves and bright green hanging pods. But they stopped themselves abruptly for a strange sight in the clearing. Now a crystal pool stood shining in the middle of the trees. What in the world? Willow stared at the pool. Trilia frowned. Well, there ain't been a flood, nor rain, nor a stream for a beaver to dam. Perched at the edge of the clear, glassy pool, the girls lined up and looked in the water. Willow scooped a small draught. Her eyes sparkled brightly. "My, but it's nice!" she exclaimed in delight. Trilia followed, but took just a drop. "You think so? Seems mighty bitter to me." They could see the bottom of the pool. Soft green grass still grew. Trilia stuck in her hand to measure its depth. She felt the bottom and drew her hand back. "Oh," she said, "it's all mud." She wiped her hand on the shore. Daisy was gazing at her face in the pool. "It makes a mighty fine mirror, don't it?" It was true enough. They looked themselves over, when suddenly, what? They all faded away. Then, rising back on the surface sheen, they saw. But oh, what a change indeed! Each clad anew in a gown undreamed, gemmed, fabric rich, lace and silks flowed free, hair crowned, adorned in twists of pearls. Each saw herself as she wished to be. Trees in the grove vanished in their turn, slowly replaced by a garden park. Each image girl passed the rose-rich arch, greeted in turn by a handsome man bearing a tray of sparkling wine. Sweet, very sweet, how it turned their heads. Cool, fragrant air, still and soft, hung round, filled with the sounds of a harp and flute. Cello notes swept low and sweet with ease. Elegant pairs turned about with grace. Trilia saw a tall, dark-haired man offer his hand for a dance with her. She, feeling fine in her golden gown, walked with the man to the other pairs. Each of her friends had a partner now. Each seemed more lovely than e'er she'd been. Why would they ever depart from here? In the noonday, with the sun high, in the locust tree ring clearing, still they watched, and they reveled in their new-found secret world, till a breeze, all sharp and sudden, snapped a locust pod, green, hanging from a limb over the water, and it plopped in with a splash. In the ripples and the wavelets, the enchanting visions vanished, and the girls returned reluctantly and looked about the ring. Willow's cheeks flushed and her eyes shone bright. "This is a wonderful, marvelous thing." "Oh, it's late," Trilia cried. "It's on past noon." The sun cast shadows ahead of them. Why, we've been here all morning. What'll Ma say? I'll catch it, I'm sure." She paused a moment and said, "We ought to tell someone what's happened, I think. This is a strange pool, for sure." As she rose and left the water, Trilia cast a glance behind her. Willow, looking very dreamy, still sat gazing at the pool, sitting just beside the water, never moving, still and quiet, never stirring, never missing what she'd meant to do that day. Quickly, Trilia ran homeward, sure she'd catch it once she reached it. But she thought perhaps the strangeness of the tale might save her for once. The accident. Heavy fog lay over Blackwell, like a wish to slow the sunrise, and it dulled and damped the colors of the brilliant autumn leaves, for the land would seem afire in the maple blaze of autumn, but it scarcely could be noticed in the gray and heavy air. In the early morning dampness, Trilia was working quickly, doing just the barely necessary chores around the farm, for she longed to get them finished just as soon as she was able, so to free her up to visit the new pool within the woods. So she only strained a portion of the milk she got that morning. All the rest went to the pig trough, though she planned to tell her ma that the cow had kicked the bucket when the job was nearly finished, which is why she had so little milk to show for all her work. Through the foggy early morning, Trilia made haste to venture to the glassy crystal water, where she'd sit along the shore. There, in the water's reflected glare, she saw a girl appear, who seemed everything that she'd wished to be. She lived as she scarcely had dared to dream, a beauty and bold, not a clownish imp, rode free, far and fast on a coal-black steed, shaking the earth 'neath the thunder-hoofs, laughed as the winds wild whipped her hair, scaled mountains tall, saw enchanted glades. "Trilia! Trilia! Trilia! Help!" Trilia emerged from the scene with a shock. Bumble was shaking her arm, distress all over his face. "What is it, Bumble?" she snapped. "Trilia, it's Willow. It's awful. It's bad." "Bad? What's bad?" "Miller Featherstone's cart flipped just as she passed. She's stuck underneath it. The barrels came loose. They wouldn't let me help. Trilly, she's probably—" But here he broke down. Trilia felt for a brief little space a sort of annoyance flare up. She'd only just started her magical ride, but she leaped to her feet. "Willow! Oh, Bumble, I hope that you're wrong." The sun was up and starting to dry the fog that clung to everything. Trilia tore through the town, heedless of every one she passed, through puddles, through mud, till at last she stood in front of the miller's cart. There was the wagon, its wheels in the air. Barrels of apples and sacks of grain lay spilled along the street. Trilia screamed, "Willow! Willow!" She threw herself under the cart with the men, however useless she might have been. The wagon, heavy, sturdy, clumsy, slowly gave way to the strength of the men. It had taken some time to clear the barrels out before they could lift it away. More barrels, burst and split, lay piled under the cart. Clearly the miller had overstacked his cart. Trilia tore at the barrels below, anxious, yet dreading to find her friend. "Trilia, stop. It's all right. I'm not dead." Willow emerged from the rubble unharmed. Trilia stared, amazed, and said, "How can this be? I was sure you were dead." Everyone marveled. Bumble danced. But as all was well, the rest of the folks seemed rather glad that there was no need of a fuss any more. All were anxious to be on their way. They had things they wanted to do that day. When at last they both were able, Willow signaled her to follow, for she planned to share a secret of a most unlikely sort. So they headed west and northward through the field of standing sweet corn, taking care to skirt away from Willow's house just to their left. Turning north, they passed a fish pond, fed and filled by a small creeklet, which poured noisily and constantly into the pond below. Just behind this pond they'd find the place that they'd been wanting. Grandpa Smith's old, well-used mushroom cave, where they could talk alone. They met here oft before this, and they held it sacred, as a meeting place for plans and counsels none but they may know. Trilia, as they traveled, felt her heart hang on her heavily, and before she sat she spoke, confessed what troubled her so much. "Willow, I'm shamed, most shamed. Do you hear?" Trilia spoke earnestly, not daring to look at Willow yet. "I failed you just now. Did you know? Did you guess? Did you know I betrayed you when you were in need?" "What on earth do you mean?" asked Willow. "This morning I went to the pool, you know. I'd only just got there when Bumble came running. He said you were dead, or likely was so. Do you know what the first thing I thought of right then? I was annoyed to have to leave so soon and bother to save your life. Willow, forgive me. I swear on my heart I'll never return to the pool evermore. I should have known it was bad before now. I've been all lazy and lying to Ma, just like a wicked old thing. All I can think of these days are the things I've seen in the water. I've even been thinking that it's a right bother to have to eat and sleep." Willow said nothing. Trilia looked to see her face, but Willow's head was turned away, looking out at the pond. Trilia knew she wasn't really looking. She was thinking of something which took her whole mind. Trilia couldn't read her face, so she continued and said, "Did you know that Bumble the other day said something, well, strange? 2 days ago I was walking back home after I'd been to that pool. He asked if I'd been there. I said that I had. He looked like his heart hurt him somehow. I've never seen him look that way. All grown up, he seemed. He mumbled and shuffled, then suddenly looked straight in my eyes, and he said, all firm, 'That pool is bad. I know it is. And Trilia, you know it too.' And ever since then I've felt less sure, less happy about sitting there, down by the water. Don't you think that the folks have gone strange ever since this pool appeared? It's all we can think of. That don't seem right, somehow." Trilia waited for Willow to speak. Willow seemed caught in deep, heavy thought, but finally managed to say, "Trilia, really, you've got it all wrong. I've never doubted your friendship for me. Didn't you tear through the barrels like a mad thing? No, Trilia, no." She paused. "I really should be dead, you know. But why do you think I'm alive?" "Why?" "I've been drinking the water. Every day the man I love offers me a draught." Trilia was all confused. "Do you mean Jay?" "Jay? Oh, Jay! Goodness, no. Jay's a boy, and a nice one, too. But me, I love a man, noble, tall, strong. That don't sound like no one round here, but how is it you're seeing someone and never told me till now?" Willow looked out over the pond. "He's a prince within the world we see in the pool, drinking the water, saved me just now. Trilia, don't you see, I've overcome death. I should have died, crushed and buried. But look at me." Her words came faster, her cheeks flushed, her blue eyes burned brightly. "Isn't this what we were looking for? Trilia, isn't this it? I'm free. I'm free. Free from death. Trilia, I'll never die." Trilia turned pale. "Willow, are you telling the truth?" "How could I lie about this? Trilia, I'd be dead if what I'm saying ain't true. There's more to tell. After I've drunk a draught for one cycle of the moon, I'll be free to enter the world of the pool. It's a place you can really get to, you know. We get little whiffs of it here, but once we've changed, inside, I mean, then we can really get there, never to die or grow old or sick. We'll be ever young, ever fair and strong." She stopped and took Trilia's hands. "You do it too. Start today. I'll wait for you and we'll go in together. Didn't we plan to ride off next spring and search out the ends of the earth? Well, here's our chance, landed right in our laps. Trilia, say you'll come." Trilia couldn't speak. If what Willow said was true. "Listen, Malcolm offered me his hand, and I said yes. What you said is right. There's no one in Blackwell as good as him. The folks in the pool, they'd know what you're worth. We'll find a man who's worthy of you. The boys round here don't understand. They wouldn't treat you right." Trilia finally stirred, as if waking up from a sleep. "Willow, maybe you're right. I take back my promise of not going back. I'll take another look." King of the Wind. The Ravens. Trilia worked harder all that afternoon and evening, making up for all the chores she'd been neglecting this last month. In the early evening sunlight she was busy picking apples, growing nettled at the settle of the crowd of coal-black crows who were landing all around her in a harsh and uncouth ruckus, and she feared they'd found the apples and would shortly help themselves. Crows? No, these were bigger. They were ravens, she was certain, and they crowded and they clustered round her high up in the tree. So she waved and clapped and shouted, but they soon came back to watch her, so she groaned, but kept on working while the autumn sunlight shone. She had 4 full bushel baskets, all arranged, aligned quite neatly, waiting in a wooden wagon, and she aimed to add a 5th. When she'd fit and filled it fully, she would bring and hitch up Sooty, and she'd take the load of apples to the cider press back home. While she worked, her mind kept flitting to the talk she'd had with Willow, indistinctly weighing what she'd seen and what her friend had said, but her thoughts were soon distracted by a cloaked and hooded figure, an old woman with a cob pipe, walking toward her through the trees, walking slowly through the orchard in the angled crimson sunlight. The old woman stopped and sat upon a stump and smoked her pipe. Her face was lost in shadow, as was everything about her, never moving much, but Trilia guessed somehow she wanted her and was waiting for a greeting or another indication of her willingness to talk a while, though Trilia felt none, for the woman was unnerving simply by her very presence. Something seemed all, well, unnatural in the slanting setting sun. Trilia plucked up her courage at last and jumped out of the tree. "Ma'am, can I help you?" The corncob pipe puffed for a moment, and then, without moving her head, the old woman said, "What kind of help could you give me, my girl?" "I thought perhaps you might be lost. I guess I don't know. I haven't seen you around here before." The old woman smiled, so Trilia guessed. She couldn't see her face, and said, "Were you thinking of drinking the water, my girl?" Trilia startled and stared at the crone. How did you know I was thinking of that?" "You'd be a fool if you did, my girl. What do you think of that pool in the woods? Ever look into it much?" Trilia blushed, though she hardly knew why. She felt like she had nothing on, like the woman could see everything she'd ever said or done. But still, she replied, "Yes, I did look, for a while, I mean. But then I got thinking it wasn't so good. But now Willow tells me it saved her today. I don't know what to think." "That can be mended," the old woman said. "But tell me now, when did the pool first appear?" "Just after the dance." "Anything happen worth noting back then?" Trilia thought a while. "The cowhands came back. Juniper died, raving about crickets and worms and—" Trilia stopped herself, suddenly unsure and shy. "And, too," she continued, "they took down the wall to make room for the dance, and me and Willow agreed to—" She stopped again. The old woman spoke softly. "What did you agree to, child?" "It seems foolish now," Trilia said, "or at least it ain't the kind of thing I can talk about with anyone other than her." "Say it, just the same." "We said we'd ride away in the spring and see if there might be a way to get away from death. Maybe there's a place where no one grows old or dies." The old woman took a long draw on her pipe. The tobacco fragrance made her think of starlight and night winds, crickets and owls. "Ma'am," Trilia asked at last, "have you ever heard of a place like that?" "I have," she said. Another draw. "You folks brought this blight on yourselves." "Ma'am?" "You've acted like tomfools, tearing down that wall. Didn't you fear from the words of the wall?" Trilia frowned. "Pardon, ma'am? Words of the wall? Surely you don't mean the wall could talk?" "No, my girl, you're talking fool's talk. The writing, of course." "Writing? What's that?" "So you've forgotten your letters, I see. That explains much. Didn't you notice the marks on the wall, the patterns of lines and curves? Well, those stood for words, words your forebears said ages ago when Blackwell was built. They protected you, girl, you and all your folk, and kept the danger at bay. Lurking very near to here, a darkness has waited long. You, poor fools, felt safe too long and forgot all about it. But it didn't forget you." "What were the words?" "Now is not the time," the old woman said. The light in the west was quickly fading, and dusk was now upon them. Trilia felt uncanny again. "Please, ma'am, I don't think you've told me your name." "Neither have you, but I already know. You're Trilia Sooth, are you not?" Trilia could not reply. Then the old woman said, "Now you tell me my name." All in a flash, Trilia knew, though saying it still cost her dear. "Are you the Raven woman?" "Ah, so you do remember something then. Yes, I'm sometimes called that name. I've others, but never mind them now." Trilia's courage returned, and she asked, "If you know something, ma'am, about all this strangeness, and the pool, I mean, tell me, please. I don't know what to think." The Raven woman's hand, locust-pawed dark, long-fingered and strong, fiddled around with her pipe for a spell. "Yes, I know much," she softly said, "but not right now. Rather, I mean you to know for yourself. Ever been to the pool at night?" "No, ma'am. It seems the images fade as soon as the sun goes down, and it seems folk around here are scared of that spot. I mean, they're scared in the dark." "If you would know the truth, my girl, in the dark you must go. Many true things are learned only at night. A soft breeze rustled through the trees. "I'll go," Trilia said. "What should I do?" "Good." The raven woman reached in her cloak and pulled out a thin, spear-like fork, 2 barbed prongs at the end. "Take this gig and go to the pool just at moonrise tonight. They'll be all swimming close up to the shore. Spear one and hold it, but don't pick it up. Don't touch the water, you hear? You ain't afraid of a pin prick, are you?" "Course not." "Then prick your finger when you're there, and drop just 1 drop of blood in the pool. Drop it right over the thing that you catch. If there's a face of any sort on the thing, order it in the name of the king. Say what it is and what it's doing there. Things of that sort. Then let it go, and you hightail it home." "What sort of thing do you mean I'll find?" Trilia's voice shook a bit. "Why, blood. And who is the king?" "There isn't time now. I must shortly be off," the raven woman abruptly cut in. "Only this. The things in the pool are all things that were once alive, but aren't any more. Blood breaks their spells, for they hate living things. The king of the wind is—well, there isn't time now." She stood upright, no longer bent. Had she grown? Trilia was astonished at her height. "Whatever you do, keep out of the pool, and sing something when you're coming and going. You know the wind song, don't you, girl?" Before Trilia could answer, the raven woman vanished out of her sight in the woods. She looked at the gig in her hand, and then turned to fetch old Sooty. 10 minutes later the apples were stashed away and safe for the night. After, she went inside the house and hid the gig in her room. Fishing. Trilia, all breathless, gasping, climbed back through her window. As she stumbled in, she closed it and then threw herself in bed, hiding buried in her pillow and her red becheckered blanket, all her mind alive and running with the strange, disturbing scenes. For that evening, just at moonrise, she went stealthily out, climbing down the lattice-work which rested on the wall beneath her room. And she'd crept, all quick and quiet, till she reached the locust clearing, while the locust tree pods rattled in the moonlight and the breeze. In the water there was movement, for the first time since she'd seen it. So she held her gig at ready and crept closer to the edge. All the while she was singing, really humming, her old wind song, though she scarcely dared to raise her voice above the evening breeze. Standing there beside the water, feeling all afraid and trembly, she could dimly see that something was a-moving in the pool. Whoosh! She gigged, quite steady, flashing, splashing in the water, till at last she struck on something large, perhaps a fish. As the water cleared and settled, she most nearly let the gig drop, for the thing she'd speared and pinned appeared to be a giant leech. With a pin she pricked her finger. 1 large drop fell in the water, and the leech, which writhed and wriggled, took a terrifying change, for it grew and it contorted, and a face of sorts developed. Yes, a face of sorts, but eyeless, only sockets in its head. Trilia demanded that it say its name and purpose. "In the king's name," she demanded, though she knew not what that meant. And a conversation followed, which she couldn't quite remember, couldn't bring to mind exactly everything they both had said, but it seemed to last forever while she wrangled with this creature. But she thought that what they'd said was something more or less like this:
Curse you, vicious girl. Take your filthy blood away. I am king of sun and moon, wind and sky and rain.
Fine king you are on a spit, said she.
Pictures, want my pictures. Drat that stuff that makes them fade. Pictures, come back, pictures. Won't be back till morning now. Curse you, ugly, shame-faced girl.
What pictures?
Pictures. All I have are pictures. See my kingdom. I am king of sun and moon and sky and rain and wind and earth and sea.
Who are you? What are you? Trilia cried.
Pictures, my creation, world I've made, like unto me. Everything within it worships me, the center, me the king. You, I won't have you, oh no. My queen is fair, a prize for sure.
Here he turned his eyeless face towards Trilia. She sensed he looked at her somehow.
Oh no, you're not good enough. Far too homely for my queen. I am king of sun.
Trilia pricked at her finger again, letting another drop fall. The worm, or the leech, gave a hideous screech, rolling itself in a ball just for a moment. Then Trilia saw another worm latched on the one she had gigged, and that worm as well had a parasite bite. They formed a long chain which vanished deep within the pool. Faces swam and shifted on the creatures in the water. All as one, they said,
Pictures, want my pictures. Drat that stuff that makes them fade. See my kingdom, I am king of sun and moon and sky and rain and wind and earth and sea.
Trilia stared aghast. Not a one had a voice or a tone of his own. All thought as one, yet each was alone, save when they preyed on each other. The things in the pool are all things that were once alive, but aren't any more. The Raven woman's riddle echoed back. Can this be what she meant? Now the air grew thick and heavy as the fog rose o'er the water, clouding, cloaking all the surface of the leech-infested pool. Trilia felt heavy, felt lethargic, numb and sleepy, and she couldn't keep her grip and dropped the gig into the pool. Slowly falling, drooping, kneeling, all her mind and memory empty, only wishing she could lie down by the pool and sleep a while. Cold and stirring blew a night wind, clearing out the misty fog cloud. She revived at once, remembering the reason she was there, and a song sprang o'er the water, singing, standing by the shoreline, singing clearly in the moonlight of the music in the wind. Where have you gone, my love? Where have you gone, my love? I'm waiting here 'neath the apple tree. Of the things that followed after, she could never much remember. Only long at last she scrambled through her window to her bed. Now she tried to understand it, all the horrors she'd discovered. Surely something still could stop it and destroy it. Surely something— As her mind turned round its burden all at once, she sensed a presence and sat up to find the Raven woman standing by her bed, standing tall beneath the moonlight, but her face still hid in shadow, till at last she spoke to Trilia, who got up out of bed. "So what did you catch, little girl?" Trilia trembled and finally said, "An idiot worm, I think. Pardon me, ma'am, but I lost your gig in the pool." "Never mind now," the old woman said. "But what did I catch in the pool?" The Raven woman said, "It was once a man. All things in the pool were once men or women who poured out their lives in exchange for images such as you saw when you would look at yourself. For the space of a month, once a day, they drank the water from the pool. Slowly but surely their flesh and their blood changed until they had utterly emptied themselves of any life they'd had. They left off the lives of mortal men, preferring the fancies of their minds. At the end of the month they entered the pool, becoming such as you saw, witless and faceless, trapped in their minds, never to leave the water again." Trilia now said, "But I don't understand. You said that the things in the pool are all dead, but the things I saw could move and talk. I've seen plenty of dead things, you know, and none of them are like that." "You've chopped the head off a snake with a spade? It keeps on wriggling a while, don't it? Just so the things in the pool seem alive, but they ain't. The further down you go, the less they seem alive, the less their talk makes any sense, even to themselves." The Raven woman bowed her head and mused. "But ain't it strange to talk about a life that ain't alive? If you would know the truth, my girl, I've come because of this. So long as I am standing here, withdraw, O worm, dare not appear. I guard as a protecting hedge until the king comes to avenge." Now Trilia felt her heart rise, though she hardly could say why. "What are those words you just said?" she asked. The Raven woman did not move, but softly she replied, "The ancient wall which stood without once bore these sacred words. When you poor fools destroyed it all, the charm dissolved, the worm returned. The worm your forebears warred against returned to try and lay a claim to all your folk." "What worm? The worms down in the pool?" "The worm who dwells far down below the surface of the pool. You may have seen the wretched way they prey upon themselves. Each one devours what he can from each that joins the pool, for you must guess that as they live entirely on themselves, each trapped within a fantasy, eventually they use up all the substance they possess and must recruit fresh prey to feed the fancies of their minds. Beneath the pool, deep underground, the worm dwells in the dark, far older than the earth itself. He would devour all and draw it into nothingness if he could somehow manage it. He hates and he desires everything that is. The pools he forms to catch his prey. He lures folks in with flatteries to make them yearn for what is not. But all the while he siphons off their lives, their very selves, replacing it until they change, becoming as he is. But they remain his food and sport." "But what does he steal? I don't understand," Trilia said. And how can you live on yourself? Think, girl, think. Remember the worm you caught just now. Think of how he talked." Trilia thought for a minute and said, "He seemed to talk in circles. He said that he was king of sun and moon and things. He talked a lot, but didn't say much. In the end, they all started talking, but talking exactly the same. What is a word but a thought said out loud?" the Raven woman continued. "Suppose the only food for thought was what was in a man's mind. Eventually it all wears out. The thoughts grow less and less distinct. Finally the words disappear. They all turn the same in the end, my girl, each the center of his own little world, not one of those worlds being real. It takes real things to make a man, things to make him grow, things distinct from himself. If you ever met the old worm, and child, I hope you don't, you'd find he couldn't talk at all. Nothing's left but a want. There ain't enough of him left to talk. The only way he can speak is through another mind. He draws a person just close enough, and then he latches on. With what he finds he can shape into words, stealing the lives he uses, for he swallows whatever he touches. Vapor though he is, he swallows it, the way fog swallows the woods. Wretch! It's not enough to steal their lives. He must defraud them of their deaths, the only chance they ever had of coming home again." Trilia's mind reeled. "What do you mean he steals their deaths? Didn't you say they were dead? And Willow, she thought it saved her life. Drinking the water, I mean." "'Course she was saved," the Raven woman snapped. "Saved for him to be his food. He wouldn't pass up a catch like your friend. He'll keep her alive till she's his. The things in the pool are not properly dead. The dead have a land of their own. The Underlands, they call them. Long ago, child, your folk didn't die, but when they came to the Lowerlands, that's what we call where we are, mind you, they changed for the worse and found death." The Raven woman deeply sighed. "Oh, my child, this is hard to say. Now that you and they must die, the only way you might return and find the place you left is through the shadowed lands of death." Trilia suddenly murmured aloud, almost unconsciously, "So something does happen then after we die? You mean there's a place we all go?" She was burning to know just this point, despite everything else. "Aye, there's a place. But alas, the worm has blocked the pathway since the day we drove him underground. The tunnel collapsed as he dug out his lair, and now the dead are trapped. None may ascend till the path be cleared." Her eyes glinted under her hood. "This is why I feud with him, the main cause why I walk these lands." Suddenly Trilia cried in alarm, "Willow, she's planning. Oh no, it's near done. The month is near up. She's been drinking the water all this time. Soon she'll go in and she'll—" Trilia turned to the Raven woman. "Tell me," she begged, "do they ever get out?" The Raven woman hung her head. "If they do, then I've never seen it, and I am old, quite old. I have to find Willow before it's too late." Wildly she ran to her window. "I'll take her back to the pool with me, drag her if I have to. She'll see what I saw, and then—" Trilia felt a hand hold her back.
Trilia, child, you ain't talking sense. Your friend is far gone, much too far for your help. The only way to save her and all your folks requires you destroy the pool, and that you cannot do."
"Then there ain't any hope? What's the point of telling me this if there's nothing I can do?"
"I never said that, child. The only one, as far as I know, who has the strength to destroy this pool is the King of the Wind."
Trilia felt a strange chill at the name, and all of her hair stood on end. "King of what?"
"King of earth, wind, and sea, the sun, the moon, and night."
Trilia frowned. "We've never heard of such a person before. How can he say he's our king when he's never come here, never sent us no message at all?"
"Ah, poor fools," the old woman muttered. "But he is king, and he lives not far. In the Upperlands he makes his home. There you must journey and ask for his aid, and quickly, or else all is lost."
"Where?"
"Up on the summit's highest peak, Mount Eldritch, naturally. You'll find the ancient stairway there, and if you dare to climb these steps, you'll reach the Upperlands in time."
Trilia's courage faltered a bit. In Blackwell no one loved Mount Eldritch. At last she spoke. "That means going through old Bunky's land. I can't say I'm terribly glad about that."
"Never mind that," the Raven woman said. "You'll have worse things to face. Old Bunky's a beast, but the mountain is haunted by things, the like you've never seen. The mountain will try you and test you, my girl. Take neither weapon nor food when you go. You set out tomorrow night."
"No weapons nor food? It seems you're setting me up to die."
"So what if I was? Would you still go?"
Trilia's head doubled low in her fight. If she agreed, she'd surely die, and likely before she could reach the king. But if she didn't go, then all was lost. That was plain enough. But suppose she made it? "I'll go," she said at last. The Raven woman nodded.
"Child, you must attempt to sleep tonight. You'll need your strength for later on."
"Ma'am," Trilia said wryly, "I don't think I'll do that much sleeping tonight."
"That can be mended," the old woman said. "Lie down now, child. I'll sing you to sleep."
Trilia strangely obeyed like a child. The Raven woman sat at the head of the bed, stroking her hair like a grandmother might. Softly her song worked its spell in the room. Trilia felt herself sinking in sleep. Suddenly, not understanding the cause, her heart contradicted with something like hate. Why should she sleep, just because she was told? Who was this woman to order her so? No, she wouldn't.
"Why are you fighting my song, silly girl? What will you gain if you keep yourself up?"
Trilia now felt a little ashamed, but still, I don't know, but somehow it seems wrong. I really don't want you to put me to sleep." The Raven woman was silent. Then she said softly, "You understand less than you see. Your eyes are good for a Lowerland child." She continued, "Ah, so you don't like my song, is that so? Or maybe it's me you don't like?" Trilia could not reply. "Well, you're more right than you know, my child. Right, and yet all wrong. You don't like my song. You're quite right, in a way. It sounds like a song that all healthy hearts hate. But come, this old sleep song will do you no harm." Trilia somehow was not reassured, But nevertheless she lay down again. The raven woman sang her lullaby. Poor bird in the night wind, why have you left your nest? Poor bird in the night wind, why have you left your nest? I'll stop here and take my rest here in the apple tree. Sweetly yet darkly the melody hung all about the room like a scent. Trilia felt herself sinking again, but this time she let herself drop into sleep. Nary a dream crossed her thoughts in the night, save only a noise, the flapping of wings, the wings of a large sort of bird flying near, and flapping outside of her window all night. At last, when she woke, she was truly alone. Both birds and old woman were gone. Trilia stepped to her window and looked, certain she never would stand there again to greet the first light of dawn. But dawn never came. There was only the fog. The king of the wind, the fog. The fog was wet and heavy, hanging low throughout the morning. But Trilia had settled that she'd go that day to town, for she wished to speak to Willow, just to see if she could move her to give up the poisoned water and to come away with her. And she also wanted Bumble. Yes, she wanted much to find him, tell him everything she'd learned and heard and hoped to manage still. So she took the path due westward, keeping close beside the river, for the fog made it impossible to see much in her way. By the Appaloosia River she soon struck the cobble roadway, and she knew she'd come to Blackwell and that Bumble's house was near. But there, looming in the fog-light, in the cat-tails on the shoreline, stood a strange and darksome shape that seemed most surely out of place. Was it bear or deer or coyote? Maybe fisher cat or lynx? Or perhaps a beaver's dam had come undone and washed downstream? No, it was Bumble's boat, but capsized, oddly floating in the shallows, and Trilia at once became afraid and sick with dread. So she plunged into the rushes and she pulled the boat up higher. As she did, she saw the thing she'd feared the most, but guessed she'd see. It was Bumble in the water, never moving, save the movements of the water lapping at the shallow shore. So she sprang into the water, pulling, struggling to drag him to the bank where she could see, despite the fog, that he was dead. "Bumble! Bumble!" Trilia cried. His face was silent, pale, and still. Trilia groaned, which became a sob. The words came back. "So something does happen then after we die? You mean there's a place we all go?" "Aye, there's a place, but alas, now the dead are trapped. None may ascend till the path be cleared." Then came the trudging of footsteps nearby. Mrs. Rose Stout was the first to arrive. "What are you wailing about, Trilly dear? Ain't it too early for that sort of thing?" "Look, Mrs. Stout, see, I've just found your boy. He's drowned. Oh, Bumble, you're drowned." Mrs. Stout looked at her boy with a gaze Trilia never could read. "Poor boy," said Rose. "Have the big lads bring him in. We'll bury him at dusk." Trilia stared in astonishment, but quick, turning to horror. Mrs. Stout just said, "Well, he's dead, ain't he? He ain't coming back. What's to be gained by fussing?" Now other folks joined and were gathering round. Somehow the news had spread, early though it was. Laddie Timber and Miller Featherstone carried poor Bumble away. No one seemed much troubled, though they murmured softly in their huddle. Trilia heard, "Well, we'll do it at dusk. No point in losing a day." Now Mrs. Stout spoke again. "See, it's late now. Time I get going. The day waits for no one, sorrow or no." Trilia suddenly stood up quite straight, fists clenched in fury, her eyes ablaze, and yet there were tears on her face. "A curse on the day that wretched pool ever appeared in our parts."
"Watch your mouth, you chit of a girl,"
Dairyman Rust snarled. The others scowled and frowned at her. Turning abruptly, Trilia fled the horror of the scene. Running heedlessly up the path, running hard, she crashed and fell. Willow was down on the ground at her side. "Willow, oh Willow, it's Bumble. He's dead. He drowned in the river this morning, I think." She tried to embrace her, but stopped herself short. Willow, unmoved, readjusted her shawl, hanging askew from her fall. Poor boy, quite a nice boy he was. Trilia startled. "You don't care! Willow, what's happened to you?" "Things don't seem to matter much." Willow's voice was quiet and calm. "I mean the things here in this town. Soon they'll be a sort of a dream." "Willow, please listen. That pool isn't good. I've been there at night, and it's all full of worms. Worms that make pictures to lure us all in. But once they were folks just like us. They went in the pool and got changed forever. Willow, you can't go in. Don't you see? You'll be just like them, but they'll steal all you are, your life, your thoughts." "Trilia, you're raving. Not a word you say is true. Malcolm's promised me his hand. In his realm I'll be queen. Queen of sun and moon and wind and rain and sky and sea." Suddenly Willow cried out sharply. Trilia, hardly aware of herself, had slapped her as hard as she could. They stared at each other in pain and surprise. Each felt a stranger stared back. Willow ran one way. Trilia turned and ran up the path to her house. Trilia's mother was beating a rug when Trilia flew in the yard. "What ails you, girl? You're red as a beet." Mama, it's Bumble. He's drowned. And neither his mama nor anyone cares. They won't even lay him out proper till dusk." Trilia sobbed like a child again. Mama embraced her and held her a while. Then she said firmly, "That settles it, then. There's something fishy about that old pool. No one's been right since the day that it came. Gracious, I've even caught myself wanting to laze there all day, like some daft fool of a woman. No, indeed, there's something wrong in it. I feel it in my bones." "Mama, please promise me," Trilia said. "Promise you'll never go back there again, and never let Pa or the boys go no more." "I promise," said Mama. "Right sure I am, too. But whether I'll manage your brothers and Pa, well, I'll try just the same." Evening fell a bit too early, but Pa Sooth was still about it. He'd been seeing to the cow fence at the south end of his field. As he passed the barn, he noticed that the wagon, fully loaded high with earth and cattle straw and cleanings from the barn. And he wondered at the meaning, for the fog was thick behind him, marking dark the fields behind him on the lower-lying land. Emerging from the doorway came out Trilia in work boots, in the coveralls she'd borrowed from her older brother, Jay. There was something in her walking that betrayed of deep disturbance, so it seemed, at least, to Pa, as he stood studying the scene. "Trilia, you ain't going out just now. The light's fading quickly today." "I just want to empty this cartload quick. I'll put Sooty back in the barn when I'm done." Trilia hitched Sooty up to the cart. "Trilia," Farmer Sooth said, clear and slow, "tell me, Wren, when will you be back tonight?" Trilia lowered her eyes from Pa. Nothing she might have said sounded right. She stood in silence, unsure of what to do, fighting the tears that were threatening her. No, it wouldn't do to blubber now. Farmer Sooth always guessed more than he said. Crossing the barnyard, he sat on a crate, bowing his head. For a while he sat silently in the gathering dusk. Finally, sitting up somewhat, he said, "Tell me, Wren, do you know something about all of these strange goings-on?" "Yes, Pa, I think so," she softly said. "I've heard of a way, or a person, that is, who will help us get rid of the pool." "You're leaving, then? Ah, and when will you be back?" "I don't know, Pa," Trilia softly replied. "I really don't know. But I ain't taken Sooty. I'll put him right back. But, Pa," now the tears appeared, "please, Pa, don't go back to the pool, and never let Jay or the other boys go. Ma promised me she wouldn't no more, never again." Pa looked at Trilia squarely and said, "Wren, I ain't ever been there at all." Trilia started, but Pa carried on. "No, Wren, I never been down to the pool, save once to see where it was. It's pretty enough in the sunlight, I guess. But one time I happened to pass it at night, right when the thing first appeared. A month ago now, ain't that right, more or less? I tell you what, girl, all my hair stood on end, though I couldn't say why. I knew then that something ain't right with it all. Lately the folks ain't been normal no more, leaving their work, hardly saying a word when they pass in the town, except to quarrel and growl. I said to myself, 'You're a family man, Sooth, and you can't be going for things of that sort. It's something unnatural, you know. And even you, Wren, you were sneaking off, too.'" Trilia blushed, all ashamed that he knew. "Hey now, my girl, don't go crying again. But seeing you turning out sour at home, prickly as any old goose, that sure convinced me that something was wrong. But now you've come round, so I've seen. Now tell me, girl, what have you learned of it all? Where are you going, and who told you so?" Trilia opened her mouth to reply. A sudden reluctance prevented her words. Try as she might, she just couldn't explain the worms and the king and the raven woman she'd met. "Pa, I can't say. Oh, I wish that I could. I don't want to keep any secrets from you. But if no one's told you, then neither can I. I don't know why I can't say what I know. I really don't know much myself, tell the truth. I only know that I can't stay here no more. There's no other way to find help. And you can't come with me, neither Jay nor Ross, too. You can't go this way unless you've been called. I don't right know why they called me. You see—" "They?" Pa said. Who are they?" I don't really know." "Well, Wren, I can't say I like this. Not much at all. I don't like you going alone, who knows where. Ain't Willow joining you, then?" "No, I don't think she cares for me much any more. Pa, it's for Willow that I've got to go. This pool will just eat her completely, and soon. See, Pa, I have to be quick." Pa had 100 objections to this, and hundreds more things that he wanted to say. But Pa was a broader and breadthier mind, slow but sure and certain. His head bowed in thought as the light breeze whispered round and through the trees. The rustle seemed to echo and shape his thoughts, indistinct as the twilight that was quickly deepening round. He guessed that the thing growing up in the woods was strong, malignant, and old, stronger by far than a man could fight. But there it was, growing up as you please, drawing the whole town in. The air held scents he'd long held dear, autumn scents, scents of leaves and moisture, but the scents of a dying year. Somehow they always stirred his blood, made him wonder about things. If something as old and wicked as this pool could be, then why not other things too? Might not old things, strong and good, perilous, strange, but good, might they exist somewhere, somehow? And maybe his girl had found them, or, as it seemed, they'd found her. He understood it not at all, why she was keeping her thoughts so close. The breeze stirred, crisp and brave. Pa, groping darkly within his own mind, finally saw what he had to do, his father's heart ne'er content, and yet he stood up and said, "All right, then, Wren, but be careful, you hear? And mind, you look sharp." Sooty. From a lantern on the wagon, Sooty tried to see the pathway, but the foggy twilight made it over difficult to do. Standing mountain of a draft horse, Sooty towered over others, and a heaping cart of earth and straw distressed him not at all, but he didn't like the darkness, nor the smell of standing water, which grew stronger as they journeyed on the pathway in the woods. But with Trilia behind him, he was willing to attempt it, for he loved her just as much as any horse could love a girl. But the air was damp and clinging, and they had to move quite slowly, else they'd leave the path completely and get lost among the trees. Now a breeze was lightly stirring, making overhead a rattle, making locust tree pods rattle in the treetops overhead, and the ground was damp and squelching long before they'd reached the tree ring, for it seemed the pool was growing just a little every day. Now the horse cart took the north side, heading up beside the worm mound, till at last it reached an area with fewer trees around. Sooty turned and backed the cart up till it nearly touched the water. Then quick, Trilia jumped down and ran around and climbed the back and began to wield the pitchfork, throwing rubbish in the water. And because she was a farm girl, she was quick and cleared it fast. Sooty stamped the ground uneasy, for the fog was growing thicker, and a smell he'd never scented grew more pungent in the night. Then suddenly behind him he heard Trilia collapsing, as the pitchfork fell beneath her as she fell into the cart, and the cart was tugging, pulling, dragging Sooty to the water. So he whined and whinnied, wondering what Trilia was about. There was something in the water, something strong enough to drag him, and it seemed that Trilia could neither fight nor run at all. Then the wind began a howling, angry, powerful, and biting, and he found his girl beside him with a knife to cut him free. She had done it in a moment, and she pulled him from the water as the cart behind them sank beneath the dark and glassy pool. And she leaped on Sooty wildly, for the water hadn't clouded, though she'd wanted much to hinder it from working as it did, for she thought that she could fill it, or at least muddy the water. Then perhaps it'd stop the pictures for a day or two or more. Sooty wheeled around to face it, and the thing beneath the water. Nothing showed, but something surely nearly pulled him in just now. Sitting up straight without saddle, Trilia fiercely said, "I don't know what you are, but I swear I'll stop you somehow, or else I'll perish trying. Let this dagger remind you of that." And she took her treasured boot knife, an old gift from Ross, her brother, and plunged it into an oak tree that stood just outside the ring. Sooty fled away in terror, never needing any urging. Up the worm mound just ahead he fled, to reach the higher ground. At the top the breeze was blowing, making here and there a clearing in the thick and heavy fog that clung and smothered everything. Enormous, bright, the moonrise shone a strong and orangish color, making all the world around him unfamiliar, strange, and weird. And he wondered why she stopped him, why she didn't turn him homeward. But he saw and heard a figure now emerging through the mist. It was Willow there before him, with her hair all damp and clinging. But old Sooty thought she didn't seem like what he'd always known. It was Willow, yes, but how then came this cold new air about her? Tall and thin, she seemed transparent, and near vaporous as fog. But Trilia leaped down, and soon the two of them were talking. Through it all he just kept wishing for his manger and his stall. Willow's warning. Trilia noticed that Willow was damp, her clothes and her hair and her shoes. Quickly she took off her jacket and said, "Swap with me, Willow." She took Willow's shawl and replaced it at once with Jay's old coat, putting the shawl on herself. Willow stood still, saying nothing at all. Trilia said at the last, "You know, I ain't sorry I slapped you today. To think of you turning out into a... Wait, come along now. You'll see for yourself that what I've told you is true." Trilia tried to pull Willow along, but Willow stood firm in her place. The giant orange moon caught her golden blonde hair, lighting her face with an alien glow. Her eyes, strangely sad, over-large in her face, seemed muddy somehow. Her cheeks, high and sharp, cast dark shadows beneath. Trilia wondered to see her so thin. Willow had always been slender till now, but never looked pinched and wasted before. At last Willow spoke, her voice calm and low. "Trilia, don't you see? I know about the pool. Worms, you said. Yes, I've seen them too." Trilia stared, dumb with shock. Finally she stammered, "Oh, Willow, you know? And you're still going? Why? Things passed on Willow's face, things Trilia had never seen there before. She thought it looked something almost like guilt. But guilt over what? That she just couldn't know. "Trilia, listen. Once I swore I'd never die if I could find a way. Now I know it's not enough to simply go on living. Isn't it a horrible thing that things can happen to you? I mean, things you don't choose." "I don't understand. Isn't that part of being alive? That things can really happen?" Willow's cheeks, till now white as chalk, reddened and flushed. "Really happen? That's just it. And we're supposed to just take it, whether it's good or bad, whether we like it or not. We're not free. We're slaves. Look, Trilia, in the world of the pool, the world of the worms. That's what it looks like. It's not what it is. It's a place where we can reign. Don't you see? Whatever we want, whatever we wish, becomes our whole reality. Anything we want, we see. Nothing will ever happen again save what we choose to allow. We'll be free. Free? But you'd be a worm. Are we really much better than that? Don't we wither up and die in the end? Really, these bodies ain't much better than worms, Willow snapped. The outside doesn't matter at all. It's what's inside that counts. Inside, I'll be queen, beautiful and powerful, desired by all men, and envy of all women. What men? What women? The ones you imagine up? Do you think I'll be there? They ain't real. There's nobody but you. Willow's eyes flashed cold. In the end, that's all there is. We're left to ourselves, that's all. Ah, Trilia, don't you understand? We can't hope for anything better than what we can make ourselves into. There is nothing else. As far as I can see, everything ends when you die, and before that, you lose anything worth having. Why shouldn't we take the best offer? Willow, it ain't real. What's real? Willow replied. Food I eat has taste, wine I drink is strong, hands I touch press back. Have you looked at yourself in a mirror of glass? Trilia's hands on her hips. You're wasting, that's plain. You ain't eating or sleeping right. That food that you eat doesn't nourish a body or strengthen you up for the day. Trilia, you're the one who'd better watch out. It's your life at stake, not mine. What do you mean? Willow smiled. That trick you tried to play just now, filling the pool up with earth. How do you know? I know these things. She handed Trilia the knife. When morning comes, the folk will see your wagon on the shore. It's back up now, did you know? Do you think they'll take it well? No, they'll come after you. I expect they'll finish you off if they catch you. Trilia listened in a daze. How calmly she talks about it. Willow held out a flask. Look, I brought you some water. Drink it and you'll save your life. You know it works, and they won't manage. No, you'll save your life. You'll never die. Trilia looked at the flask in her hand, then to Willow's eyes. They pleaded with her to save her life, and yet... No, Willow, listen, that isn't the way. Willow, I'm leaving Blackwell tonight. Come with me, Will. I've heard of a place. I think the place we promised to find. It's a land where the people don't die. You were right, you know, when you said that you guessed that we weren't meant to die. We ain't, that's it. At least we weren't. Long ago, our folks didn't die. I'm going to try and get back if I can. They have an old king who can help us, I think. Before you go into that pool for good, why not just see if I'm right? Something dark struggled across Willow's face. Maybe it's so, she muttered aloud, but where'd you hear this land was at? The stairs are on the top of Mount Eldritch. Willow's voice was full of scorn. Mount Eldritch? Now you've lost your mind. Everyone knows that that mountain is haunted, sure to turn anyone's head. And what about old Bunky? How are you going to get past him? Trilia couldn't answer. She didn't know any of these things. Willow continued, growing sharper as she spoke. What did you suppose you'll find, supposing that you can get there? Cloudy castles in the sky. And why should some king we ain't never met pay us any heed? What are we to him? Perhaps you thought he'd fall in love and want you for his queen. Can't you think of nothing else? Trilia cried, exasperated. Something special you are now. But I'll be queen. queen of sun and moon and sky. A sharp gust of wind knocked the flask from her hand, spilling it all on the ground. The fog, for an instant, was blown clear away. Mount Eldritch loomed, silent and strange in the moonlight. All of the stories they ever had heard seemed likely enough to be true. Willow now asked, "Where'd you hear about this, anyway?" Trilia opened her mouth to reply, but suddenly found her tongue heavy, just as it had happened with Pa. Willow's eyes widened in fright as she saw something. She didn't say what. Quickly she fled, but when Trilia turned to see what had scared her, she saw near at hand the Raven woman leaning on a stick. "Child, you ought to have set out by now. Why are you wasting your time?" Trilia suddenly felt like a fool. Why had she thought she could fill up the pool? "I guess I had hoped I could slow down the pool, or stop it, at least for a while, and then I met Willow." She had to stop short. "The worm beneath the pool, my girl, is older than the earth. Earth can't stop him, nor can you." "What was that thing that I saw in the water?" "Never you mind," the Raven woman replied. "But see, that old knife can't go with you, you know. My child, drive it into the mound, down until it reaches the hilt. That's good." Trilia suddenly turned with a sob, catching herself by surprise. I don't know who you really are, or why you've come this way, but I think you could, if you wanted to, help save Willow. Please, won't you do something? Anything, please." The Raven woman stood a while staring at the moon. At last she said, "Your friend can't see me as you do. Alas, her mind and heart ain't right. They're full of muddy water now. But what I can do, I'll do for her, child, though you must go without delay. She was supposed to go with you, both she and Bumble, too. Alas, that things have happened so. You were able to tell her more than you told your folks. Isn't that right?" "Now that you mention it, yes, so I did. I tried to tell her about you, but somehow the words wouldn't come." "Your friend was called to climb the mount, called to high and terrible things. Now it rests on you." "Why?" Trilia cried. "Why is it so? Willow is better, far better than me. She is the beautiful, clever, kind one, the one all of Blackwell loves. She should be rescuing me. Don't you see? I should be following her." "You are right," the Raven woman said. "She surpasses you on nearly every point. But you are free and she is not. And if you fail, she's lost." "I wish I weren't going to try this alone." "Who said you'll be alone?" "Didn't you say—" "Now listen to me. Do you suppose that Blackwell was the only town to suffer? No, there's pools in many towns and clearings round about these parts. The old worm's been moving a lot these days. He senses a change in the Lowerland folks, a change he's counted on and waited for." The Raven woman shook her head. "He ain't wrong. I've been seeking folks to go and try to reach the king. Only one beside yourself has listened to my call. A lad from nearby took it to heart. He said he'd go and try the climb. I expect he's reached Mount Eldritch's foot, for yesterday he left. If you leave at once, I think you'll meet, and he can help you strike a path. Till now I've never met a lad with such a head for finding trails. You'll help him in turn, I expect. The mountain is a dangerous place." "A boy from nearby? Do I know him?" "His name is Reed. You've seen him, no?" "The cowhand? Yes, I've seen him, I think. He's Ross's friend." "Then go. I've told him things I haven't time to tell you right now. You needn't fear to go with him." Trilia started. I almost forgot. I have to put Sooty back into the barn. I promised I'd do it, you know." "Just you leave your horse to me. Now go. Now go. Now go." Trilia softly stroked old Sooty's nose, then resolutely turned to the east. Down from the worm mound she passed through the trees. To her right, in the town, she could dimly see lights, and even hear voices, though indistinctly. Did they know? Had they heard? Were they looking for her? She quickened her steps through the woods. Soon they were far behind. Trees, more trees. The Appaloosia murmured. Now she passed her old home, till finally she stood at the great mountain's foot. The foot of a mountain starts out like a hill. Seamless, its slope only gradually grows. This base was wooded, and but for the moon Trilia couldn't have managed at all. But now she was nearing the ancient wood path. The path, people said, that led to the top. But Trilia knew that no one could know, for no one had tried it, save Junie, and he went right mad. Trilia stumbled and fell rather hard. "No, I can't stop. It's for Willow. Get up." She scolded herself through teeth gritted tight. Scarce had she taken another 3 steps when, tripping, she fell on the ground as before. Not just for Willow, but other folks too. Who knows how many these pools have ate up? Painfully rising, she started again, but hit a dead log in the path and fell down. There, as she nursed her sore knees, a new thought fluttered around in her head. Suppose the pool did not exist? Suppose there was no worm? No danger, neither need? Would you still dare what you now dare? Would you attempt this climb, this risk of life and sanity, to see what's really true? A strange and solid certainty revealed itself right then. All at once she understood. She had to take this chance. And if, through cowardice, she failed to even make an attempt, her life would be a hollow shell of what it ought to have been. Yes, she'd like to see this place, however strange it may be. And what was a king, anyway? She only half knew what it meant. She'd never met one, that was sure. Now she'd see for herself. The breeze blew softly through the trees. Trilia stood up again and strode into the woods. End of Part 1. The King of the Wind, Part 2, Mount Eldritch. Old Bunkie. Sailing brightly o'er the mountain, casting silver all around her, shone the moon with eerie luster as she took her nightly course. But for that, the trees would make it quite impossible to manage. That's what Trilia was certain of when she began her climb, for she'd found a sort of pathway winding, weaving through the mountain, through the sumac and the maples and the locusts and the beech. And she knew that in the daylight now, all fully into autumn, that the trees were wearing scarlet and vermilion, ochre, purple. Right now the world was silver and uncanny in the moonlight, with the shadows shifting weirdly in the movement of the leaves. Trilia decided that she must ignore the noises, must forbid her mind to conjure what the darkened forest hid. Or she'd start to think of footsteps following behind her, nearly matching, not exceeding much, the sound of her own tread. But despite the ghostly moonlight, there were places all in darkness, and she tripped and stumbled frequently while weaving through the trees, as a tree root in the pathway caught her foot and made her falter. Then she heard it. She was certain there was something in the dark. Trying firmly not to panic, she began to run, and quickly, for she guessed that her pursuer wasn't one she'd care to meet. Now she heard the branches snapping, and the leaves, all crunching, rustled, till at last she heard a rumble from a large and looming thing. Whipping round, at last she saw him, saw old Bunky of Mount Eldritch. But no story had prepared her for a meeting such as this. He was taller than her father, broader too, with arms like tree trunks, covered full with fur, all dark from his head down to his feet. His 2 hands were coarse and heavy, large and flat like iron skillets, and his mouth was drawn back wide into a snarl like a bear. But all this she had expected more or less based on the legends. What surprised and horrified her was the story in his eyes. For the moon was clear and shining. She could see them full and plainly. They were shifting, many-colored. They were eyes the same as hers, and she knew that she was facing what had been a man but wasn't. That this beast before her once had been a man but now was not, and there stood an endless chasm there between her and old Bunky. She could neither plead, nor threaten, nor beseech a human heart. Bunky roared, for she was cornered, caught between a tree and drop-off, for the mountain fell away into a gravel pit below. So she turned to climb a pine tree, sap and needles plastered thickly, as she tried to flee old Bunky, but she hardly had a hope. Though she pulled herself up quickly, he was climbing close behind her, till at last they reached a point which neither one could move beyond. Trilia was lighter, and the branches were quite slender, and old Bunky couldn't follow any farther up the tree. So he wrapped his arms around it, round the middle of the pine trunk, and he shook it till it swayed and cracked and wobbled in the air. Crying out and holding tightly, Trilia gripped even tighter, for she felt that she was falling as the tree swung back and forth. All of a sudden, Bunky, roaring, fell all heavy off the pine tree. Down below she heard a scuffle, and old Bunky panting hard. He was grappling with someone, and she couldn't see quite clearly. But could it be? It couldn't. No, it was. Why, it was Ross. Ross had come to save her. He had somehow guessed her plans then, and had followed her in secret all the way up in the woods. Round and round the path they wrestled, though old Bunky was the stronger. Ross was lithe and quick and agile, and could always break away. Now her heart was beating madly, and her throat all tight and painful, so she couldn't cry aloud to warn her brother of the pit. He was standing right before it, and old Bunky charged him blindly. Ross avoided him by leaping right across old Bunky's back. Bunky fell into the chasm, howling madly in the plummet. Trilia found her voice at last and screamed, for Ross had tripped. He had landed rather badly and had fallen after Bunky. And Trilia was down and running hard a moment past. Wild fear, she searched the darkness, near despairing for her brother, till at last she cried out, "Ross! Ross! Ross, are you alive?" Then, to her surprise, an answer quite nearby. A voice responded, but it wasn't Ross who'd fallen. No, it wasn't him at all. "Hey, little girl, I ain't dead. Don't you fret. I ain't Ross either, though." "Where are you?" Trilia called to the voice. "I've landed on a lucky ledge, but I can't seem to reach the top from here. I don't suppose you have a rope?" "'Fraid not," Trilia said. "I'll break off a branch and give you a lift." "No, you won't, my girl. That won't do at all. I'd be too heavy and you'd fall down too." Trilia huffed. "You ain't too heavy. I can throw a bale like it's nothing." The voice replied dryly, "I ain't no hay bale." Trilia was annoyed, but secretly she wondered if perhaps the voice was right. "Look, here's the tree," Trilia said. She lay down flat and hooked her legs, wrapping them tight round the base of the trunk. The tree was a slender one. Carefully she felt for the edge and let down her arms. "Quick, take my hands," she said. "Pull yourself up. I've caught my legs right round a tree, and I ain't letting go." Rough and calloused hands gripped hers. Next moment she thought her arms would break. Then he caught the chasm's edge. Once he'd got his grip, he was up in a moment or so. Trilia pulled herself back up as well. Never would she ever admit just how exhausting that had been. A young man knelt upon the ground, trying to catch his breath. In a moment, sitting up, he relaxed a bit and looked up at Trilia Sooth. "Well, ma'am, I owe you my thanks." "You're thanking me? Well, ain't you something? I am much obliged to you. You saved my life, I'm sure, and nearly broke your neck." "Don't mention it, ma'am. Tell the truth, if the other cowboys heard I'd really got to wrestle Bunky, they'd be right jealous of me, you know. I think myself a lucky man." Trilia knew enough of Ross to know that this was true. The cowhands were a rowdy bunch. "Are you Reed, the cowhand I saw once with Ross?" "That I am," the boy replied, "but I count it an honor that you mistook me for Ross. He's a cowboy good and true." "I say the best in the world." Trilia blushed. She'd spoken with more vehemence than she'd meant to, but Reed just laughed. "Well, maybe he is. Wouldn't surprise me." Now he stood up and walked to the tree, retrieving Trilia's fallen shawl. Willow's shawl, her sky-blue shawl. "I think you dropped this, ma'am." "Thank you kindly, Mr. Reed, but please, my name's Trilia Sooth. I ain't old enough for ma'am." Reed looked down at her, for he was tall, though not quite tall as Ross. A little broader, too. She wondered that she should have mistaken him, even in the shadowed light. "Not old enough?" he laughed. "Not tall enough, you mean. Not tall enough for Trilia, neither. How'd you manage to get up that tree?" "I managed." He didn't laugh now. "But how come you're alone up here? Weren't there 3 from Blackwell? The old lady said she'd called 3. A boy and 2 girls from your place." "There were, but they couldn't come. Couldn't." "I'm sorry to hear that, and sorry for you. Look, I ain't your brother Ross, but see, I'll act in his place if I can. We two'd best stick together if we hope to reach the top. The old lady said it's a rule of this place. No one may climb this mountain alone." "Have you had any luck? I haven't the slightest idea of the way. I only know that we'll make for the top. What's more, the Raven woman wouldn't let me bring a thing, save the clothes on my back. With no food, we'll have a time of it. This climb won't take a day, and I haven't a hatchet or knife to blaze a trail through the woods." Whoa, just a minute," Reed interrupted. "You've fretted out 3 things at once. Right now, I think the thing to do is find a place to wait for the dawn. The moon, ain't she lovely? We'll go to bed soon, and then we'll be stuck in these woods without light. I don't say I'd like to camp right here. Too many odd things about." Reed turned and headed somewhere. Trilia followed. He picked up his hat, which had fallen. "Do you know where you're going right now, or are you just making a guess?" Reed didn't stop. "Didn't your brother call you something else? I seem to remember him calling you Wren." "That's what they called me at home." "It's a good name for you. I'll use it, too." Trilia was not abashed. "But where are we going?" Reed led her up a steep, gravelly path. A cave, a shallow, empty cave, was cut into the mountain's side. Around the cave, to Wren's delight, were trees heavy laden with golden yellow apples. Not far off she heard a ripple and splash of a brook. Well, ain't that nice? But wait, perhaps those apples aren't safe, and maybe the water too. Do you reckon that we can use those things without turning loony or strange? Nah, they're safe. The Raven Woman explained it all. We can eat and drink as we like, but just mind this. Between sunrise and noon, pick no fruit nor flower. I reckon that any we'd already picked would be safe enough to eat. Trilia shrugged. We'll manage it then. We'll just fill our pockets tonight. Did she tell you anything else? Sure she did, but why don't we get settled in first? If you want to wash up, there's a brook over there. Then you get some apples, and I'll build the fire. Lucky for all this dry brush around, right? After she'd washed, well, she tried anyway, and piled up apples in the cave's mouth, she sat by the fire that Reed had built, fine and high. Say, Reed, can I ask you? Sure you can. Back there, you know, old Punky? What sort of thing do you reckon he was? Reed was silent for a while, poking at the red-orange coals. Finally he said, I reckon, that is, I guess, he's a man what forgot what he was. I thought the same sort of thing. A month ago, I'd have said it ain't so, that something like that simply couldn't be true. But now I've seen things that make me question everything I thought I knew. Have you ever seen anything like that before? In a way I have. He frowned. I've seen menfolk that pick up bad ways, away out on the trails. I mean, they can get right ugly after a while. He paused, but I never seen 'em as far gone as that. Maybe Mount Eldritch is a sort of place that shows what you look like inside. Trilia said nothing. Unpleasant ideas pressed on her mind. Finally she said, What else did the Raven Woman tell you? About the climb and the stair. Oh, you heard that too? Did she warn you about the witch? The witches, I should say. She didn't? Well then, there are witches on Mount Eldritch, and we'd better keep clear of them. Don't give anything to anyone you don't know. That's how they take you prisoner. There's one who's worse than the rest, I'm told. She's called the Horned Witch, and the mountain belongs to her. Horned Witch? Wren asked in surprise. Does she have horns, like a cow? Something like that, I expect. Look, we've talked enough tonight. We'll have to sleep in turns. We need to keep a watch. Whoever is watching should keep up the fire. Sounds like a plan. Would you like to sleep first? My head is still whirling. I'm sure I won't sleep, even if I tried. She was sincere when she said this, and happily Reed accepted. He wrapped himself up in his coat, asleep a moment later. Wren sat by the mouth of the cave, keeping her back to the fire. Slowly sank the brilliant moon, and everything outside went dark. Sitting in silence affected her, and once or twice she nodded. She stood to keep herself awake. Soon her turn for sleep would come. Outside there came suddenly a new sound. Singing? Could it be? Yes, 3 little girls, all in gauzy white frocks, gaily stepped into view, down away in the clearing. Though the moon had set, Wren found she saw them just fine. They laughed a silvery, chiming laugh, joining hands to dance around. Prettier girls she had never seen. Pale skin, pale hair, pale eyes that shone, little rosebud mouths which laughed. Wren quickly forgot her fatigue. Oh, to join them and step with them, twirling in the soft night breeze. Hey, what's that noise? Reed was up and standing at her side. Wren pointed. Reed frowned. Have they noticed you? No, I don't know. Truth is, I wanted to join their dance, but keep away from those girls. My guess is they're no good. If you went down and danced with them, I reckon I'd have to finish this climb by myself. A cold breeze snapped and scattered the dancers. They withdrew. All was dark save their fire. Reed threw on another branch. You'd better sleep, Wren. Now I'll keep the watch. The King of the Wind. The Woods of Mount Eldritch. Wren slept sound and heavy, though she woke before the sunrise, and they both were ready just as soon as dawn was in the air. Reed found a path, he reckoned, that would lead them up the mountain, but he guessed, it'd take them 2 more days to see it through. Trilia was sorry, but she didn't have an option. Could Willow manage 2 more days? Would she survive the wait? But the sunlight all around them, making fire on the mountain, lighting up the autumn fire of the gold and crimson trees, and a melancholy crispness seasoned all the air about them, stirring thoughts that had always haunted her whene'er this season came. Trilia had felt this every autumn she remembered, and its coming always woke a half-veiled longing in her heart. If you'd asked her what she wanted, well, she really couldn't tell you. All her thoughts seemed much too big to fit in any words she knew. But she'd often watched the seagulls and the ducks and geese and others as they made their winter journey, and she'd thought, they feel it too. After weeks of foggy dampness, all the sunlight was delicious. And at noon Reed owned his gladness that he'd thought to bring his hat. They were hiking hard and felt it, and there wasn't breath for talking. But at noon Wren tried to find out more about her brother's friend. "So, where are your folks?" she asked. Reed took a bite of an apple and said, "I guess I ain't got much of folks round about these parts. Mainly I wander and follow the herds. But there's a girl who lives round here. I guess you'd say she's my girl, you know. Then one of them pools appeared in the town, and she didn't go in?" Wren asked in alarm. No, and ain't I glad. But she'd been going down a lot and looking in that pool. She started changing, getting all cross, and lying, too. I got spooked then, you understand. I begged her not to go no more. She's given it up, as far as I can tell. But now the town is nearly gone. The pool eats the town's folk as well as the town. So long as it's there, then I can't be at ease. But I've been told that this old king is the only one who can stop these pools. So I said to myself, well, if it's got to be done, then get going, old boy. So now I'm here. Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Reed. I know just how that goes. Blackwell's looking bad these days, and Willow, my friend, you remember, the blonde, she was just about to go in the pool. I tried to plug it up, you know, dumped a cart of stable leavings in it just last night. It didn't work, and what a shame. I don't know what's happened to Willow. The Raven woman said she'd help, but really, I don't know. Wren fell silent, and they sat for a spell. Then Reed said, "Tell you what, Wren, I don't know what that old lady did, but I can bet you this. Whatever it was, it will have an effect, and a mighty strong one, too. There's a secret about that dame. Don't you feel it when she's there?" "Sure I do. But if she wants to help us all, why'd she wait till things got so bad? Why not bring morning before all is lost?" "Shush, I don't know." Reed tossed his apple core away. "Maybe she can't reach a place till it's bad. Or maybe The folks wouldn't listen to her if she arrived before the doom was at the door. But I don't think it's all lost just yet. Now, Wren, you don't have to answer if you don't want to say. Maybe it's none of my business. Did you ever look in the pool or drink the water at all?" "Yes, I looked for a bit. I liked it, too. But then I saw I wasn't right, and neither were the other folks. I was lazy and lying and prickly as a goose. But the worst is that I loved that pool more than I loved Willow. When I heard she'd had an accident, I was mainly cross that I'd lose a day to sit and watch the pool. Then I knew that something was wrong. I tried a drop of the water, too, just a drop, before we all knew what it was. I didn't like it, though. What about you?" "I've never looked, but I've seen it plenty of times, and I've been there at night." "Me too," she said, and that was all. Though they'd rested, Wren was aching as they now resumed their journey. As she started up, she knew that in the morning it'd be worse, but they hadn't ventured far before they had to duck and cover. In the dappled, shifting sunlight up above them on a ridge, they could see the graceful dancers they had seen before at moonset. They were laughing, lilting, whirling, song and music in their steps. "Do you really think they're bad?" Wren asked. "They're only little girls." "I say they're bad till we're sure that they ain't," Reed replied tersely. The dancers moved out of sight. "Let's try and lose them." Wren followed reluctantly. Her feet and arms were sacks of clay. They passed beyond the ridge and reached a shaly, steep ascent. It was bitter work to climb. Wren was tired. Down below, in a gully of sorts, the girls appeared again, laughing, merry, arms linked up. Wren said, "Can't we stop to rest for a bit? This is a rough way to go." "Wren, we can't. If we don't clear this pass before night sets in, we'll be exposed without retreat. We have to press on." Wren frowned. Why should she listen to him anyway? He wasn't in charge, at least not of her. She stopped abruptly. "I'm stopping here, but you can go ahead if you like." "Wren, don't be an idiot now." Annoyance flashed across his face. Somehow it bothered her more than she'd expected. She looked down at the dancing girls, silver laughter in the air. It made her feet too tired to walk, but somehow she thought she could manage a dance. "I'm going to go down the hill just a bit. I want a better look at those girls." Wren started, but Reed caught her arm. "Are you mad? Did you forget why we're making this climb? What about your folks?" Wren was undeterred. "Well, maybe those girls know a way to the top, a faster and easier way. I think I'll ask them." "No, you don't." They struggled, Wren trying to climb down, Reed resolved to stop her. Suddenly her feet were off the ground. Reed had most unceremoniously thrown her over his shoulder, just like a sack of grain. "You put me down right now," she bawled. "Not till you're back in your senses." Wren kicked, but nothing availed. Reed slowly and laboriously continued up the way. The laughter and singing faded, and Wren felt disconcerted. Why had she wanted to climb down there? And Reed was laboring mightily to manage a climb on the shale, with her upon his back, no less. She could hear him breathing hard in the mountain air. A sudden surge of guilt overwhelmed her. "Reed, put me down. I'm sorry I've been a fool." Reed stopped. "I ain't going to talk to those girls." "Promise?" "My word of honor." Carefully, Reed put her down. Wren felt wobbly from being carried, Reed feeling shaky from the effort. "I don't know what I was thinking. Whenever I hear them, it seems that they couldn't be bad sorts of things. But really, what would little girls be doing in a place like this? Don't worry about it, Wren. Let's get out of here, quick. As the sun sank on the mountain, Wren and Reed were roasting chestnuts that they'd gathered with the apples they had picked. Reed told Wren his ventures and the different lands he'd traveled, all about the western wilds that she'd never seen before. As he spoke, she saw quite plainly that he loved the world he wandered, that he loved its wild beauty just because that it was there. I've known folks who don't take notice of nothing unless it's a thing they can use somehow. That never sat quite right with me. A thing is good because it's a thing, instead of being nothing at all. Suppose there weren't no things to love. What if it all was thick black soup? Tell you what, Wren, I'm gladder to have been alive and known and seen the things I've seen, even if I never get back to them again. Just knowing there is something, even if they're not for me. He sang a cowboy road song all about the open country, and it seemed to Wren she saw an endless rolling sky and plains, saw the sky stretch on forever, not a tree or hill to mark it, and the cattle grazing on the prairie, ever on.
Away I'll ride, away I'll roam, till I find a place where the sun rides high and the prairies sigh beneath an endless sky. Oh, I'm off away to a land as big as the sky, to a land as big as the sky, beneath an endless sky.
After he'd sang, he reached in his pocket, producing a battered harmonica. He played for a while, and Wren gazed at the fire, lost in her thoughts. He paused. She said, "Reed, I've been wondering something just now." "Shoot," he said. "I ain't traveled much, though I've had a mind to try. I reckon the world is full of things, all strange and wonderful. But really, can you go anywhere? Really go someplace that's different? What are you driving at, Wren? No two places are exactly the same." Wren sighed, uncertain now, half sorry she'd said anything. She made an attempt. "Just last month, before all this, Willow and I made a deal. We said that we would ride and travel all the world until we'd found a place where people don't die. Is there any place like that? Haven't you ever heard of one?" Reed turned his harmonica round in his hands. "Now and then you hear folks say they've heard of places like you said. None of the folks who tell the tales have ever seen it for themselves. There's plenty of strange things, to be sure, but I think that everything dies in the end." Wren sighed. "Then you think the only chance we've got is this land we're trying to find?" "So far, it's the only one that someone gave me directions to." "Reed, what's a king? I only pretended I understood the Raven woman's talk. Is a king like the mayor we elect each 3 years, only with more towns to run? I hardly even know the word. The boys play a game they call King of the Rock. They fight to see which of them can keep atop the big old rock out in Mr. Featherstone's pond. Whoever can knock all the other boys down declares that he's the king. Is a real king something like that?" Reed mused. "Truth be told, in all the roaming round I've done, I've never met a king. The only ones who talked about that were the folks who were stuck in the pool. You remember their old rant about the king of sun and moon and mud pies and tadpoles, or whatever else they've got in their heads. That ain't much help." "It's not," she said, "'cause everything points to something not good. A bully of sorts. He may be good for us. I mean, he might want to help us for reasons of his own, and maybe he can do it, But me, I'd rather I didn't have to ask for help like that. There's sure to be a price for any help he'd be willing to give us."
"A price?"
"I reckon he'll want something or other. But see, I don't have anything. Neither do you, I'll guess."
"Well, we ain't there yet. I dare say you're right, but maybe you're not."
Wren went on. "The worms in the pool are afraid of him. He's either better or worse than they are."
"And there's this,"
Reed put in. "The Raven woman sent us to him. Maybe he sent her to us. She did try and help us." "A thing that's good for her might be a terrible thing for folks like us."
Reed shook his head. "There you go again. You keep saying a thing's good or bad. Good for us and bad for them, or else the other way around."
Wren stood her ground. "At the end of the day, however good a thing might be, if it won't help us, then isn't all lost? What good is it to have a king, good, powerful, and wise, if he don't care about us none? We're on our own in the end, it seems, and have to save ourselves. But we can't. There's the rub. It seems like a mighty cruel joke. Don't you think?"
"We'll see," Reed said. "We'll see."
The birdcage. Trilia was packing, so she called it. In the dawn light, she was shaking out her shawl and socks and fixing up her braid. Reed had left her waiting while he scouted out a pathway. So he'd told her, but she'd guessed that he was being very polite and just giving her alone time to do all the things she needed, to do all the things that girls do when they want to freshen up. So she washed her hands and feet and face and wished she had a toothbrush. But she tried her best to make herself prepared to face the day. As she moved to put her boots on, she observed one moving slightly, and she knew that while she washed, some sort of critter crawled inside. Slowly, gingerly, she prodded at her boot, but from a distance. From inside, to her relief, a small raccoon cub slowly peeped. Wren, relieved, now laughed and watched him as she pulled and laced her boots on, and the coon now started nibbling the clover near her hand. And without much thought or reason, Wren quick plucked a bunch of clover, and she offered it all quietly to her shy, timid friend. Slowly, cautiously, the coon cub, with its eyes all bright and shiny, crept bit by bit and closer, till it ate out of her hand. Trilia was smiling as the small raccoon was nibbling. But a moment, and she cried aloud in terror and surprise, for a hand, all lean and gripping, held her fast. She watched in horror as the coon became, though how it changed she never really knew, it became a lovely woman with a lovely face to look at. With a lovely face, excepting one peculiar little thing. In the middle of her forehead sprouted up a little pronghorn. But Trilia soon found she hardly saw the horn at all. But at other times it was the only thing she really saw. Holding tightly to her elbow, she sat up and stood quite slowly. All of a sudden then, before Wren even thought to cry aloud, she was standing in a cottage, never knowing how she got there. And she found her boots and stockings were clean gone right off her feet. Standing there before the doorway, standing tall and fair and lovely, was the woman who had seized her just a moment now ago. She was clad in green and scarlet, very dark and soft and sweeping, but she wore a cotton apron and her sleeves were rolled up high. Smiling sweetly, she motioned to Wren. "Please, won't you sit down, my dear? It's ever so long since I last had a guest. Very few people now venture this way." Wren frowned, bewildered. "I beg your pardon, ma'am, but I can't be staying here. I've got to find my friend so we can finish what we started." "Oh, he'll be along in a bit, don't you fear. All paths eventually lead to my house. This is my mountain, you know. But what is a chit of a girl like you trying to do up this way? Does your mother know you've run off with that boy?" Wren bristled a bit. You've got it all wrong, ma'am. About Reed, I mean. We met on the trail, that's all. Ma'am, I can't pretend I've found this mountain quite all right. Maybe us folks from the valley just ain't cut out for this place. I'll be going, but thank you, she said. Wren opened the door, but quickly drew back. Surrounding the front of the cottage were live and burning coals. Wren knew at once that she couldn't manage, at least not without any shoes. There, my girl, just you sit down now, and tell me just why you've climbed up this way. Wren felt herself strangely dull and slow, and sat in the chair, saying not a word. The woman produced a sweet-smelling drink and proffered it out in an earthen mug. Sweet, heady steam curled and filled the air, but Wren now beheld that her host's blue eyes were quite just the same as her best friend's eyes. They're blue, willow blue, but her hair, piled high, was dark, chestnut dark, as her mother's was. And then in a flash they came rolling back, all of the ones that she'd left behind. She missed. She was sick for the ones she'd left. She couldn't touch the drink. "No, thank you, ma'am, I can't," she said, soft and sad. The woman sat across the table. "It's your first time away from your folks, ain't that right? Oh, well, that's always hard. Take your time. There ain't no rush. We won't talk just now. Instead, I'll start on dinner. No, it ain't too early to think about it. We'll have a crowd to serve. Maybe you can help me. Tomorrow you can go if you like, but there ain't nothing past my house, only barren stones. The tree line is close to this place, you know. Nothing lives beyond this point, except some old vixens who keep a den up a ways." Wren didn't reply. The woman continued, "I'll show you the path in the morning. You'd best be getting home, and soon. Your folks are probably worried something fierce." The woman rose up from the table and crossed the room to the fireplace. The farthest wall was of stone, the hall behind it, too. Wren guessed that the woman's own rooms were at the end of the hall. Beside the fireplace, also of stone, a rather large bird cage was carved in a niche. A window set high overhead let the morning sunlight in. The windows were not in the wall of stone, only the wooden walls. Wren guessed that the cottage was built right into the mountainside. As the woman drew near, the birds in the cage rustled and fluttered about. They looked a bit like bobwhites, but bigger, handsome and plumed with a striking black and white, turquoise running down their backs, their tails a sunset red. The woman reached into the cage and caught a large bobwhite in spite of the flutter. Wren looked at the bird in her hands, admired its plumage, but all at once the bird went limp. The woman had wrung its neck. "Come over by the fireplace, child. This is our dinner. You can help me pluck it, can't you?" Wren rose mutely and took the bird. "Now I've got to go and find my girls," the woman said as she vanished down the hall. The room of the cottage just wasn't quite right. It seemed the walls didn't meet the floor at right angles at all. Or did they? The table, too, seemed somewhat askew, the legs not quite in proportion. Yes, that was it. The proportions were wrong. Everything was a little more or less than what it ought to be. The windows stood just slightly too high and slightly too tall, the door not tall enough. Could she even fit through? It seemed so small, so far away from where she sat. She felt as though the cottage floor stretched unnaturally on and on, like she never would reach any part of the room, no matter how long she walked. She'd had a nightmare like that once, and once was enough. Wren sat plucking, feeling wretched and worse. She'd killed enough chickens to toughen her up. She'd even helped paw with the pigs. But somehow this Bob White was bothering her, perhaps because it was handsome and dead. She hummed her wind song softly. A new voice spoke. Did it speak out loud, or only in her mind? Softly, piteously it spoke. Child of the Lowerlands, listen to what I say. Neither eat nor drink whatever the witch may offer you. Those who eat or drink in her house belong to her forever. Who are you? Wren asked softly. A friend, but a sad one. The voice replied, but it need not be always so. Now heed my words. Free the other captives, and if you are able to escape, do me one small kindness. Take my bones away with you and bring them to the holy stair. I'll do it if I can, she said. Believe me, I'm going to try. Wren stood up softly and turned to her left. Her spunk had revived. The birds in the cage looked up at her with bright and eager eyes. She pulled the door ajar. Out they flew. Quickly she ran to the front of the room. The window by the door stood slightly out of reach. She pulled up a chair and turned the crank. The birds flashed out. 1, 2, 3, 4 flashes of turquoise and sunset. Wicked child, what have you done? Wren whirled round. The witch stood glaring from the hall. Then she softened. But no matter, she said. We have what we need. No. She turned to a cupboard on her left and took out a muffin on a plate. She offered it to Wren, who shook her head. I don't want to eat just right now, Wren said. You'll get weak. I'm all right, Wren replied. The witch's eyes flashed for a moment, but again in a friendly voice she said, Then I suppose you wouldn't mind looking after my girls? They've just arrived home, you see? 3 little girls all in white, pale eyes, pale hair, pale skin, rushed in. Arm in arm they spun themselves round, laughing wildly as they whirled. The witch smirked and left the room. Wren was left with the girls. They spotted the bird half-plucked on the hearth. Jumping, leaping, they giggled and shrieked. You're staying for dinner! You're staying for dinner! They tossed the bird from hand to hand, chanting a sing-song taunt. Now you all stop, Wren said, with heat. You shouldn't be doing— Ouch! One of the girls had pinched her hard. The others followed suit. They circled and danced around her, singing, You're staying for supper, you're staying for supper. One pulled Wren's braid, and when she swatted her away, another bit her hand. Wren cried out. Her hand bled freely. The little girls grinned. What teeth! All sharp and pointed. Their faces had changed. Little coyotes they seemed, with leering yellow eyes. Wren grabbed the broom leaning up by the hearth. Little beasts, take that! Take that! She swung and she swatted with fairly good aim. The coyotes scattered, yelping and wailing. Wren suddenly went all stiff. A hand, a claw, seized the back of her neck and threw her into the cage by the hearth. The door slammed closed. Wren lay frozen on her side, unable to move or speak. She lay with her face to the wall. She couldn't see the witch or her girls. She heard the witch say icily, That'll teach you to lay hand on my girls. Stay there for a while now. Behind her, animal grunts and growls told her that the bird was gone, eaten raw, uncooked. The witch once more went out of the room, but the coyote girls stayed behind. Wren heard them close by to the bars. "Just wait till sunset," one girl said. "Then we'll have another bird." "But we'll roast this one," another girl said. "We'd have you now if you weren't so picky. What a shame she wouldn't touch Mama's muffin. Now we'll have to wait." Hours passed painfully, slowly for Wren. She couldn't see much, but the change in the light told her the afternoon came and wore on. The coyotes settled down and slept. Wren was glad of that. Not a breeze ruffled or stirred the air. All was stuffy. All was still. Then she thought she heard, yes, she did, a sound she knew and loved just then. Music playing just outside, a harmonica, no less. Reed, it was Reed. It had to be Reed. But could he get in? And what of the witch? The air above her head stirred. Soft, quiet notes wafted into the house. Wren discovered she could move. The music, it seemed, had broken the spell. Slowly, quietly, sitting up, hardly daring to breathe, Wren looked around but didn't see Reed. Where was he hiding? In a flash, Reed leaped down from the window by the cage, the tall and narrow one. He had a length of rope in his hands. The coyotes were up, but not as quick as Reed sent a lasso flying. In lightning-fast swings he caught all three, caught and calf-tied them by the hearth. Wren had seen the cowhands work. Reed was good, there was no doubt, maybe as good as Ross. In a moment he had wrenched the door and helped Wren climb back down. Her legs felt weak. She'd been lying all day, and now she was stiff and shaking. But still she dragged her reluctant feet and forced herself down by the hearth. She gathered up the dead bird's bones and put them in her pocket. Reed said nothing but watched with interest. He motioned her to follow him. He headed towards the door. Wren stood shaking as he struggled with the handle. It gave and swung wide. Before their eyes, 100 yards of fiery coals surrounded them on every side. Wren glanced down at Reed's old boots and saw how he'd managed. The bottoms were near burnt through. She, however, had no shoes. "It's the only way out, I think," Wren said. "But what are we going to do?" "Hop on my back, and I'll carry you over." "No, you won't. There isn't another way, Wren." "No, Reed. If you're walking over that, then so am I. Your boots aren't worth much any more." "Well, they're more than you've got, and what's more, you can hardly stand up straight. Don't be proud. Besides, my feet are like old rawhides. I doubt it'll bother me much." Reed attempted to go through the door, but stopped as though he'd hit a wall. "That's funny. Now why can't I get out?" "So you've finally come," a voice said from the hall. They spun round quick. The witch was at the hallway mouth, sweet smile lighting her face. It was her, no mistake, but younger it seemed. Despite the lateness of the year, she wore a summer dress, all white, that fluttered as she moved. Wren felt keenly annoyed, though she couldn't say why. "Ma'am," Reed said, "we'll be off now. We two've got a long ways to go before dark." "Daylight's nearly gone," said the witch. "I just can't let you go right now. You must stay for supper at least." A breeze from outside rustled the cloth draped across the table. Wren thought, if we don't get out now, then we're stuck here for good. The witch frowned. "Shut the door. The wind is making a ruckus of my tablecloth." Neither moved, but of itself the door swung shut. The witch looked at Reed. "You're a strong young man. Maybe you could help me get my pot down from the cupboard, right at the top. You see it?" "Truth be told, ma'am, I ain't too keen to help you right now." The witch was unperturbed. The cupboard flew open. Out came the pot, floating gently down to the hearth, heavy iron though it was. The fire blazed up, and the witch took a jar and opened it up. As she walked, flutter, flutter went the dress. As she emptied the jar into the pot, she noticed the coyotes bound in the corner. The witch laughed merrily. "I see you met my girls. Wild little things, aren't they? Serves them right." The pot on the hearth was singing and steaming, smelling something wonderful. Wren was reluctant, unable to move. Reed himself stood still. She wished she could run back and open the door, but that required effort. And anyway, Reed couldn't get out. "Take off your shoes, boy," a voice cried out. The witch and Wren and Reed looked up. None of them had spoken. "Leave your boots behind," it said. Wren now knew what it was. The bird. The bones, that is. The bones of the bird in her pocket. The witch recovered first. "What are you picking up bones for, child? I'll give you something real to eat." Reed put his head down, chin against chest, then mouthed to Wren, "Get ready." He sat on the floor and pulled off his boots. The witch's eyes narrowed. "Don't be a fool, boy. Ma'am, we'll be off now." The witch advanced, but quick as lightning, Reed threw his boots. In the tension of the moment, Wren still nearly laughed. One boot landed squarely on the witch's horn and hung there neatly. Wren didn't see it for more than an instant. Reed grabbed her arm and pulled her to the door. He threw it open and said, "Get on my back." "Reed! Wren, do it!" There was nothing for it. Wren hopped on his back like a child of 10. Quickly and lightly, Reed began to walk. He hissed a little as he reached the coals. "So that's what a barbecue feels like. It ain't too bad if you don't stand still." Tears rolled down Wren's cheeks. She did not believe him. Her tears dried up at a sudden yammering, growling, yelping noise. 3 coyotes appeared in the doorway, stopping before they reached the coals. But Wren cried out. The witch had come. Staghorn, bobcat teeth, fur and claws like a bear, a whip of a tail, hooves of a deer. This horror, the witch, pursued them. Her hooves struck sparks on the burning coals, and cinders filled the air. "Run, Reed, run!" Reed doubled over and picked up the pace, but to Wren it felt like a crawl. His feet could not do more than they were, burdened extra with her. Still, they'd nearly reached the edge of the fiery front yard. But what was the use? They were both far spent. They couldn't outrun the witch for long, even on normal ground. The witch bounded and narrowed the gap. Wren saw her eyes, dark as coals, fiery coals, dark flames. Closer and closer, reaching for Wren, the gap between them nearly gone. All at once, Wren's mind flashed back to the games she used to play, the game of tag the children played. If someone was ready to tag you, you cried, peal the bells, Mount Eldritch is ablaze." Like an idiot, Trilia shouted these words, shrill and giddy with fear. The witch's eyes, astonished, now widened in disbelief. She stopped as if she'd hit a wall. Now Trilia stared in astonishment. The air around them filled with sounds she'd never heard before. Rolling sounds, giant sounds, deep, commanding sounds. The air shook, the ground shook beneath this giant laughter. Wren was sure it was a sign of something important, something good. Reed reached the end of the fiery run. The witch did not pursue them. Reed collapsed, and so did Wren. The laughter swelled, echoing off the stones. Wren perceived that there were 4 sounds of different tones, 3 big ones and a shower of small ones, which sounded as a chorus. These last were small individually, but as a group they equaled the 3. White and brilliant, a fire blazed high around the witch's house. So intense and hot it burned that the ribbon holding Wren's braid in place was scorched into uselessness and fell. "What did you do?" Reed exclaimed. "I don't know." "Come on, let's go." Painfully they limped away until the fire was out of sight. They were on the mountain's west side now, and very near the top. A stream, loud and cold, lay to their right. The moon hung low and beautiful. It would set early tonight. Dusk was only just settling in. All the while the sounds rang out. Next to the stream they halted. Reed spoke first. "Sounds like the mountains laughing or something." "Reed, what's going on? What do all these sounds mean? I feel like I ought to know what sort of thing makes sounds like that, but I honestly can't place it." Reed shrugged. "I ain't never seen anything that sounds like that in all my riding round down there. I've a mind to find out what it is." Wren rounded on Reed. "You ain't going anywhere. Just sit yourself back down. You made me ride on your back just now and let you ruin your feet. Well, you ain't moving another step until I've fixed you up. Now let me see your feet." Reed meekly obeyed her demand, stretched his feet in front of him. Wren's eyes teared, but she scolded him and fussed, because she didn't even have a scrap for a bandage. His feet were black and blistered, oozing raw and red. How he'd walked on feet like that. He said, "I'll just stick 'em in the water here. The cold will do them good." "Just a minute, mister. Don't you stick them in all at once like that. You'll only make them worse. This is a burn, you know." Wren then grabbed at the sleeves of her shirt, Jay's shirt, really, and tore the worn-out cotton off right above the elbows. She dipped them in the water, and mighty cold it was, and knelt to clean Reed's feet if she could, after which she would wrap them up, poor though she knew it would be for an injury like that. Reed hissed a little at the cold, but then, "Hey, now, what did you do?" "I just dabbed them a bit. Did I hurt you more? I'm really sorry, Reed." "No, look, Wren, look, the burns are gone. They're good as new." She looked. It was true. His feet were healed, as if they'd never been burned. He leaped to his feet. "I'm much obliged to you, Miss Wren. If the fellows knew that you could cure a blister just that quick, they'd drag you along every spring on the trail, so you could fix them up. Nothing hurts quite like a blister in your boot." "Reed, don't be a fool," she said. "It wasn't me, I swear. The water's something strange, I think. Now that you mention it, I ain't all shaky no more. I only just noticed. And anyway, if anyone's obliged around here, then sure it's me to you. You saved my life. Again, you know. How'd you know where to find me?" "Well, I didn't know where you had got to, but no matter how I tried, I always found myself bearing west. So I say to myself, all right, if you're stuck going this way, then she got stuck too. Just keep on going then. But then this afternoon, a bird like you've never seen, all turquoise and red, flew up to me and you wouldn't laugh if I told you he talked?" "Not any more, I wouldn't." "Well, he told me you were trapped, and I could get in through a window, and about the coil of rope by the well, and so I hurried as best I could." He stopped abruptly. "What is it?" Wren asked. "Shh, listen." A gentle breeze began, and what they heard was soft but clear, voices singing in the night. The moon directly overhead, enormous and bright, rode low in the sky. It seemed they could nearly touch it. Silently they followed it. Round and up the mountainside they came at last to a strange sort of house. Was it a house? Wren wasn't sure. All of stone, gray mountain stone, a sort of house or cottage, nestled. No, it didn't nestle. It stood. It presided over the lands below. It wasn't especially large, but the roof was something new, tall, pointed, tapering. Windows in regular intervals appeared within the walls. Tall and narrow for windows, perhaps. At other places, high above, windows round and large were placed to catch the sun, it seemed. Besides the house, a tower stood, and now Wren understood the sounds that echoed in the air. Bells! They were bells! But oh, what bells! She'd never seen anything like them before. 3 large bells and a fourth, which seemed a set of several smaller ones, which rang and chimed as one. The largest was the color of gold, the deepest a solemn black. The voice of the silver-white, delicate one was high and light and clear. The set of smaller silver bells laughed and rang and laughed again, something like a summer rain. The only bells that Wren had known were small bells over the door of a shop. They tinkled and jingled, but never pealed. This was a peal. This was solemn, serious joy. Near by the tower, but on the ground, a 5th bell lay half buried, as if it had fallen from the tower's top. Wren could not discern the color or size quite clearly. Vines had grown around it, and rust had left it discolored. So caught up in the peal of the bells, Wren and Reed near forgot the song. Now it caught their attention. 3 voices sang out clearly in the night as the moon sank behind the house. Tend to the watch. Oh, keep thy watch as night presses on. Sisters, keep guard of the holy stair. Keep well the trust of the King of the Wind. From inside the house 2 voices sang. Lady Moon, exchange your mantle. Give an account of your voyage. Another voice, silvery and high, replied, The Lowerlands lie thick with fog and shadow. The horned witch's power is broken. Round her house a fire blazed. None may now pass this way, ever. 2 Lowerland children approach us. They carry tidings of wonder. Then they sang again. Tend to the watch. Oh, keep thy watch as night presses on. Sisters, keep guard of the holy stair. Keep well the trust of the King of the Wind. Facing toward the singing from the stony house, uncertain, Reed and Wren now saw a woman with a watering can emerge. A woman, so it seemed, and yet her bearing and expression made Wren doubt that this new person was a woman like herself. Her face, all young and childlike, with a mouth and nose quite little, and her eyes all blue and round and large, now widened in surprise. Her hair was white and curling, piled high in large, soft ringlets. But as young as she appeared, Wren was quite certain she was old, older than Mount Eldritch. But before they could address her or inquire where they'd come to, Wren and Reed beheld 3 hound dogs come all bursting out the door, black and silver, heavy, handsome, bounding, bouncing, baying, barking. They were on them in a moment, and they found themselves pinned flat. Wren, disgruntled, winced and grumbled, for a cold black nose was sniffing, and long ears all free and flapping, and a face all down and drooping, shoved itself quite close to hers, tail a-wagging merrily. Thunders, no! Bad dogs, bad dogs! The woman dropped her watering can and ran to catch the dogs. She pulled them off with difficulty, for they were brisk and bouncing. She scolded, they sorrowed, but still their tails wagged. Forgive me, she said, helping Wren to her feet. They're roused quite easily. Never fear, my thunders mean no harm. Don't worry, ma'am, we're just fine, Reed said. The woman continued, I didn't expect you'd get here so soon, else I'd have put them away. But see, we've been expecting you. Come in, come in. You must be weary, my children." Reed and Wren followed her in, through a heavy wooden door carved with figures they couldn't make out, for the moon had set. Lamplight streamed from inside the house. Wren thought that here at last was something worth climbing Mount Eldritch to see. The stairway. Staring at the heavens, Wren and Reed were lost in marvel. Standing high above the house, within a chamber made of glass. It was glass, or maybe crystal, clear, transparent as a window. They could see the path they'd traveled, and the way they'd still to go. For behind the house, up further, lay the stairway they'd been seeking, though they couldn't see it clearly, for it lay within a cloud. But the sky above them opened, drew them into contemplation of a world they'd never seen so close, so clearly, for so long. Near and silent stood their hostess, stood the lady they had followed, and besides her and themselves there was no other but a cat. There reclining on a cushion, sleek and white, but never stirring, save to blink his eyes to show that he acknowledged they were there. In the room beneath the heavens, one did not incline to speaking. Wren and Reed stood by contentedly, without saying a word. Wren was thinking much, but calmly, over all she'd just encountered, and she tried to piece together how she'd gotten where she was. She'd been brought up here a while, she and Reed, to wait together, while the other ladies both prepared the supper they would have. And the lady who was with them, she was tall and pale and slender, in a gown light blue and flowing, with a long and graceful train, half-moon eyes, grey-blue and pensive, pale gold hair arranged quite neatly, in a twist which Wren could not perceive just how it had been done. But the lady's face was gentle, slightly sad perhaps, but peaceful, as she gazed into the splendor of the autumn sky that night. And what Wren could hardly fathom was that shortly ere they come there, she herself, that is, the lady, had been in that sky as well. What had happened when they came through the door? Wren remembered the long, tall hall. The windows, she saw, were patterned and colored, but night did not show them well. The pictures seemed mostly of things she knew: flowers, trees, snow and rain, sun and moon and clouds. Reed had taken off his hat. Vines covered nearly all of the walls. Flower scents hung in the air. And then a woman had greeted them, a woman like she'd never seen. She was tall, robed in black, her hair wrapped in a silken scarf of something soft and dark. Her cheeks were high and well-defined, her skin a glowing brown, though there was something red in it. Majestic. Till now Wren had never known that word. Now she'd never forget. "Welcome, children," the woman had said. Wren bobbed a curtsy like she had at the dance. Reed bowed a bit. The woman, however, embraced them each and kissed them on the head. Wren's cheeks flushed. She looked at Reed, also red as a beet. The woman smiled and looked at Wren. "So you're the little girl," she said, "who rang our bells and caused all this ruckus?" "I beg your pardon, ma'am," Wren said. "If I did, I didn't mean it, I'm sure." "Don't be sorry, child. We've waited long for this day to come." "Day?" Wren said. "What do you mean?" The woman in gray with the soft white curls answered in her turn. "For years the horned witch held in thrall the mountain and the Lowerlands. None could pass them safely. When the bells pealed, her power broke. She'll cause you no more trouble, child." The majestic woman spoke again. "We've long awaited your return." Reed looked at Wren, his eyebrows high. "Ma'am?" he said. "I don't quite follow. We ain't never come this way. None of our folks have." The tall woman eyed them curiously. "But surely you've heard of the times before, the golden riders on the mountain descending to the Lowerlands. That was long ago. Perhaps you have forgotten then. Well, children, we have not. We've watched and waited and kept the stairs. It was said once, many years ago, that only the Lowerland children could hope to undo the curse. The pealing of the bells would herald the coming hope." "Who said that?" Reed asked. The gray woman laughed. "Lady Moon, of course. Our sister can sometimes see things that the rest of us cannot. She'll see the shapes of things to come, though she doesn't put much credence in it. Do you, sister dear?" They turned and saw another woman standing on a narrow stair which led to an upper room. "I do not," she said, her voice high and silvery. So this is the singer, Wren thought. The things to come are changeable. We may only guess at what is likeliest. She was slender and graceful, face round and pale. This was Lady Moon. Wren was looking at the moon and standing in her house, and these other ladies must be— "I am Lady Sun," the tall woman spoke again, "and this is Lady Rain. My other sisters you have met. The horned witch, alas, is also of our kin. She was the watcher, but no more. The other is Lady Night. She sent you this way, did she not? She's the only one of us who freely may roam the Lowerlands." "We have a brother, too, don't forget," Lady Rain put in. "Is he the King of the Wind?" Wren asked. The ladies laughed merrily. Wren felt embarrassed. It seemed she'd made a blunder. "No, child, no," Lady Sun said. "We are his servants, his outer guard. Our brother is the Lord of the Stars. Albireo is his name. Every night Lady Moon greets him, but never do we meet. He and his folk are sundered from us since the fall of the tree. But he will return," Lady Moon said. "Our other brothers are the winds. In total we are 10. Now Reed spoke. "Ladies, we are much obliged and honored to make your acquaintances. My name is Reed, and this is Wren. We're trying to reach the king. The Raven woman, I mean Lady Night, beg your pardon, told us he could help us. Our towns are being eaten up by pools of worms." "Hush, my boy," Lady Sun said. "This is a sacred hall. We'll talk about this elsewhere." In the arches and the vines, Wren perceived that birds were watching them. At Reed's speech they fluttered and stirred. Wren saw one clearly, a large bobwhite with turquoise and red. "Ma'am," Wren said, reaching into her pocket, "back in the witch's house I saw a bird like those. She killed him and ate him, but he asked me to take his bones away if I could escape. I have them here. What should I do with them?" Wren handed Lady Sun the bones. The lady's expression was hard to read. She seemed sad, but somewhat relieved. She gently took the bones from Wren. "Ah, my child, I thank you for this. You've done a better deed than you know. The witch would sometimes catch my birds, though she knew she had no right to them. Alas, for this one. But don't cry, my dear. All is not lost. After we eat, you'll see." Lady Sun shook her head as though she'd only just thought of something. "But what are we doing? Come, Lady Rain, take them to wash before supper. I dare say they're hungry." Wren remembered how they'd followed Lady Rain into a room without a roof. The walls were stone, down which continuous trickles of water flowed. In the center danced a fountain, big as a pond and deep. Lady Rain seized them both her and Reed, easily as though they were dolls, and tossed them into the water. The water was cold, but not painful to bear. Wren, of course, could swim quite well. So could Reed, it seemed. Lady Rain clapped and sang. The fountain leaped with vigor and grew to enormous heights, sending showers every which way and causing the basin to roll with waves. Wren and Reed were thoroughly soaked before the door opened again. Lady Sun stood in the door and said, "Really, you've done enough. Children, come out." They staggered out of the fountain, each bedraggled and wet, but clean. Lady Sun kissed each one once again. At once they were warm and dry. Lady Moon then led them up the small stair and asked if they might like to rest for a while. Her chamber of glass was set high o'er the house. Wren had felt giddy to walk on a floor entirely clear as glass. Reed and she both were now barefoot, courtesy of the witch. Lady Moon had simply said, "You needn't be afraid. This chamber is strong and can withstand the fiercest winter winds. It will not break. You shall not fall. Be at ease and look, if you will." They'd sat in silence, each in his thoughts, when Lady Moon spoke again. Her bell outside was ringing. "Look," she said, pointing up at the sky. "My brother draws near. I will salute him as I always do." And Lady Moon began to sing. Such a song Wren had never heard. Her voice rose higher, sweet and plaintive. "Hail to thee, thou Lord of Heaven's dance, Governor of the stars. Return again, lifting our voices, we pray. Come." After this they went downstairs into a kitchen dining room. A long table of glowing wood was laden with a meal: fresh-baked bread, butter, preserves, honey, cheese, and ale, potatoes and cider, an enormous corn pudding, boiled eggs, and in the middle of everything a pumpkin sat on the table. Lady Rain lifted the stem, the entire top came off, and revealed a hearty pumpkin soup. Griddle cakes with maple syrup, well studded with cranberries and currants, were stacked up like a tower on a wooden platter. After the meal, apples and chestnuts were roasted on the hearth. Chicory coffee was passed, with cream. Lady Sun held a bowl of dried corn in her hands. She smiled and breathed on it. The popcorn burst, some out of the bowl. The thunders now broke into the room and cleaned the fallen kernels up. "But many times I've seen you, child," Lady Sun was saying to Wren. "I remember well that day I kissed you out on the pond. A mite of a girl you were back then, standing up tall with your arms folded still, calling out, 'I am the King of the Rock.'" Reed grinned. "You didn't tell me that you played the game." "I didn't." Wren blushed a little, but laughed. "It was Ross's doing, you know. He wanted to play a joke on Jay, so he set me up on the top of the rock, then greased it with an old tub of lard. He said, 'Now just stand tall and look important.'" Lady Sun laughed, "And all those boys, all trying to climb that slippery rock, fell right back down. Wasn't that a sight?" "I caught it from Ma, you know. But Ross caught it worse. He wasn't sorry, though. Neither was I." Lady Sun said, "When I saw that old witch snatch you away, child, my heart sank." "It's funny," Wren said. "She had me trapped so I couldn't move, though I wasn't tied up, just in a cage. But when Reed started playing his music, all of a sudden I could move." "That's no surprise," Lady Rain said. "The witch's spells don't tolerate any song besides her own." Just when things grew quiet and still, a solemn, rich note sounded. Lady Sun rose. "That is my bell. It's time," she said. "Time for what?" Wren asked. Lady Rain answered her. "Time to go. Come with us now. Lady Night will soon return. She will take you up the stair, for she alone can open the gate. But before that we have work to do. Come." They rose to leave. A silence fell upon them all, by a sudden instinct. Lady Sun led them through a back hall outside to a pavilion of sorts. The walls were open. Slender pillars supported a roof of colored glass of the kind the windows had been. The glass was domed, but the center open to the sky. At the back of the pavilion a slab of stone, smooth and marble, table height, stood empty and unadorned. The ladies took their places here, facing the holy stair. Lady Sun carried the bones of the bird upon a cloth. These she laid on the stone. All the while her bell had rung. Now it began to toll. The ladies sang a lamentation. Let us lament for the fallen, for his life was stolen, and sorrow falls upon us as we stand vigiling. Alas, alas, for you, companion, friend, alas. Swiftly cut down, swift departed from our company. Night is the time for tears and weeping, but dawn shall bring rejoicing and laughter. Wren wept. It seemed that all the sorrow a soul could ever feel was wrapped into their song. Another bell rang out, deep, somber, and low. Lady Night, hooded and cloaked, approached them from the west. She looked at Reed and Wren. Was she pleased? One couldn't tell. At last she spoke. There are 2 here, are there not? And yet I summoned 7. Where are the others? Lady Rain asked. 1 is dead, 1 is a slave, 1 went into the pool. The others were afraid to come, or else were loath to leave their homes. These 2 are the only ones to respond, but 2, I think, will suffice. The golden bell of Lady Sun rang out anew. The sunbird swooped and circled round. Lady Sun turned to them and said, My time has come. I must wake the dawn. You may watch me so long as my gown is rose, but take care. You must avert your eyes before it turns to gold. The golden fire burns fierce and hot, and would blind you if you looked on it. Farewell, my children. May we meet again. Lady Sun turned toward the east, removing her robe and the scarf on her head. Wren caught her breath. Beneath she wore a brilliant gown, streaked with scarlet and rose. Her hair was like a flame. As she walked, she rose in the air, growing, it seemed, as she climbed. The air around them grew golden and mild. As the light of Lady Sun fell on the bones of the bird, they burst into flame, and from them rose a bird, the bird, alive again. Wren's heart leaped as he rose in the air. Before he joined the others, he first circled round her head. Then he was off, the dawn in his wake, streaking across the sky. The colored glass of the pavilion roof broke into a medley of life. The images glowed, casting colors over all who stood beneath. Trees, snow, sun, and moon illumined from within. The ladies faced the rising sun and greeted it with song. Wren was disconcerted when she heard what they were saying. Trilia, the king shall have Trilia evermore. Forever we sing Trilia. Wren, Trilia, that is, did not know what to say. Reed caught her consternation, and he spoke up and asked, Pardon me, ladies, but I'd like to know just what that song you sang is about. Lady Rain replied, We sing this song at every dawn in honor of the king. But why did you say Trilia? Trilia means something like, well, oh dear, it's a shame Lady Sun took off. She's the one for questions like this. What would you say, Lady Moon? It means a sort of honor or glory, Lady Moon answered, but it's also an exclamation. I don't know how to explain it more. Have you not this word in your lands? We do, Reed said, but it means something different. It's a flower that grows in the woods, Wren said. Reed grinned, but added nothing. The Lowerlands have forgotten much, and of what they remember they understand less, Lady Night said, also not mentioning Trilia's name. But we must go. Tell me, do you still intend to ascend? Will you go to the king? Yes, Reed said. I'm in, said Wren. Then we must begin the stairs. Lady Night beckoned them to follow her. Ah, said Lady Rain, must you really go that way? It will be terribly hard on them, young and small as they are. It's the only way they can take, Lady Night said. You know that quite well. Lady Rain sighed. Oh, I wish it wasn't so. They took their leave of Lady Rain and Lady Moon and followed Lady Night as she led them behind the marble table. Now they saw before them what Lady Moon had shown before, a column or a pillar of sorts, which seemed to be all of cloud. The holy stair wound round this cloud in shallow steps that vanished into the heights. Though all was daylight now, mist surrounded them as they climbed. Did they climb for an hour? Or was it a day? Wren couldn't tell. At every step the feeling grew. Stop! Danger! Turn back! She looked at Reed. He felt it too, but he whispered to her, Remember your folks. Remember Willow. We can't let them down. Wren whispered back, I'll go on if you do. Lady Night began to sing a strange song as they neared the top. Night has fallen on the stairs, and the way is dark. Passage at my order, open wide. None may say what waits beyond the holy gate. O ancient bars, I bid you rise. Permit them pass into the gate. Wren trembled but said nothing. At last Lady Night stopped. Before them was a wall of cloud, so thick they could not see beyond. Lady Night turned to them and said, This is your door. Will you pass? Yes. Yes, they both said. Then there remains only this, Lady Night said. I must tell you my other name. None may pass from the Lowerlands without hearing it. Wren's heart beat wildly. Her nerve nearly broke. Reed took her hand. She didn't want to hear her name. Oh no, she mustn't tell her that. Lady Night drew near to Wren. Wren forced herself to stand and not run. Lady Night leaned close to her ear and whispered something so softly that Reed could not hear it. Wren didn't know what she said. It seemed that all the water in the world came crashing down on her then. She crumpled and fell, and knew no more. Part 3. The Upperlands. Major Domo Master Canto. Wren! Wren! Wake up! Wren, bewildered, opened her eyes. Reed was kneeling next to her, shaking her awake. She sat up slowly, blinking her eyes. What happened? Where's Lady Night? And where are we now? I reckon that this is the Upperland place that we've been trying to reach. Reed looked around. Ain't the lighting strange? Sure is, Wren said. She couldn't discern whence it came. The light was soft and shimmering, a bluish-grayish light. She'd never seen anything like it before, and yet it seemed somehow familiar. Why, Reed, it's the stars! Overhead, the stars were low and brilliant in the sky. They're fire, Wren murmured. I'm sure of it now. But the air was cool. It was mountain air. As she stood, Wren's head spun and her legs wobbled. Easy now. We're up real high. Mountains take some getting used to. Just breathe real slow and your head'll clear up. That'll do it. Wren looked around but saw only cloud. Behind them lay the gate. Wren could not remember the passage at all. The stones beneath their feet formed a pavement of cut stone, dark blue and translucent. Slowly Reed and Wren moved forward, uncertain of their road. They hadn't gone more than 10 paces or so when a voice cried out, Stop! In the name of the king! State your purpose, strangers." A man all clad in shining stuff, a fabric of silver scales like a fish. How strange, Wren thought. He held a long spear, now leveled at them. Reed pushed Wren behind him and said, "Howdy, sir. We ain't meaning no harm." Astonishment filled the man's face. "Great stars of the heavens! The barbarians have breached at last. Then Lady Night has failed." Wren whipped round and looked behind her, expecting wild, bearded hordes charging through the gate. There were none, of course. There were only themselves. "I think he means us," Reed whispered. "What?" Wren was indignant. She rounded on the man with the spear. "We ain't no barbarians, thank you very much." Reed whispered, "Have you seen yourself lately? Do I look like you?" She shot back. In truth, they looked rather strange. They were clean, but the state of their clothes was a sight. Wren still wore Willow's sky-blue shawl, but beneath, her sleeves were torn at the elbows. Her hair was a fly-away mess, having lost her ribbon. In fact, she was slightly singed. Reed perhaps could use a shave, and his trousers were in a shocking state, scorched near up to the knee. Neither was wearing shoes, though Reed somehow had kept his hat. Wren spoke again. "We came to see the king. Lady Night sent us along. Will you tell us how to get there, please?" The man looked at Wren intently as she gazed at him. He was slender, tall, and fair-haired. He could have been Willow's kin, but his eyes were the same as hers, multi-hued and brilliant. Other men dressed like him were arriving to investigate the commotion. All tall, all had eyes like hers. The leader, it seemed, of the group, taller but dark hair, dark skin, dark mustache and beard. So noble and brave his face seemed that Wren wondered if this was the king. But somehow she guessed he was not. He said to Wren and Reed, "In truth, have you returned? Is that the meaning of the bells?" "We ain't ever been here before," Wren began. Reed cut in. "Look, we need to see the king. Lady Night opened the gate for us, just a minute ago." "And what are your names? And tell what business brings you here." "I'm Reed, and this is Wren. We're from the Lowerlands. The towns are being swallowed up by pools all filled with worms. Lady Night said that the King of the Wind is the only one that can help us. So here we are, and we'd like to see him soon. Please, now, if it can be done. We've come a long way, and every minute counts." The dark man, though astonished still, seemed to understand something, at least, of the things Reed had said. He signaled to the others. The spears went down. The dark man bowed and said, "I beg your pardon, travelers. Mistaken we were. We took you to be savages, barbarians from below. My name is Sir Lockwy, and I am captain of this guard. We shall escort you castleward, but alas, I fear I must convey some news you will not gladly hear. I hate to grieve you, friends, but the king is now away." "Away?" Wren gasped. "But when will he be back?" "I cannot say. It's rumored he's been courting in a foreign lady's land." "There are other lands besides this one?" Wren asked. "Many," Sir Lockwy said. "But as for you, no one can say when he'll return." Reed grew uneasy. "But can't we send him a message somehow? We can't afford to wait. And anyway, he called us." "I understand," Sir Lockwy said. "We three shall go to Master Canto, major domo to the king. He has charge of everything when the king's away. If anyone can help you now, then surely it is he." Briskly following Sir Lochwy, Reed and Wren made rapid progress over paving stones of sapphire, until before them rose towers, spires, white and silver, all arranged around each other, something like the town of Blackwell, but more, much more than that. Trees and gardens full of foliage stood like living, growing columns, all beneath the silver starlight, cold and clear, a-washing all. There were many streets and roadways, but they kept along the centre, and the Upperlanders watched them pass, intently, without words. They were beautiful and stately, though not all were fair and golden. Wren, astonished, noted skin and hair of every kind and shade, but their eyes, without exception, were like shifting-colored prisms, and she thought their clothes outlandish, but still graceful none the less. In the centre of the city they beheld a strange arrangement. On 3 daises were resting in great state a broken tree. Such a tree in life could never be beheld in one looking, and it seemed a jarring thing to see it broken into 3. As they passed, Sir Lochwy reverenced, bowed his head, as did the others, with an air that said they'd done this many other times before. But Wren couldn't dwell and wonder, for the castle loomed upon them, and she marvelled there to see a thing so graceful, tall, and grand. Gate on gate they passed unhindered, other soldiers all saluting, but astonished as Sir Lochwy led the way, till at last they reached a doorway, heavy, carven, oaken, arching. Of its own accord it opened, and they walked into a hall, with a staircase, back and centre, cool grey marble, gently curving, which led up to other rooms and halls, tall windows up above. "My friends, I welcome your arrival." A man's voice spoke from the top of the stairs. Wren thought, to look at him, that this must be the king, but she knew the king was gone away. Tall and slender, robed in blue, a key hung from his neck, a silver cloak with sapphire clasp, a noble face and kind, a silver circlet crowned his head of silver hair, yet neither a wrinkle nor furrow lined his face. An air of refinement hung about him, something Wren had never yet seen. He looked at them and slightly frowned. "Have not the others come with you? Of 7 called, I see but 2. Reed tipped his hat. "Pleased to meet you, sir. It's just the 2 that's come, I'm afraid. Lady Knight said one was dead, one near so, one lost in the pool. The others were too scared to come, or something of that sort. My name is Reed, a cowhand, sir, and this is my friend Wren, from the farm at the foot of Mount Eldritch. We came to ask for help for our folks, but you seem to already know that, sir." "My name is Master Canto," the lordly man replied. "Your errand is known, but tell me how you fared on the trail. The horned witches' pathways round are blazing as we speak, and smoke descends on the Lowerlands." "Oh, Wren did that," Reed said. Master Canto's face wore a look of astonishment, and Wren rounded on Reed. "Now you're overstating things. I only said the first thing that popped into my head, and wouldn't you know it, for once it was right. But I didn't know what would happen." "What did you say?" Master Canto asked. "The thing children always say when they're playing tag. Peal the bells, Mount Eldritch is ablaze. And the witch stopped short when I said that, and the place blazed up. But it was already smoldering, you know," she added rather lamely. Master Canto regarded them thoughtfully. "The children say these words at play, but these are ancient words, words of great effect. But no more talk of this for now. Most surely you are worn and wish to rest and refresh yourselves." "Thank you, sir," Reed said. I'll not deny it's true, but Wren and I can't rest just yet. We have to see the king at once. Pardon the importunity, sir. See, we left our folks in a mess, so to speak. Every moment we delay, another of our own might be lost in the pools. You know about those, don't you, sir? Wren's friend was nearly lost the night she climbed Mount Eldritch." "I understand," the Lord replied, "but I fear it can't be helped. The king is not at present home. We must wait his return." "But can't we send him a message?" cried Wren, distress upon her face. "I shall do what I can to aid you, lady." Master Canto clapped his hands. One of Lady Sun's birds descended from a window above and perched on the staircase banister. Master Canto spoke to it. "Go at once to Lady Rain and bid her take her thunder hounds. She's to raise a storm, and not a small one at that. The winds will be along at once. The Lowerlanders must stay indoors for 2 days or more." The bird bobbed and lifted away, gone a moment later. Master Canto turned to Wren and Reed. "But now to tend to you." He waved, and now a woman appeared, a woman in gray, with a tall, high nose and the keenest expression Wren had ever seen. Her face was serene as she approached the stair. Master Canto said, "See our guests to their quarters. Call a page if you wish, my lady. Lady Trona, I leave them in your hands." He turned to Sir Lochwy, who was standing by. "Sir Lochwy, stay a moment yet. I wish to have a word with you." They bade Sir Lochwy good-bye and Master Canto good-night, then followed Lady Trona through the castle to their rooms. She called a boy, small and bright, and sent Reed off with him. She conducted Wren to a set of rooms where she was to stay for the time. Wren, despite her worries, was charmed and pleased with the rooms. A set of 3, all to herself, a sitting-room, a washroom, and a bedroom to the side. All was hung with silver and blue, all was airy and light. Lady Trona gave her new clothes, a gown of grey and white, a girdle round her waist. After she'd washed and changed, a supper was brought, which she gladly took. As the trays were taken away, Wren asked about Reed. She wanted to see him and know where he was. Lady Trona said, "No, my dear, it's far too late for visiting. Tomorrow you may see him again." Wren was not happy, but what could she do? She wondered just how they could know it was late, seeing as the light never changed. She sat on a plush little chair in her room, thinking perhaps she should just go to bed, when she heard a tap, tap, tap on the window across from her. She opened it. It was Reed up in a tree. He was dressed in dark blue, and he grinned when he saw her open the window. "I was hoping I got the right one," he said. Wren started climbing out after him, but he said, "No, you'd best stay in there." "Then you climb in here." "Naw, I suspect that lady won't be all that pleased if I do. I can talk well enough right here, anyhow. I just wanted to see that you're doing all right." "I'm fine, really well. But what about you? Where are you staying?" "I'm pretty good, too. Nice place they've got. Really, it's nice. I'm over a bit, but up a floor from you. Look, Wren, tomorrow I've got a plan. We don't know when the king will be back, but why waste time moping around? I say we go and explore if we can. Maybe we'll find something worth it. You think?" "I'm game. I guess I'll go to bed then. But how can you tell what time it is here? There ain't no sun or moon to watch." Reed shrugged. "I guess the stars change." In the morning, in the starlight, Wren was up and dressed and ready. She and Reed were out exploring all the castle and its grounds. They had found a walled-up garden, all enclosed and seeming secret, but they'd found the gate was open, so they made themselves at home. All the trees were white and silver, all the leaves and bark and branches, and the limbs were low enough that they could climb them easily. Near the top they stopped a while just to take in all they're seeing, just to get a decent view of all the land and things around. "Reed, look! What is that?" Wren pointed toward the castle. On the top of the tallest tower a strange sight met their eyes. A large thing, brown on the bottom but white on top, perched without moving or stirring. Reed whistled softly. "That's an eagle, a bald eagle. Else I'm a blind man. I ain't never seen one so big before." The eagle seemed to be asleep. It made Wren feel uncanny somehow. She turned to Reed and said, "Let's get down. I'd rather not be up so high, not knowing what sort of a thing that is." Reed agreed, and they both climbed down. No sooner had they touched the ground than Master Canto found them. Wren asked about the eagle. Master Canto smiled. "Do not trouble yourself, lady. The eagle sleeps." He would not say more on the subject, so Reed then asked, "Sir, could you tell us about the tree we saw as we passed through the city? What is it, and why is it kept like it is? The ladies did mention a tree now and then." "Ah, yes," Master Canto said. "That tale is long and tragic. The danger and dilemma which brought you here are bound together with the tale of the tree. I'll tell it to you, but not in full, for that would take too long. We set the story into verse. This is how it starts." Master Canto began to speak or chant in a voice refined and clear. Wren sat riveted until he stopped. "Now sing the song of tragedy, and how the sorrow fell, and how the stars were sundered thus. This story I shall tell. The watcher of the holy tree, and keeper of the gate, she dwelt alone in turret tall, her gaze of utmost weight. For she alone was gifted full with clear, unclouded sight, and naught escaped her piercing gaze, though it be dark as night. The holy tree of memory, its ruins we esteem, stood tall and graceful in our midst, and from it flowed a stream. The tree with golden fruit was hung, each apple like the sun, and preciously we valued them, for ne'er was more than one. Its branches scaled the heavens deep, and reached the starry heights. The stars descended in those days in revelries of light. The stream kept course along the stair, down to the Lowerlands, and freely might a man ascend, and with the deathless stand. Atop her turret by the tree, the watcher faltered not. Below the mountain she espied a people she'd forgot. Fair, so fair they seemed to her, with shining hair and eyes, and as the years passed ever on, she saw their cities rise. Year on year, yet they were young, aging not at all. Rarely was a child born, rarely, if at all. The gleaming cities of this folk encircled an earthen mound. A long and winding hill it stood, a snake above the ground. Fires atop and burning shone, tended day and night. With care the people fed the flames with precious things and bright. The watcher wondered at this sight, and pondered mightily. They were not of the deathless race, and yet from death were free. And neither did their folk ascend, nor learn the deathless ways, but all contented with themselves, they never raised their gaze. Proud and stern the people were, clever without fear. The watcher then at last perceived the secret of their years, for they had learned a subtle art, to so augment their lives, and transfer to themselves the years of those they sacrificed. The people's numbers never grew, the watcher now knew why. They fed their children to the fire, so they would never die. How strange this people is! she said. "They seem a wicked race, but surely soon they'll feel the sting of sorrow and disgrace." But as the years continued thus, it seemed their beauty grew, and they enslaved their neighbor folk and sacrificed them too. Day and night the watcher gazed, bewildered yet allured, and as she pondered on and on, a new thought slowly emerged. More and more her gaze was fixed upon the earthen mound, and she began to speak to it, but spoke without a sound. "Day on day I stand on guard, my sight all things lays bare. Never do I fail my charge, never unawares. My bell hangs one among the 5, my sisters share my rank, and we all serve the King of the Wind, serve him with what thanks? Does nothing truly matter then, if for good or ill? Will all things always be the same, regardless of the will? It seems these people ought to feel the full weight of a curse, for they abuse the innocent, and yet are none the worse. But rather they increase in strength, in beauty, and in years." And looking at the earthen worm, it seemed her eyes grew clear. She cried, "At last I see it now, there's nothing truly there. The ordering all things as I please shall be my only care. For nothing stops the wickedness, and nothing succours good. Now shall I cast my office off, and be the thing I would. For what is real but what is willed? Is it not the strong? The truth is what is strongest willed, the weakest is the wrong. Am I not the greatest here? Who excels my sight? Why then should I serve the king when I have greater might?" "But who are you?" the watcher asked of the earthen mound, "older than the rain or wind, deeper than the ground?" "You, that great and secret truth which only some may know, the ultimate of all that is, the mystery below." And then the watcher understood the other will's desire. He would aid her in her conquest for a fruit of living fire. "Come," the watcher said the word, and lo, the mound of earth disturbed and heaved, but settled back into its former girth. The Lady Moon was walking low beside the holy stair. "There's turmoil in the earth," she called, "and fog is in the air." The Lady Sun and Lady Rain were standing at the gate. The earth swelled large beneath their feet. "Ring the bells, make haste." The watcher stood in tower tall, and ne'er an answer made, but the bottom of the tree both withered and decayed. The light within the radiant tree quivered, wavered, and waned. The Lord of the Stars in heaven's vault with cries summoned his train. The royal stars all gathered round, and round the tree drew near, and ladies Sun and Moon and Rain encircled it in fear. The tree now shook and shuddered much, rocked from top to roots, and from the boughs burst forth a worm, which seized the fire fruit. The Upperlands plunged into night, the tree crashed through the air. The watcher and the worm now charged the royal castle stair. But see, atop the stairway stood a sable-mantled form. They halted at the outfaced palm, still as for a storm. "Turn back, begone, away from here," the shrouded lady spake. "Nay," the watcher fired back, "this castle I shall take. And I'll be queen of sun and moon, wind and rain and sea, and all shall my dominion reach, and all shall worship me." Lady Night replied in tones both terrible and soft, "Be cast then to the Lowerlands. Behold, your bell is lost. Never shall you come again unto the deathless lands. And know that when the bells have pealed, your end is near at hand." The watcher laughed. The old worm reared. They charged in speed and might, when suddenly in rushed the winds to aid the Lady Night. Down the stairs they threw them back, in tempest and in wrath. The worm fell back from whence he came, beside the earth mound crashed. The watcher landed on the mount, and to Mount Eldritch bound, for never will she rise again, nor shall her bell hence sound. "That is part of a much longer tale," Master Canto said. Wren asked, "What happened to the folks below?" "The worm swallowed many after his fall, but often he writhed for the pain of the fruit he'd stolen. Our people wished to follow him and to avenge the holy tree. What's more, if they retrieved the fruit, another tree could grow, 'twas said, from the seed it held within. Remember, I said, that never was there more than one fruit at any given time." "What's a fire fruit, Master Canto?" Reed joined in. "And why'd that worm want it, seeing it disagreed with him?" "Maybe he didn't know," Wren said. "I expect he knew full well, my friends," Master Canto said. "Why he took it, that I think only the king could say, for he alone, it seems, fully understands the worm. But I could make a guess, I think. I'd say that it was spite, perhaps, and envy driving him on. Have you never met a person who resents the good which others have?" "I've known a few," Reed said. "They're awful tiresome, and inside out. Nothing they have makes them happy. The only thing that cheers them up is when something goes badly for someone else. The fruit," Master Canto continued, "gives life to them who eat it." Wren frowned. "But, Master Canto, I thought the folks here didn't die. How can it give them what they already have?" Master Canto smiled. "There's life, and then there's life," he said. "But back to the story. When the tree fell, the stars no longer had a stair wherewith they could descend. Their endless dance no longer reached us. Thus they circle overhead in an endless ring. We felt this keenly. The king opposed the plan his folk proposed to save the tree. He said, 'I alone may do this deed, and now is not the time.' He summoned Lady Moon, who said, 'Any who depart shall find their road forever lost. Do not leave the Upperlands.' But they went anyway?" Reed asked. "They did." Master Canto looked grave and chanted. "The king is young," the Deathless said, "and has no will to fight. To your horses, men at arms, we ride at morning's light." Golden riders on their mounts thundered out the gate. Down the holy stair they charged into their chosen fate. Arriving in the Lowerlands, they assailed the worm and his folk. Our people were mighty, but unused to war. They could not overcome the foe. The worm's own folk were practiced much in the craft and art of war. The ladies begged leave of the king to go and aid them in their plight. They hurled the worm deep in the earth, there beneath the mound. The force destroyed the holy stair, which once had scaled Mount Eldritch. Lady Night struck the people of the worm, and lo, their appearances changed. No longer were they beautiful, but now they all were worms. Leeches, really, I suppose." "What's that?" Reed asked. "She turned them into worms?" "I wouldn't put it so," Master Canto said. "Already they were truly worms, leeches of life, if you will. You may have seen the witch's horn. That too was from Lady Night, who struck her on the brow." "You said that the stair was destroyed," Wren said, "except the part at the top, I guess. But why didn't they just climb back up? We two did it just now." "Their undoing was their delay," Master Canto replied. "They did not turn at once. Remember that the horned witch now dwelt upon the mountain. She, by her arts, which were many, alas, sent fogs and mists among them. To a man they all forgot the way which they must go. A sort of lethargy settled in. They would not climb Mount Eldritch. They married women of the land, not the people of the worm, but others living there. Slowly they forgot their home, their language, and their ways. In fact, they forgot they were deathless at all. Living in the Lowerlands, eating and drinking and breathing its air, they soon found they could die. They were not meant to live away from the Upperlands for long. After many years on years, they all went mad in the end. Have you never met one?" Suddenly Wren understood. "Junie!" she cried. "Loony Juniper! I never knew. None of us did. It seemed he'd always been around, and no one knew where he was from. His eyes were just like mine. Poor Junie, I didn't know. He tried to climb Mount Eldritch, or at least he slept there sometimes. We all thought that was why he was mad." "Perhaps it was so," Master Canto replied. "The horned witch long prevented any from ascending up the mountain. Deception and illusion were the center of her spells. I do not doubt she drove men mad. The ladies built the wall around the town at the mountain's base. They put a powerful charm on it, of which the worm was sore afraid. Never would he show himself so long as it was there." "I know about the wall," Wren said, "but Master Canto, I don't understand. Why didn't the king kill the worm right away? Why did he want to wait? Why did he leave his folks down there? I don't know, but I bet he could have saved them sooner if he'd wanted to. And if the witch never spoke out loud, how do you know what she said?" A wry smile stole across Master Canto's face. "My dear, your questions are good. I'm afraid I have no answer, save to the last. The eagle," here he pointed to the sleeping bird, "does not always sleep. He sees and hears things none can say. A thought spoken only in the heart nonetheless produces vibrations. Good and evil leave their marks, but often they are subtle. As for the other things you've said, I've asked the king myself. He never answers plainly. He simply says the time has not yet come." Reed now asked, "Excuse me, sir, but why should we hope that he'll help us now? Why should he listen to us?" Master Canto looked at Wren and Reed for a moment. They could not read his expression. But then at last he said, "My friends, until this day we have not seen nor heard of our sundered kin. But now, behold, the worm returns, the witch has fallen low, the bells have pealed, and you are here within the gate. Our hope has been restored. We dare to think, perhaps at last, the time is near at hand. The king will bring his people back, avenge the tree, restore our light, rebuild the passage of the stars, and free the underland pathways. Yes, my friends, my heart forebodes the time is near at hand." The Four Winds. Lady Trona at a table by a window, sat across the way from Wren, who stared intently at a book. Trilia was focused, all absorbed in her endeavor, for she'd found at last the answer to the riddle of the wall. Lady Trona now was working to instruct her in this science. Wren was making progress quickly, very quickly, so it seemed. She had asked if Reed wished to sit and learn it with her, but he'd shrugged and said, "But what use has a cowboy for those things? Now, you go ahead and try if it really suits your fancy. As for me, I'm going walking, and I'll take a look around." Quiet reigned without disturbance, till a distant sound of trumpets roused the lady from her teaching, and she quickly left the room. Wren kept working at her letters, never minding else around her. With a bang, the door swung open, and she startled off her chair. "Wren, he's back! The king is back!" Reed was standing breathless in the door. He'd come running. Wren's face lit up, then grew pale as she stood. "Then now's our chance. Reed, you didn't hear if he'd brought back a queen, did you?" "I didn't. Why does that matter?" "Because if he did, he'll be in a good mood. If he didn't, he might be put out. There's nothing that puts a man out of sorts like a woman turning him down." Reed whistled. "I hadn't thought of that. But anyway, he's back. We can surely talk to him now." "Reed, I've been having these terrible thoughts. What if we're really too late, and all of our folks are gone? What if the storms weren't enough to keep Willow from—" Her voice shook and shoulders sagged. Reed put his arm around her shoulders, half shaking, half pulling her out of her droop. Ross used to do that, she thought. "Don't think like that, Wren. We have to hope." But he was cut short. Lady Trona intruded on their talk. She looked at Reed with his arm around Wren and frowned. Just behind her came Master Canto. Not the king, Wren thought, disappointed. "My friends," said Master Canto, grave but pleased, "the king has returned. This evening he shall speak with you. An audience apiece." "Apiece?" Wren asked. "Not together?" "The king desires to interview you each alone to start." We're just going to say the same things," said Wren. "That may be so," Master Canto replied. "But nonetheless, this is his will. This is his wanted way to grant an audience with guests." Reed frowned. "I wish there was some other way of it. But there, it's his house." Master Canto took leave of them. Wren turned to Reed and said, "What should we ask for, specifically? I don't even know what we're hoping he'll do, except that he'll destroy the pools somehow." "Couldn't say. But, Wren, I've been thinking. This worm is pretty bad, ain't that right? And those 4 ladies weren't enough to finish him off. And don't you think they're probably something to see when they take a mind to? Maybe the king will help us, but maybe it won't be so easy to do. You know, it might cost him a lot." Trilia was standing in a hall with Master Canto. It was evening, she'd been told, although the lighting never changed. He had told her that the king was ready now and would receive her. She should go approach the throne, and he would speak and ask her there. Overhead, the vaulted ceiling, adroitly studded all with diamonds, to recall the former happy days the stars danced near and low, arched around a tall, imposing, heavy wood, embossed and gilded, set of doors which opened outward. Through these doors she must go. Master Canto reassured her, told her that the winds would show her where she ought to go and how she ought to speak, and for how long. He knocked, and the doors swung open. Wren gasped. Water, shining water, reached above the doorway. Never had she seen such water before. But how was it standing up straight like that? Why didn't it run out the door? Then she understood. It was a curtain, cleverly wrought, of thin and silken stuff. As it billowed and waved, the colors caught the light, growing translucent and aquamarine. Wren followed Master Canto through the curtain, feeling the cool, smooth fabric, much like water. The light, 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 all was light. Wren saw nothing because of the light. Somehow, never remembering how, she'd crossed the chamber threshold. Before her she saw, her eyes were adjusting, a figure, a man-like giant seated on a throne. His heavy face was bearded in a flowing white beard. A curtain hung behind him, white, blue, gray, shining like ice and snow. He stirred as she entered. The air was sharp and scented, pines, cedar, bracing and cold. Trilia trembled. The giant spoke. "Who approaches the king? Can she see truth?" Behind her, Master Canto replied, "The Lady Wren is summoned. I bid thee take her to the king, most honorable North Wind." The North Wind arose and bent down in order to take Wren's hand. The shock of his touch nearly caused her to swoon. Her breath grew short with cold. He led her to a second throne. "Who approaches the king? Can she hear truth?" The air grew hot. The scent of drying grass and baking stones hung in the air. Trilia looked up at the second giant. He was lean and taller than the first, somewhat severe in his glance. He sat in front of another curtain, yellow, orange, and red. The North Wind spoke. "The Lady Wren is summoned. I bid thee take her to the king, most honorable East Wind." The East Wind arose and took her hand. Her lips grew dry and cracked. She wasn't sure if she could bear his company for long. Once through his curtain, the air changed again. Now it was full of scents she'd never encountered before. Lemons, oceans, spikenard. There was water in the air, it seemed. The giant on this throne was coral and bright blue. He had kindly eyes. His throne was before a curtain which was mostly blue, but woven throughout were orange, green, pink, and gold. He looked down at her and said, more gently than the others, "Who approaches the king? Does she speak truth?" The East Wind spoke. "The Lady Wren is summoned. I bid thee take her to the king, most honorable South Wind." The South Wind arose and took her hand. She felt herself restored. They passed through the curtain, and Trilia now stood facing the fourth throne. In the air there was the scent of rain. As she approached the giant, she felt her heart would burst with joy, though she didn't know why. This giant was green, dark green, with solemn but merry eyes. Wren wondered if he would leap from his throne, which sat in front of a curtain of green and gray. There was something of the mountains in it, though Wren discerned no shapes. The joy in the room seemed nearly a visible thing, and it seemed to come from the giant. He spoke. "Who approaches the king? Can she bear truth?" The South Wind answered, "The Lady Wren is summoned. I bid thee take her to the king, most honorable West Wind." The West Wind arose and took her hand, leading her through the green curtain. Trilia was now aware that the other winds had followed her. Behind the West Wind's curtain was a long and narrow hall. Higher and higher the ceiling rose. At the far end of the hall was yet another curtain. Trilia caught her breath. It seemed the Milky Way itself was woven into the cloth. So lifelike it seemed that Trilia wondered if it was a curtain at all, and if she could really touch it. But the West Wind held her hand in his and pushed the curtain aside. They passed through and into a chamber different from every other she'd seen. It was all of white stone, with columns like trees. Or were they white trees? Wren couldn't tell. Trilia saw less and less, for now the light was intense. The light came from something on a dais, reached by marble steps. A brazier blazed on either side, but even the smoke was full of light, dancing and shifting in fantastical shapes. The four winds bowed to the dais. That must be the throne of the king, Wren guessed. They sang, and the very floor trembled with it. Trilia, Trilia, Trilia. Honor, glory to the King of the Wind. Ever may he reign, glory be to him. Ever may he throne above the clouds. Ever ruler of the Upperlands, ever ruler of the Lowerlands. Honor, glory, and power, dominion is his. Wisdom and justice are his words. Ever shall the king have Trilia, Trilia, Trilia. Silence. Trilia shook. The music and the light produced a most peculiar state of mind. Did she speak truth? Could she see or hear it? Could she bear it at all? Memories assailed her. Every lying, ugly thing she'd ever done came rushing to her mind. Silence. A breeze fluttered her hair. I can't. Her heart groaned. She looked up now, more used to the light. In the front of the dais another curtain hung. Was it a curtain? Yes, it shimmered and moved with the breeze. She couldn't examine it long, for it seemed to be made of light, which dazzled or softened in turns. A voice. Could a mountain itself have a voice like that? A voice behind the curtain now spoke. "Who are you?" Trilia felt each word like a skewer. "A cheat, a liar, a lazy oaf." "My name is Trilia Sooth," she said. "I live at the mountain's base." "Why have you come here, Trilia Sooth?" With effort she spoke. "I was told you could help us, sir. The towns below are being swallowed by pools filled with worms. Leeches, really, and soon we'll all be lost. The pools draw folks in with pictures. Truer than life they seem. They trick the folks into going under the water, and, well, they never come out again. There doesn't seem to be a way for us to make them stop. I tried, but failed. I was told by Lady Night that maybe you could help us, sir." Silence. Trilia felt a regard toward herself, searching, piercing, knowing. "And did you drink of the cursed pool? Did you delight in its lies?" Trilia wished the floor would open and swallow her up alive. But still she said, "I did, a little, before I knew it was bad, or at least before I was sure. Accursed, unclean. He plainly knew. I don't think I can. I don't know." Undone and worthless as she felt, she dared to ask again. "Please, will you help us? Couldn't you destroy the pools?" That voice again. "Destroying the pools is not sufficient to save the Lowerlands. The cursed water they contain springs from the hearts of men. Invisibly it soaks the ground and summons up the dead. These, like vultures, circle round and wait to seize their prey. Even if I overturned and drained the pools below, the people soon would fill new pools, if only in their minds. In truth, they drown more easily within themselves. More surely they deceive themselves. Why, then, should I help them?" Trilia burst. "They're turning into worms. Isn't that worse than just drowning?" The breeze whispered. "It's too much. I can't bear it," Trilia thought. The voice spoke again. There was no anger or sorrow in it, but the very calm was ruthless. The Lowerlands have always been the dwelling place of worms. Whether it be sooner or later, them that live there all become a worm within their hearts. The pool reveals the truth of them. The old worm only claims his own." Her heart wrung. She cried, "Then there isn't anything, no way to help us at all." Silence. She hadn't expected this. That terrible voice spoke of the end of everything she loved, implacably, unperturbed, with steady, immutable tones. It was nothing to him if they lived or died. That much at least was plain. Why should she try to move him? What was the good of anything now? The breeze stirred. And Trilia thought, "I think I do." Trilia looked up again, her face set and stony. She wouldn't cry, not if she could help it. "Thank you, sir, for your time just now. I'm sorry to have troubled you, if that's the way things really are. If that's the way you feel, sir, then I guess I'd best be going now." Trilia turned to leave, but the west wind blocked her path. "You cannot leave till he bids you," he said. Trilia turned, now angry. Again that voice, that hateful voice, spoke and asked, "Why did you come here, Trilia Sooth?" Try as she might, the tears rolled down. Her legs grew weak, and she sank to her knees. Her hands braced against the floor. With her head bowed, she said at last, "Didn't you call me here, sir? Why did you call me and stir up my hopes?" Then she murmured, "'Cause I really did hope." Hope for what she didn't know. Only now that her hopes were dashed, was she aware that she had hoped. Yes, she'd hoped for something more, something she couldn't define or name, even before the pools appeared. Now she was here, at the very center and top of everything, it seemed. Everything was beautiful, powerful, but she could have none of it, or it would have none of her. It didn't matter which it was. What was left? I would. No one, nothing left. She'd lost what she'd had and gained nothing more. Her folks were doomed, and this was the end of everything. "Look at me, Trilia Sooth." Irresistibly she raised her head. The winds began to sing again. The air was moving rapidly. Her head whirled. She looked towards the throne. The curtain parted in the wind. She saw the throne of light. Its back, how strange, was facing her. He'd never even looked at her, whatever sort of thing he was. The light grew brighter where she knelt. She felt the breeze again. "An agreement has been reached," she thought. A thought without ground, she thought as she fell. All was lost, all was dark, and she was on the ground. Conditions. Voices, halfway understood, drifted into the room. Wren was waking slowly. Lady Trona spoke again. "Young man, I cannot let you in. When she is well—" "Lady, I don't mean to be rude," Reed interrupted curtly, "but I ain't leaving till I've seen her myself." "The lady is well cared for." That was Master Canto now. "Pardon me, sir, but I'd best judge. Meaning no offense, I don't imagine you folks get sick or ill much in these parts." Lady Trona protested. "It's utterly unpropitious." But Wren was now awake. Reed, are you there?" she called. "Wren! Hey, Wren, can I come in? You're decent, right?" "What? Sure I am. Come in. I want to talk to you." Most unceremoniously, Reed stumbled into the room. He ran to Wren, who was just sitting up. He knelt by her side and said, "Wren, what's happened?" "It's no good, Reed. He won't help us at all." "Did he tell you that?" "He said it'd be no good. destroying all the pools, 'cause all our folks turned to worms in the end. I guess that's the answer I've wondered about. What happens then after we die? Worms, Reed. Just think of that. Really, I almost can't bear it. And there's nothing that we can do. Oh, I've been such a fool to hope. And maybe Willa was right after all. She added very softly, No, she wasn't right, she added more firmly. Reed frowned. Wren, are you sure you understood him right? Or maybe he's made a mistake. No, this much I'm sure. Everything he said is true. I just don't like it, that's all. Why? Did you have a better time of it? Reed shrugged. I don't know. I planned it all out beforehand, the things I was going to say. It went all wrong somehow. But something funny did happen at the end. At the end he said, An agreement has been reached. He said? You heard him say it? Well, no. That's the funny part. I'm sure he said it, though. What do you reckon it means? I don't know. I heard it, too. But we didn't settle anything, as far as I could tell. Wren was listless in the morning, but nonetheless she went with Reed and walked for a bit in the garden. She didn't walk far. She hadn't the heart. If she and all her folks were doomed, why bother with anything at all? At last she said to Reed, Is there really no hope? Reed shrugged and looked away. I couldn't say. I just can't square it all. It seems mighty strange that Lady Night took so much trouble to find us and call us, if nothing can really be done. It seems like a mighty cruel joke that we'd go through all that, nearly die getting here, just to be told that it's all no good. And then what's more, isn't it strange that all the folks that we've met who work for this king are so good? The ladies? Reed asked. And Master Canto, too. Even Sir Lockwy struck me as good, very good. You understand? I'm sure those ladies could wither us up if ever they took it to try. But they're a good sort. I'm sure of that much. They all seem to care quite a lot about what happens to us and our folks. Reed sat up. Wren, I want to know. Did the king say exactly that he wasn't going to help? Not in those words, but he said, Destroying the pools is not sufficient to save the Lowerlands. They all become worms in the end. Why then should I help them? When I asked him point blank, he didn't respond. Doesn't that sound like a no to you? It might be. Reed sighed. But here's another thing. The folks round here seemed mighty tickled the day we both arrived. It seemed like they're expecting something, or I'm a downright fool. Lady Trona called them from the garden's entrance gate. They followed her back to the castle, into the windowed room Wren had sat in yesterday, learning how to read. Master Canto was waiting for them. Wren thought his face seemed tired. He bade them sit. Lady Trona left. He sat across from them and told them his message at length. The king has been considering the problem you presented him. Today he has declared that he is willing to assist you. The time has come at last, he said, to utterly undo the evils of the worm. The pools shall be destroyed. The tree shall grow again. The stars shall soon return to us. The bells shall peal again. Wren spoke up. He'll stop the pools? I don't understand. He said it would be no good, because our folks below all turn to worms, with or without the pools. Master Canto sighed. Alas, I too have heard such things, and sorrowed for their fate. I cannot give assurances, for I have gathered none. But this much I can say, 4 ages I have served this king, and naught escapes his thought. He often does not say the full extent of his intent. If he decides to help you, it will surely have effect." A silence followed. Reed now spoke. "That's all very well, Master Canto, sir. We're mighty glad to hear it." A wry sort of smile crossed Master Canto's face. "There is more, I fear. The king intends to help you, but he asks for your goodwill. Before the pools can be destroyed, the fire fruit must be retrieved. The worm consumed it long ago. It lies within his belly. Furthermore, the worm has blocked the passage of the Underlands. The people of the Lowerlands sink down to the land of the dead. The passage they must travel, Lady Night has always claimed. The worm, in his great malice, blocked the passage long ago, the day the ladies trapped him under the earth. These are the tasks the king requires of you, to open again the passageway wherein lie trapped the dead, and retrieve the stolen fire fruit and plant it in the Underlands. I fear that I must add to this a warning of your path. The Underlands are terrible. Their claim is absolute. The children of the Lowerlands cannot escape their grasp. If you decide to go that way, you shall not ever come again unto the homes you left." "We'll be trapped, you mean?" Wren cried, dismayed. "Why would the king even ask this of us? You told us the winds and the ladies themselves couldn't fully stop the worm. What are we compared to them, or even the regular folks around here? Surely he's joking." "No, I do not jest. The king shall give you tools with which you can attempt this end." Reed was frowning. "I'm inclined to think like Wren. Why should we be sent to rescue his lost tree? Why won't he send his own? They'd be better fit for it." "I cannot answer you. The decision lies with you." "All right, Master Canto. Why don't you leave us alone for a bit, and Wren and I will talk. We'll let you know today whatever we decide." Master Canto looked at Reed and nodded with great courtesy. "Of course. The time is yours. Please call me if I can provide assistance in some way." He rose and left the room. Wren stood up, unsettled, but Reed sank into his chair, head bowed. Neither spoke for a minute or two. Finally, Wren said, "Reed, we're going to die." "You think so?" "I do." Reed raised his head. "You might be right this time. It's a mighty stiff end for this business of ours. We came to save our folks, though, didn't we? I think you'd die for 'em, if you had to, I mean." "I would. In fact, I will. But Reed, now I just don't know. The king said we all turn to worms in the end, that we make the water that's swallowing us. Reed, I'm scared. We'll give up everything just to find it's no good." Reed sat up. "Don't you think getting rid of the pools would be a worthwhile thing to do?" "The king made it sound pretty hopeless." Her eyes flashed. "It isn't fair, you know. I'll bet he could set things straight if he wanted to, I mean. There's no real need for us to die. Our lives are nothing, I guess. But there, we're strangers, come asking for help. I guess we can't expect too much, and be glad for whatever comes our way. But it is hard." Now she collapsed in a chair, but Reed stood up. "You're right. This seems pretty heartless, and senseless too. But look, I see it like this. I've been all over the Lowerlands, and everything's the same. We die and don't know where we go. We hoped, I think, that way up here, the Upperlands, would give us a way out, so to speak. You thought that before all the pools and worms started causing problems." "I did. Me and Willow were planning." But Reed continued, "All right, so The Lowerlands and the Upperlands haven't panned out like we'd hoped. The only place we haven't looked is in the Underlands, you see. And now we have a chance to go, not from dying, but armed, he says. You really think we have a chance? Reed sighed. I think you're right. We're going to die. Likely as not. Ah, well, we'd die anyway in the end, and nothing be the better for it. This way, at least, we have a chance to make it worth it, see? Wren, I don't know what we'll find down there, but what if that's where the answer is? What if we could change everything? Everything? Everything that's wrong. I've been around most everywhere, and I've noticed some things. The world is good, or at least it wants to be. But there's a sort of rottenness that's got into everything, more or less, and spoils it sooner or later. It's tangled up in all the things that's worth our while to love. But up here, there's a different feel to things, if you know what I mean. That thing that's wrong with everything hasn't reached up here. It's made me hope. Now Wren whispered, Yes, it's made me hope that maybe there is a way after all. Maybe we can have that too. Maybe things can be set right, and maybe we're the ones who are going to bring it about. Isn't that making us more than we are? What can we do, you and I? I don't know, but I feel it down in my bones. This chance will never come again. And maybe things could have been set right before today, only all the folks who had the chance to do something about it missed it because they got too scared of what a thing like this might cost, or else they thought it couldn't be done. But maybe it's supposed to be us. Wren, he took her hands. Wren, we can try. At last, she said, We can try. The cave. On the river in the dusk light, in a boat but lightly laden, Reed and Wren sat still and silent as they smoothly moved along. In his hand, Reed held a paddle, but he used it only rarely. They were moving with the river, and the obstacles were few. At the front, a lantern flickered. Wren could not perceive the shoreline, but she knew they'd never stand upon a shore or bank again. They were wearing what they'd come in, Reed in flannel and in denim, Wren in coveralls, with Willow's sky-blue shawl wrapped very tight. Though their clothes were rags no longer, they'd been washed and pressed and mended. Neither Reed nor Wren wore boots nor shoes, and both their feet were bare. In the bottom of the boat, all wound in coverings, were weapons. Or, at least, they'd both been told that they were weapons from the king. They were not to touch or open up these packages till after they had crossed into the cave, which marked the door that they must take. Master Canto had advised them that they must refrain from speaking once inside the cave until they'd reached the Underland itself. Lady Night had met them gravely, leading them out to the river just below the borders of the Upperlands. Now they sailed without much talking, for their minds were dull and heavy. Each was sure the end was coming, but they didn't want to say. All at once, the river widened, slowing down, but now before them yawned a great and gaping entrance. What a mouth it seemed! The cave. Wren drew in her breath a little sharper than she'd meant to. Furrows deep upon Reed's brow appeared, but still he paddled on. As they passed into the mouthway, all the evening dusk light vanished. Now the lantern gave the only light they had to find their way. Swift, the water drew them inward, till at last the movement faltered. They stood waiting in the middle of a cavern, wide and tall. Neither shore nor roof was sighted. All was dark and still and quiet. It was quiet, like the water at the bottom of a well. Reed looked round about and pondered which direction was most likely. He decided, and with firmness, plunged the oar into the lake, and things changed. Points of red above their heads wavered in the air. Red walls, red roof appeared in succession. Black teeth in the roof, red eyes in the teeth. No, they were bats. Bats, heads down, red eyes, red air, the water red like fire, red like blood. Wren gasped. Her shawl, Willow's shawl, shone red like blood. Now Reed gasped. Wren's eyes, her hands, her lips, all gave a reddish light. The air hissed, the hiss of breath in teeth, the hiss of wings in air, hard wings, sharp wings, wings like glass. Down, 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 down at Wren they hissed and sped. She ducked. Reed swung the oar. They swarmed the oar. They sliced the oar with wings and teeth of razor glass. Naught but a stick was left of the oar. In the bottom lay the weapons, wrapped, the weapons from the king. The bats came again, yet again at Wren. Reed swung with the last remaining oar. What's inside? What did he give us? Wren worked feverishly, wrenching off the wrappings. When she managed at last, she gasped in horror. Nothing but junk, nothing but trash. A stringless fiddle and a rusted-out spade. Lost, they were lost, and lost like this. The Upperlands, the king, and all appeared a monstrous joke. So they'd been mocking her and Reed, and sent them to their deaths. She felt a fool. Why had she hoped for more? At last she saw she had hoped still, just a little bit, that maybe she'd been wrong. Maybe she'd misjudged the king. Now within her heart she died. Her hope was gone. They were lost. The second oar splintered. Wren looked at Reed, despair on her face. He grimly took up the rusted-out spade. The bats made short work of it, leaving at last the worthless old fiddle. Wren's shawl, Willow's shawl, still shone red. Suddenly several things happened at once. The bats wheeled and dove. Reed shoved the fiddle into Wren's hands and grabbed the shawl off her shoulders. He knocked her down to the bottom of the boat and threw the shawl over his head. Wren, dazed, heard a muffled cry. He fell beside her, the boat now red as the water. Reed, 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 Reed without eyes, without hands, and worst, a gash in his shirt, a gash in his chest. Wren screamed, Reed! He was dead. Reed was dead. The cave shuddered. The water churned. The bats returned to the roof. The reddish blood light vanished at once. Wren had only the lantern again. The pressure in the air increased. She couldn't move, could hardly think. The boat grew wetter and wetter. Water was pouring in. Wren clung to Reed and did nothing at all, but slowly tread water as the boat went down. The lantern flickered and died. Icy water, cold as death. Wren went stiff. She sank and lost her hold on Reed. Down she sank. The pressure grew. She couldn't breathe. She hardly remembered her name. Everything was slowing down. Her feet struck the lake's bottom, smooth stone. And then, was she mad? She sank through the rock until it closed over her head. So tightly trapped she couldn't breathe, not even drown. Nothing but rock, a stone shroud, entombed alive. Horrible, yes, but far away. She didn't know when everything stopped. Everything stopped. End of part 3. Part 4, The Underlands. Chapter 1, The Vault. Nothing to see, nothing to feel. Trilia lay silently, still. Pressure pinned her arms and legs. Air there was, cupboard air, dead air, air that no one ever breathed. A groan sounded in the dark. Did she groan aloud? No way to tell. Nothing to see, no wish to move, no wish even to think. Dimly she was aware of a loss she couldn't name. The dark, lifeless air, the groans all about, were all there ever was, all that ever had been, all that ever would be. 3 notes sounded, then 3 more. Trilia stirred. Somewhere far away a voice sang. No, not a voice, a violin. Or maybe it was a voice. Trilia's mind went back and forth. Her mind at last was moving. Images sprang to her mind in the dark. The harvest moon, the dance on the lawn, the sweet corn fields round her house, the apple trees swaying in the afternoon breeze. Breeze, wind, air. She must have air. Her arms were bound across her chest. Her legs were bound as one. She struggled and rolled. She was trapped in a box, narrow and long. The music grew louder. Now she saw faces in her mind. Pa, Jay, Ma, Bumble, Willow. Willow. Something had been wrong with her. Urgency awoke. You lazy oaf of a girl, break out! She upbraided herself furiously. Somehow she managed to bring her legs, bound as they were, until her knees were under her chin. Bracing herself, she kicked at the lid. She hoped it was in truth a lid, and not a solid roof. It lifted and fell askew with a thud. Dull gray light shone through the gaps. She kicked again with all her strength. The lid slid off the side to the ground, landing with a crash. The music sounded near at hand. Wren saw she was bandaged and bound in cotton bands from head to toe. The bandage over her eyes was thin. Writhing and wriggling ridiculously, she managed to free her arms. She made quick work of the rest of her wrappings. Under the bands, she was wrapped in a shroud. She wound the shroud and bands until she'd made a sort of dress for herself, clumsy but sufficient. Now she saw the place where she was and shuddered. A crypt. Narrow, winding, and long, a chamber full of coffins. Some were plain boxes of wood. Others, elaborately jeweled, were shaped like the occupant within. Looking down at the lid on the ground, she saw a jeweled face of gold. Her face, gemmed in death. Large opals were set as the eyes. She shuddered again. Something about the room seemed vaguely familiar to her, as though she'd been there in a dream. She couldn't quite say what it was. Surely she'd never seen this before. Music. A fiddle. She looked up. An old man stood before her, 10 or so coffins away. He came closer. His face was young, though his hair was white. Wren stared, then started. It was Reed. But was it Reed? The man she saw was clad in white, draped in grave clothes, as she was. As he drew near, she saw that his eyes were gold, a very pale gold. He held a golden fiddle under his chin, and he hadn't looked up at her yet. He stopped. Their eyes met. A very uncertain silence. He seemed as unsure of her as she was of him. At last she said, "Reed, is that you?" "Sure it is," he said. "But your hair is white." "So is yours." Wren grabbed a fistful of her hair. Yes, hers too was white. She spoke again. "I thought you were dead." "I think I was. So were you, I reckon. Nice little box they packed you in. Very pretty." Wren climbed out of her coffin. "How did you get out of your box?" "I kicked off the lid." "Me too." Wren stared, then said, "It's really you. But—"
"But what?"
"This is strange. Did you shrink, or did I grow?" Wren saw why she'd felt as though she'd never seen Reed before. Before, he'd been more than a whole head taller. Now they were nearly even. "Beats me," Reed said. "We don't have a thing to measure ourselves against." Wren frowned. "Reed, we ain't ghosts, are we?" "Naw, ghosts can't kick themselves free. We're dead, though." Wren's face clouded. "It's the meanest trick I ever saw. Imagine sending us two into a fix like that, pretending to give us weapons and all. And I had still held on to hope a bit, hope that the king really meant us well. But now I see he was only mocking us. Isn't that right? Why was I such a fool to think he actually wanted to help?" Reed looked troubled. "That's a hard thing to know. But look, it ain't as bad as you think." "We're dead." "We needed to get to the Underlands, right? Well, here we are. And look, this fiddle turned out pretty nice. Did you notice the leather strap it's got? I can sling it over my shoulders. And here, I think this might be the spade. Well, ain't it a beauty?" Reed stooped down and picked up a spade, lying there close to the coffin. Instead of a rusted-out, rotted thing, this spade was made of silver. The edge of the scoop looked exceedingly sharp, and possibly tipped with diamond. Wren wondered to see it so changed. "Reed, what's it all mean?" I reckon," he said, handing her the spade, "we're still in this fight, and we've still got a chance. There never was much chance, you know, but now—" "Reed!" Wren suddenly grabbed his arm. "What's the matter?" "I know where we are." Her voice rose in excitement. "Look at the room. Look at the roof. Look at the way it curves. Reed, we're in the worm mound. Under it, inside. I knew I'd seen those curves before, but I'd seen them from outside. This is the worm mound by the pool. We're under Blackwell. I never knew." Reed looked around the coffin vault. Sighs and groans came from within. He motioned to Wren to follow, and moved to the nearest coffin at hand. This lid, all of marble, white as the moon, was chiseled and shaped in the form of a man, old and robed, with strong and sharp features. A low-sounding moan issued from inside. Reed gave the lid a mighty shove. It budged. Another moan. Wren recoiled, but Reed said, "Give me a hand with this thing." She braced her feet and threw her weight against the marble cover. Slowly it gave. Reed and Wren straining. Crash! The lid lay on the floor. Wren stared into the coffin, drawn against her will. Skeletons, corpses, horrors unknown had filled her mind till now. But what? "Empty?" She stared, then mumbled, "That's almost worse." Reed scratched his head. That can't be right. What was making them groans and such? Reed peered inside carefully. Look here, she said. A worm? No, a caterpillar? A little green one, there on the side of the box. She looked at Reed. But it couldn't, could it? Reed shrugged. Look, Wren, we're in a place where I won't be too quick to say what can and cannot be. The air resounded with groans and sighs. The hall, full of coffins and tombs, felt stuffy, like there ain't been a draft or a breeze since ever, Wren muttered. The next nearest coffin was simple, of wood. Wren could have opened it, not needing any help, but Reed insisted they do it together. What if there's something unnatural inside? We'd best stick together, I think. A thud. Empty. No, another caterpillar, down in the corner. Every box, the same thing. Jeweled coffins, wood boxes, sepulchres of marble, all empty, but for a little green worm. A caterpillar, in fact. The sighs subsided. Silence, but an alert silence followed. Wren wondered at the worms. The king's words came back to her. They all become worms in the end. Reed, she said, I think they're people. People that lived long ago. Do you think they know themselves at all? Reed looked around. I'll bet they do. Look at them, Wren. They're all crawling up to the top of their boxes. They finished their task. Each coffin lid lay on the ground. Reed put the fiddle under his chin. I reckon these folks plain forgot about life and everything worth living for. Reed started bowing a song she knew, the song he'd sung for her that night they'd camped out on Mount Eldritch. She saw a vision rising of endless sky and grass that rolled like waves on a windy lake. A violent longing for home suddenly assailed her. But I'm never going home. The thought came sadly and quiet. Her hair fluttered by a draft. The worms had crawled to the sides of the vault, climbing up the walls. What are they doing? Do you reckon they're trying to find a way out? Looks like it. Come on, we'd best get out of here. I'll fill you in on what I know. Lady Knight's garden. Passing through an arch of stone, Wren and Reed now found themselves in a passage, tall and wide. The walls emanated a glow, dim and phosphorescent. Reed had just admitted that he'd had a talk with Lady Knight before they'd started out. She said I couldn't tell you till we reached the Underlands. Tell me what? Reed shrugged. She knew about the cave, or guessed it'd end the way it did. I didn't want you to have to go through that. Reed, I never thanked you. You saved me from those bats, those awful bats that took your hands and eyes and heart. Well, I got 'em back, he grinned. It should have been me, Wren said. Not if I can help it. But I didn't get my heart back yet. We've got to find it. Now I understand what she meant. She said that the hearts of men are kept in her garden after they die. Mine's there somewhere too, I guess. Also, she mentioned her sword. We'll need it, I think. You understand? Wren shook her head. I sure don't. Did she say where the passage, the blocked one, might be? Aren't we supposed to open it? How are we going to do that? Maybe that's what your spade is for. Maybe. And where's the worm? The passage is in her garden, I think. Reed paused and thought. I got the idea that we'll have to break in. The worm is further down. Did she tell you what the fiddle is for? To play. Thanks, Reed. Reed laughed. She said it'd get some fresh air in here and wake the sleepers up. It's got a nice sound, don't you think? Reed, you're really too happy right now. Why do you keep laughing so much, seeing we're still right trapped? The way I see it, we've already gone through what people fear most. And look, we're still on our feet. I reckon. But he stopped short. Debris, floor to ceiling, filled the path. Enormous stones piled high. How many deep, they couldn't tell. A dead end, Wren said. I reckon this is the garden. We've got to get in, somehow. Can we? Wren hesitated. Those rocks are too heavy for you and for me. We couldn't budge one if we tried. Let's try, anyway. Wren dug in her spade 'neath the nearest rock. She leaned and pushed. Reed threw his weight as hard as he could against it. It didn't move. They tried again. A different rock. Again, it didn't budge. Always, every rock they failed. Wren sank down, discouraged. Reed, it ain't no good. We'll never get through that way. Reed sat on a low-lying rock. She said it had to be done. There's got to be a way. Wren rolled her eyes. Sometimes I think those Upperland folks think we're just like them. They imagine we can do much more than what we really can. You don't care for Lady Night. She's hard to like, Wren replied. She knows it, too. The night she sent me to the pool, she wanted to sing me to sleep. You know, I felt uneasy then, like there was something wrong in the song. What did it sound like? Wren sang. Poor bird in the night wind, why have you left your nest? Poor bird in the night wind, why have you left your nest? I'll stop here and take my rest here 'neath the apple tree. Wren started the second verse, but quickly stopped and jumped up. The ground rumbled. Reed pulled her back away from the rocks. The rumblings stopped. Reed picked up his fiddle. Hey, Wren, sing it again. She sang the verse again, and Reed answered. She sang the next verse, and Reed played along. The ground trembled. The third verse, Reed played his own answering song. Wren's heart swelled. It was an answer. She didn't understand the problem of Lady Night's song, nor why Reed's somehow settled the matter, but settle it he did. She knew she'd never again think of Lady Night's song without hearing Reed's in her mind. With a crash, many crashes, the rocks which blocked their way fell, rolled, shook themselves loose, until the path ahead lay clear. Oh, the dust, Wren thought. Then it settled, and they saw. Wren caught her breath. What kind of place had they found? Fire, she thought. But no, before her eyes shone trees of flame, the flame of ruby, diamond and garnet, topaz and emerald, a garden of trees, flowers and lakes, but gemstone rather than petal and leaf grew out of the ground. Many trees and flowers gave off a light, rather than simply reflecting it. Nearly daylight strength, it seemed. Turf of finely spun silver bent beneath their feet. Golden fish swam in a pool, clear as air, clear as glass. When at last she spoke, she whispered. The very air seemed precious. Reed, do you know where your heart is? And what about that sword? That's the catch, he whispered back. You have got to find my heart. I'm supposed to find the sword. And no, I don't know where they are. Should we split up? Maybe so. It doesn't seem like anyone's here. Just the same, look sharp. Lady Night ain't been here for a long time. They split, for the garden was not very large. Wren reckoned she could run the length in under 10 minutes or so. The multicolored splendor of the landscape overawed her. Focus, focus, find the heart. But how would she know when she'd found it? At last she came to the farthest wall. Another door was blocked. The ceiling had collapsed. In front of this door a statue, weird and dark, of shining onyx stone, stood like a sentry or a monument of some forgotten king. Ugly, vaguely man-shaped, but larger and cleverly done. Wren could not discern its purpose. How strange for such an ugly thing to be in a place like this! Wren shuddered and turned away. She hurried back among the trees, turning round and round. She turned, she stopped. Another statue, like the first, stood grimly in her path. She turned and took a different way, glancing over her shoulder now. She suddenly wished to find Reed. She opened her mouth to call him, but stopped. There, directly in front of her, stood a tree. The tree. Surely there was only one tree such as this. Its branches were heavy laden with fruit, but the fruit, each seemed to be a heart. Golden hearts, silver hearts, hearts of every precious thing. Surely Reed's was here. She turned to find Reed, but screamed. The statue stood over her, arm raised high. She only just managed to dodge the blow of a stone arm and mace. "Reed!" she cried. "Reed, help!" Rumbling filled and shook the air. She wondered what it meant. The statue, meanwhile, struck again. She used her spade and parried. Her arms recoiled under the blow. The spade was true. A sliver of stone flew off the giant. The spade neither blunted nor bent. But this giant would crush her, make no mistake. She fled. It followed, horribly quickly for something so large. Hard twigs of gemstone whipped her face. A vague thought floated through her mind. Why am I afraid? Aren't I already dead? She only ran harder. Perhaps there was more than just one kind of death. Abruptly she reached another wall. Boulders and rocks, all freshly turned, strewed at the entrance of a path which led into a tunnel. A strange sensation came over her. How she longed to run that path, to follow it down to its end. But ending where? The stones that formed the entryway she'd taken for ordinary stone, gray and opaque. But were they? She found herself saying, "Oh, bring me to the garden of the night, to the river of the sun, to the stairway of the stars." She ceased to run. The giant drew back at the sight of the path. "Wren! Wren!" She awoke from her thoughts. Reed, with a shining black sword, called her. He jumped between Wren and the giant of stone. "Wren, find my heart! Be quick!" "But what about you?" "Just go!" Reed charged the giant, who turned and fled. Reed gave chase. "Go!" he said again. Wren turned back and ran to the tree. Hearts, hearts, which one was Reed's? As she searched, she found that she could tell what sort of heart each one was. A small, transparent crystal heart, delicate and clear, belonged to a very young child, a timid, quiet girl. A heart of shining, solid blue, diamond or sapphire perhaps, was a warrior's heart and true. A heart of carbuncle belonged to a man in full prime of his life. A heavy and highly polished heart was the heart of a grandmother, old and wise. But where was Reed's? In her anxiety she murmured her song. "Where have you gone, my love?" A golden heart at the top of the tree suddenly burst into flames. Was it his? She had to be sure. Close by, clangs and clashes told of Reed's battle. Wren called out, "Reed, do you love me?" A thud. What did you say?" he called back. "I said, do you love me?" You want to talk about this now? Another crash. It's important. Well, sure I do. More commotion, but Wren knew enough. The heart was surely Reed's. She sang, breathlessly climbing the tree. A problem, how to seize a fiery heart. Wren had nothing to cover her hands. She dared not knock it down. Balancing on an emerald limb, she stretched her fingers, then drew them back. The flames had licked her hands. Mustering up her courage, with both hands she seized the flaming heart. Pain and shock shot through her hands, through all of her, it seemed, the worst pain she'd ever felt. But mixed with it, or behind it, or surely not because of it, a strange and terrible joy swept over her whole self. She swooned. She fell. Dimly she heard a rumbling sound. Next thing she knew, Reed was shaking her. Wren, wake up! Her hands still clasped the heart, but the flames had vanished completely. Reed, where's the giant? Buried. Lucky for us, he opened the door. Lucky us. Are you hurt? Just my hands. Wren looked, and to her surprise, her hands were entirely well. Oh, well, it ain't so bad. I found your heart. Reed grinned. That's it, all right. You'd best keep it for now. You don't want it back? Not just yet. He tore a strip off the bottom of his shirt. Deftly he tied the heart in the cloth, then tied it around Wren's neck. Now you can carry it safely. Did you mean what you said just a minute ago? I wouldn't lie to you. But what about your girl back home? Reed paused, then shrugged. The way I see it, well, look, we ain't going back to our homes again. Whatever we had or thought we had, well, it's done, you see. Wren was surprised at how pleased she felt to hear that. Surely not going home was sad. Where does that path go, the one over there, the place where you found the sword? Funny, ain't it? I'll say. It was all blocked up like the others. I saw the sword hilt in the rocks sticking out of the wall. I climbed up and pulled it out, and when I did, the whole wall fell away. I had to jump quick, else I'd have been buried. I had a mind to follow it, Wren said. Where does it go? Lady Night didn't mention it, Reed replied. I reckon she's got things down here that no one's ever seen. Wren frowned. Did she put those giants here too? I doubt it. But we have to take the descending path, the one the giant opened up. When he tried to pin me to the wall, I dodged him and the boulders fell. He's buried, and now there's a hole we can fit through. What's on the other side, do you reckon? I don't know. Probably more worms. The tunnels. More worms, more worms. Worms of all sorts. Caterpillars, earthworms, leeches too. What to make of all these worms? I expect, Reed said at last, surveying the crowded cave. These folks forgot most everything, even how to cry. Cry? With what? They ain't got eyes. A fellow can cry with his heart sometimes. Ain't you ever done that? Once or twice. Reed took up his fiddle again and played a song she'd never heard. It was sad, make no mistake, and yet she felt a strange new wave of something rising in her heart. Now a voice joined the music, singing a different tune. Oh, it's my voice. Wren, barely conscious of herself, sang along with Reed. She sang, not knowing what she sang. Awake, awake, behold the rising sun. Awake, awake, the moon and stars their dance resume. Let the showers fall, wash the earth again. Let the wind blow. A breeze A genuine breeze ruffled her hair as she sang. The worms woke up, it seemed. Mostly they crawled to the roof of the cave, though some of the nastier ones burrowed deep. The heart, Reed's heart around her neck, gave a warm and yellow light. Sometimes it burned her, but now she noted a strange new thing. The longer it burned her, the less it hurt. The bandage that held it around her neck also seemed unharmed. She didn't question such things anymore. Everything seemed possible now. Caves and caverns, ever deeper, followed in straight succession, never varied, never really, from one into the next. Worms appeared in waves unstinted, rising up beneath their feet. Wren looked sharp and stepped it lightly, lest she crush one underfoot. Reed persisted in his fiddle, ever playing, never ceasing. Wren kept singing, singing, words and thoughts she'd never dreamed. Nonetheless, they kept a theme. All the places she'd loved best wove themselves into her song. The locust trees and sycamores, all twined with elms and maples, green and graceful, full of fire, red or yellow golden leaves, and the sweet cornfield all growing, and the mushroom cave in autumn, and her apple orchard, white with blossoms in the May at noon, sun and moon, rain and earth, growing things and wind, the Appaloosa River, everything she'd ever loved, became another song. All the while, could it be, a breeze was blowing softly. Worms of all varieties and sizes filled these caves and caverns. Some would hear the music and ascend as they were able. Others burrowed deeply in the gravel and the dirt, but it seemed as they descended that a new sort showed itself. Worms they were, but worms with faces. Wren shuddered, for they were like the sort she'd seen within the pool that night. Their faces were distorted, all decayed and writhing. They attempted to entangle and would strangle Wren and Reed, but Reed kept up with his fiddle, never moving to his sword hilt. As for Wren, she found the vermin didn't seem to care that much for the heart she wore. They recoiled as she passed them, for the heart was bright and golden, casting shadows of all sorts of shapes upon the cavern walls. Now at last, nearing the bottom, they assumed, the cave mouth narrowed till they faced a tiny doorway into which they'd have to crawl. Reed hesitated, and Wren's song faltered. Reed said, "Well, isn't that a wretched little hole we've got to squeeze through?" "We have to?" Wren balked. "It seems so. What's worse, I expect we'll find the big old worm on the other side." Wren weighed her spade. "Let's get this straight. You and I have got to find the worm at the bottom of it all, and somehow get that golden fruit it ate up way back when." "That's how I understand it." Aye. The only way, it seems, to get it out would be, we'll have to kill it, won't we?" "Can't see any other way." "Keep your spade ready, all right?" "Me? You're the one with the sword." "True enough. But there's no telling what may come. We may have only one chance at this, and it might be you as likely as me. You've chopped off the head of a snake before. I didn't think you were prissy." "I ain't prissy," Wren snapped. "I'm a little uneasy about it, though. Lady Knight and the others couldn't kill this thing, and you're telling me to kill it with a shovel?" "It's a good shovel." Wren sighed. "Reed, we're really dead, ain't we?" "As far as I can tell, we are." "Then what are we afraid of?" He paused, thinking, then said, "We're still ourselves. I'd be afraid of losing that. I've had a thought that maybe a fellow can die in more ways than we usually think." He bent down and crawled through the tiny doorway. Wren followed him into the dark. The old worm. Dark, all was dark. Heavy hung the air. Wren could scarcely stand on her feet. Somehow, and she never knew how, her eyes weren't hampered by the dark. She perceived the room and everything in it, though it never ceased to be dark. She held Reed's arm. Neither dared to say a word. The room of stone was deep, curved, plunging in the middle. The air was thick with water rot, but Wren could not detect a source. Perhaps at the very deepest point, perhaps water collected there. Hanging from the roof of stone, weird stalactites twisted about. The snaky undulations fascinated Wren. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Graceful branches of stone, like the branches of a tree, growing wrong side down. As she stared, it almost seemed each branch was tipped by a face frozen in stone, a dry face, an empty face, a face with no one in it. The faces of nothing looked down at her, never moving, and yet they seemed to sway. They all become worms in the end. The words ran through her mind. They all become worms in the end, she murmured quietly. What'd you say? Reed looked up in alarm. They all become worms in the end, she said again, moving toward the center. And they all dry out, desiccate. That's the word. There's really nothing for it. Reed now looked afraid, more so than he'd ever been. Wren, why are you talking like that? Wren looked at the frozen faces. How strange they didn't frighten her. Reed, there ain't no point to this. There's nothing at the bottom of things. I see that now. There ain't no old worm making all things rot. There's just the things that used to be. They sink down here eventually, sink and harden up. Nothing swallows everything. That's the meaning of the worm. The faces swayed and seemed to say, Mystery of me, O great unknowable mystery, I, the center of all things, root, essential mystery. Wren found that she'd been speaking out loud, and now she said, All things have their end in me, the primal mystery, sinking, fathoms deep, sinking in abyss of sleep, sleep without repose, without respite. All things end in me, all things end with me, and I am not. She'd nearly reached the center now. Reed did not follow her down. Hey, Wren, what about love? He said, anger in his voice. Everything is swallowed up sooner or later. She looked at the center point, the deepest in the room. Nothing. Empty. There ain't no worm, she said again. Lethargy gripped her fiercely. She wanted to lie down for a while. She could lie down here, still as stone, never move again. Sound, shrill and wild, pierced the air. Reed had the fiddle under his chin, his eyes alight. The sound was muffled instantly. This air couldn't carry sound, couldn't bear it. Again the fiddle cried aloud. Wren looked up, but little did she comprehend. The stony faces swayed. Again the fiddle rang. Again a song took shape. No image formed in Wren's mind, no memory, no thought, but slowly something solid grew, more solid than the stony floor, stronger than the air. A breeze, a wind, whipped round her now. This solid thing that filled the room wrapped her in the wind. A certainty, an undisputable truth took hold of her awareness. This was love. She was loved. In fact, she knew Reed loved her. And something new sprang up in her. But was it really new? She loved him. She had no doubt. Why hadn't she thought of it earlier? She thought, maybe it's a thing to know and not a thing to think or feel. The heart around her neck ignited into flame. Golden lights danced around her now. At last her mind was clear. She'd spoken without comprehending. Now the words ran through her mind, the words that she had said. What rubbish and rot! None of it's true. She looked down at her feet and saw a most peculiar thing. A worm, a rather large one, gray and pale, lay motionless, its tail held in its mouth, making a perfect circle. Was it even alive? Yes, it was, though it never moved. Wren felt the pull down towards it. Surely it was heavy, the heaviest thing there was. No, not the heaviest, or at least not the strongest. The wind and music filled her now. Trilia gripped her spade and struck. One blow severed the head. The worm began to shrivel. The music stopped. Reed leaped down, drawn sword in hand. With one quick motion he sliced the worm and, reached inside. He drew out in his hand a dully golden, tarnished fruit. The worm grew smaller and smaller till there was nothing left of it, nothing she could see. Wren at last looked up at Reed. "Good arm," he said. "In one go, too." Wren couldn't think of what to say next. Reed spoke again. "Quick now, take your spade and dig a good-sized hole." "Where?" "Right here, the lowest point in the room." "It's rock. Just try." She did, and was astonished at the ease with which she dug through rock. She couldn't tell if she was that much stronger, or if perhaps the rock was soft. Reed handed her the tarnished fruit. "Plant it with my heart." "You plant it. I can't." "It has to be you." "Why me?" "You're a girl." "So what if I am?" "So it has to be you. Just do it, Wren." Wren was not happy about this task, but she decided to humor him. She placed the fruit in the middle of the hole and carefully unwound Reed's heart. This she placed beside the fruit. Lights were dancing on the walls. Wren was sorry to bury it, but bury it she did. "Now what?" "We need some rain." "Down here? I doubt Lady Rain comes this way very much." "No, I reckon we'll just have to make do." Reed put the fiddle under his chin and slowly drew the bow. This song was something totally new. Sorrow, loss, everything she'd left behind, all she'd never see again. Yes, this thing had cost her everything she'd loved. Tears fell quietly onto the stone. She brushed them away, but more sprang up. No self-pity showed itself. No, it was simply mourning for what was lost to her. Reed stopped suddenly. Wren looked down by her hand on the ground. A glow was growing underground. The ground began to tremble and shake. Wren and Reed sprang back a bit, watching, waiting. Now the cave was full of light. The stone turned into gold. Something was coming, growing quickly. Then it burst. Part 5. The Tree. Chapter 1. The Bells. Shaken, shaken, fallen earth, burst its bonds and yielded mighty branches, mighty limbs, in the deeps concealed, broke the ancient wall of stone, forced the ceiling free, a giant climbing, scaling high. Thus appeared the tree. Rekindled from a heart of flame, the fire fruit now bore the holy child of the tree, but greater than of yore, climbing higher still, high above the clouds, high above the sun and moon, past the starry crowd. As the topmost branches burst from the cave enclosed, reed and wren each grabbed a branch and rode it as they rose. The branch each held became a limb, each limb large as a tree, riding, soaring through the sky, borne aloft with ease. Wren rejoiced to feel the air. Behold, now it was night, and as she raised her eyes, she saw a sky all full of lights. Crowding round and circling low, the stars drew near in turns. The lights that flashed out from their eyes now blazed and beamed and burned. Below, resounding in the night, the bells sang out their peal, thundering their cries aloud. The lady's tower reeled. But now, what's this? Notes above. Answer those sound swells, descending from the starry heights, the peal of 1,000 bells. Wren looked down from her perch and saw the lady moon in flight. White, so luminous, bright she seemed, far more than other nights. Saluting wren and reed, she passed, then raised her high and silvery voice, "Trilia, Trilia, Trilia." Wren, distracted now, observed a strange sight from her perch. Worms covered every inch of her branch. Not just her branch. Why, everywhere worms were settling in. Wondering greatly, she looked up at Reed, but he was looking away. At what? A low rumble of baying hounds answered her at once. In the clouds a giantess approached with great speed. Her eyes gleamed of lightning, her voice sweet but terrible, as she called aloud, "Brothers, brothers, come to my aid. I wash the earth tonight." Then Wren saw, or rather felt, the coming of the winds. A terrific storm whipped round and round, but over all the din arose the song of the winds and Lady Rain. "Trilia, Trilia, Trilia," they sang at length. The mighty tree neither rocked nor swayed within the heart of the storm. Wren thought it a most peculiar thing to look down upon a thundercloud. Lady Rain shook her voluminous skirts, and showers covered the earth. The baying of the thunders rattled the air. At last Lady Rain seemed satisfied, her face again serene. "Trilia," she sang again, and withdrew. Through it all the bells above never ceased their peals. The worms were gone. In their places little baubles hung. It looked as though a string of gems, like a giant necklace, was draped around the tree. Wren wondered at the change, but soon forgot, for a new thing appeared. The air around her seemed to hold its breath. The bells grew dim, though never ceased. Something was coming. Something awaited with great anticipation. Wren sat bolt upright, waiting with bated breath. A streak of pale rose appeared, low on the horizon. Lady Sun's birds flew near to the ground, warm, pale colors in their wake. Light returned to the earth below. Light swelled, sound swelled. Then Wren saw her. At the eastern skyline, there in splendor stood the sun. Wren knew now that her eyes had changed. Never could she earlier have looked on Lady Sun unveiled. No living man could see that face, a face of size and magnitude to fill the eastern sky. Golden hair streaming, fiery crown. Giantess? The earth itself seemed trifling next to her. This face she turned and looked at them, Wren and Reed in the tree. She laughed with mirth which could shake the world and tumble mountains at her feet. "Trilia, Trilia, Trilia!" Her voice as big as the sky. "Trilia!" she cried again, ascending ever higher. Now the light was full. Wren cried out sharply. "What's wrong?" Reed called. "The worms! The worms!" she exclaimed, for now she understood. The morning light had wrought a change. The gemstones hanging off the branch shuddered in the light of dawn. From each stone or shell, it seemed, a little creature hatched. They hung upside down in the growing sun, and Wren cried out, "They're butterflies, Reed. They've all got wings." Somehow this discovery meant more than ever a butterfly had. Wren didn't know why her heart rose, but rise it did in triumph. Wings of every color, red, yellow, blue, grew and dried themselves in the sun. The west wind suddenly appeared and laughed. At his voice the butterflies at once took flight. Everywhere was color, wind, and sound. "They're free! They're free!" Wren cried, not knowing what she said. The colors fluttered down, away. The sounds were fading now. The stars themselves descended down below the tree somewhere. Light clouds wisped under Wren's feet, obscuring the view below. She and Reed were alone in the tree. "What a morning, ain't it?" Reed called down. His branch was slightly higher than Wren's, a little off to one side. He stretched out his feet and leaned against the trunk. "I reckon I could stay here a while and watch the goings-on." "A while, maybe," Wren replied, "but I can't perch in a tree forever, however nice the view." "There ain't no hurry." "Maybe not. But what are we going to do now that we've done what we set out for?" "Any ideas?" Wren thought for a bit, then said, "I wondered if we could somehow get back to the ladies' house. Maybe we could stay with them." "Stay with them?" Reed sounded amused. "And do what?" "Well, I could help keep the house, and you could tend the grounds." She was cut off abruptly by Reed's loud laughter. "You keep house?" "Why's that so funny?" she asked testily. Reed only laughed louder. "Oh, you think I'm no good, is that it?" Reed wiped the tears from his eyes. "All right, then," she said at last. "What do you think we should do, since my idea is so absurd?" Reed righted himself. "I think we should go back to the king and give them our report. I reckon the folks there all will want to know just what has happened. Isn't it obvious? They can't miss this tree. Surely they can figure it out. We still ought to make it a formal say-so." Wren shrugged. "I'll go back if you want to go, Reed, but I won't set foot in that castle again. I'll wait outside till you're done." "What's wrong with the castle?" "Everything," Wren snapped. Reed looked bewildered. I thought you liked the place." "Well, I don't," she said, but she did. "You're not still mad at the king?" "Of course I am." But why?" Reed asked. "Everything's worked out." "Worked out?" Wren was indignant. "It doesn't matter if it did or not. That's not the point at all." Fire was in her eyes now. "Reed, he used us. Reed, we died and can't never go home again. And now we're left to sort it out as best we can, I guess. No, Reed, don't. I won't forgive him quite so easily as that. He could have snapped his fingers and done it all himself without the danger and trouble we took. It wouldn't have cost him what it cost us. I'm certain of that much. But no, he had to use you and me, and you bore the brunt of it. You can't deny it. No, I won't forgive him that. You don't think he cares what happens to us?" "It sure don't seem like he does." "That's funny, 'cause I was told he had a mind to marry you, and you said that you would." Wren stared at him, then rolled her eyes. "Don't be an idiot. He never asked me, and I never agreed." As she spoke, she doubted herself. She had a terrible certainty that she had agreed to exactly that, but she couldn't recall when she'd said so. Reed said, "So you won't even come inside?" "No, I can't stand the place." "You don't like the castle at all?" "No," she said, but she did. Reed whistled. "Whew, girl, you're hard to please." "Well, I never asked nobody to try and please me." "We'd better get going," Reed said. "I've got a lot to do." Reed swung himself down to Wren's branch. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "I need to find a new house." Wren glared. "Reed, don't joke. I'm not in the mood." "Look at me, Trilia Sooth. Don't you understand? I am the king of the wind." Trilia stared. He wasn't joking. "You're mad," she said. She knew he wasn't. "I might be," he grinned, "but I'm telling the truth." Trilia felt lost. Her world spun wildly, and she must have wobbled, for Reed caught her arm. "Trilia, do you still hate me?" She pulled her arm away. "I might. I don't know who you are." "I'm just who I've always been." "You're more than what you said." She didn't exactly feel angry. No, really it was a sort of shock. "Why?" she said at last. "Reed, why do you do this? Why did you let me think you died?" "Let you think? I did die." "You can't die." "I can, if I let myself." "Why would you let yourself?" "Darn it, Reed, why would you ever want something like that?" Reed sighed. I don't know if I can answer you now. I suppose I decided when I knew you'd have to take that path through the Underlands, that I'd go down there too, and we'd fight it out together. Reed, I don't buy it. You could have managed all of this by more or less snapping your fingers. Isn't that true?" "It's a little more than that, but yes." "But you still did it this way." "I did." "I don't understand. And look here, Reed, anyone who'd done all the things you've done, scaring me the way you did, acting all cold and indifferent, not to mention sending us down into that horrible place. Reed, anyone who'd done those things to me without a cause, why, I'd think he was a monster or a scoundrel. But darn it, Reed, you ain't. That's the problem. You ain't. You've saved me over and over again. You died for me back in the cave. You died, and you didn't have to. You plain ruined your feet at the witch's house and let yourself get chopped to bits. What are you, Reed?" Reed leaned back against the tree. "A man in love with a difficult girl. Well, that's your own fault." "Maybe, but I ain't sorry." They sat in silence a long while. A light breeze swirled the clouds. "Whew," Reed said. "We can't really talk to each other much yet." "Ain't we talking now?" "I mean, the things I want to tell you. You can't understand just yet. Try me." "I will, but not yet. Trilia, we need to go behind the 7th veil. Remember the throne room? The curtain of light?" "Sure I do. Why were you so hard on me?" Reed sighed. "Look at me, Wren. What you see now is what you saw then." "No, Reed, I couldn't see you at all. You had your back to me." "There were 2 conversations that day. The one you heard and the one you knew. And the one you heard wasn't— how can I explain this well? Your eyes were good, but they were Lowerland eyes. They could only see in part. What's worse, you had water in your heart. Just a drop, but a drop is enough to skew your sight and all the words I spoke to you. But you've always understood me before. Where have you gone, my love? Where have you gone, my love? I'm waiting here 'neath the apple tree." And Trilia was certain now, for she'd never sang that song for him, that his was the voice in the wind she'd been hearing her whole life long. It didn't answer her questions, only raised up new ones. He continued, "Behind the seventh curtain, I want to give you the words of the language I use behind the veil." "Give me? Don't you mean teach me?" "No, give you. The thoughts and things we talk about there are bigger and more solid than what a common word can hold. You can't ever learn this language. Someone has to give it to you, one word at a time. I spoke it to you in the throne room at the very end. You swooned. It was too much. Before that, I had asked you to stay with me. You said, I can't. I asked if you wanted to stay with me, and you said, I don't know. I don't think I can. I told you that I'd always loved you. Then you said that it was too much and you couldn't bear it. I asked if you loved me, and you said you thought you did. I said, what if I could make you able to stay? And you said that you would. Then I said that an agreement had been reached. Or maybe you said that. I can't remember. That's when you fell, and I jumped down and caught you. Don't you remember?" "I only remember a part of it. Honestly, Reed, it sounded very different. It sounded like you rejected me, like you didn't want to help. Didn't you say those other things about the pools and turning to worms?" "I did. But now I'm sure you didn't hear me fairly. There were parts, large parts, you missed." "But you must have known that would happen." "I thought it might." "Then why did you do it?" Reed sat in silence a moment or two. The breeze whispered around them. Finally he said, "Trilia, you asked me once what a king was. You know, I'm a king. I'm neither a tyrant nor a despot. Do you understand what that means?" "No, I don't." "We talked about it once. Remember that night on Mount Eldritch? Remember I said I loved things just because they were there? Well, Wren, that's true. The Lowerlands. Trilia, you know this as much as I do. The good and bad are all tangled up, like bindweed in on a cornstalk. You pull up the one, you pull up both. And folks are like that, too. The good and bad inside of them is tangled and twisted round their hearts. There's really no telling how they'll turn out. I owe it to them to wait until... I've been waiting. Trilia," and here his voice was earnest, "I've wanted for long, the longest time, to bring the Lowerlands away from death, away from the worm, away from the poisons they make for themselves and the ones that rise from the ground. But if I'd shown them what I showed you, come down dressed for the throne room and all, do you think they'd want to come? I wanted you to know, really know, what they would see. Yes, I let you see me before you were ready. I knew it would cost you, but I knew you could bear it. I knew you would want to know if you could. You're their queen, Trilia. You have to know how things really are. You're a Lowerland girl. You've passed through death. You've seen the Upperlands and me. Trilia, you know now." Trilia wasn't sure of anything she knew, but she said, "But how can you say you let me see you? Weren't you with me all the time? You didn't frighten me then." Reed smiled. "There's a secret in the Upperlands. The greater a person is, the better he can hide it. Take Sir Lockwood, the captain who met us. You thought he looked impressive, right?" "I would have thought that he was the king." "And any Lowerlander would have thought the same. But he isn't the greatest. He couldn't hide what he is if he walked in the Lowerlands. They'd make him their king, and they'd be right, for he's greater than all of them. But the truth is that the people who live in the castle with me, they are greater still. Master Canto hides himself, even among his own. You haven't seen him truly yet. Lady Trona's mind is keen, keener than any that serve me. But you wouldn't know it unless she chose to show you. And you know what?" And here something like mischief shone in his eyes. "I felt downright proud of myself to have fooled her when we were there. It isn't easy, you know." "No one knew who you were when you came to the castle with me?" "I didn't tell anyone, though I wonder if Master Canto didn't figure it out. He knows me very well." "But Reed, it's still not sitting quite right with me. You said you let things go sometimes, even when they're bad, in order to save the good. Does that mean there's going to always be bad? Will the Lowerlands always be poisoned? The worm, I think, tunneled under everything. Isn't that what poisoned the place, warping all the good?" Reed smiled. "No, not always. Trilia, that's what we did. This tree is even now sending out its roots deeper and farther than the last tree ever did. Soon they will circle the earth. Slowly things will change as the good roots work beneath the ground. No, Trilia, the poison will not have the last word. And the folks, can they? The doors are open, Trilia. If they will, they can come." "If they will?" "Some won't. Some of those worms didn't want to come. Some folks are the same." The wind, ever whispering, rustled Trilia's hair. Suddenly she said, "Reed, there's an 8th curtain, isn't there, behind the—" But she stopped short, for she saw Reed's face. A strange expression came over it now, one she couldn't read. It was something like eagerness and something like joy, but also a sort of reserve. Trilia suddenly felt very shy and almost sorry she'd asked. That veil, it seemed, whatever it hid, was not for common talk. "Never mind, Reed, I shouldn't have asked." "No, I wanted you to ask. I've wanted to tell you. For ages, it seems." "What is it?" she whispered. He took her hands and said very low, "The center of everything." Trilia did not know what this meant. A strange sensation came over her, as though she was waking from a dream, and not yet fully awake. She did not ask any more. She was certain Reed would take her there, and then she'd know for herself. "Trilia, you're the queen. What's more, you've always been the queen. Do you understand yet?" "Reed, She trailed off. What did she understand? "I'll come back with you, Reed." He grinned. "I'll start a new castle right away." "Oh, stop," she exclaimed. "I didn't mean it, and you know it. It's a wonderful castle." "It's yours." I'll be Rayo. Trilia stood on the branch and grabbed a hold of the trunk. "We'd better get started if we're going to reach, well, anywhere today." "You're right," Reed laughed, "but I have a faster way." He whistled twice. "How ridiculous would it look for us to make our entrance, your grand entrance too, shimmying down a tree? No, we've got to do better than that." A cumulonimbus giant rose in front of the two of them. To Trilia's amazement, 2 great stallions emerged from the clouds, trotting through the air. The horses were dark as storm clouds, standing 20 hands. She'd never seen the like. Smooth coats, muscles rippling as they moved, and graceful manes and tails. These creatures had speed and power. There could be no doubt. But, "Reed, I'm not sure I can manage this. A horse that big wouldn't know I was there. A great big man'd have a hard time with him." Reed shook his head. "You'll manage just fine. You're stronger than you used to be. Much stronger than you think. Remember, you've passed through death." Without more ado, Trilia swung herself up on the horse. Reed followed suit. Neither had a saddle or rein, but Reed said that they wouldn't need them. Reed dug in his heels. Trilia did likewise. The horses flew, galloping through the air. Trilia rejoiced to feel this horse run. He was living speed and grace. She thought she could ride forever this way, and she guessed that this horse could manage that. She hadn't a notion of where they were going. She simply followed Reed. Soon a silhouette appeared before her. Then it became towers, now trees and walls, the Upperlands. But what was this? Instead of white and silver, now the city was awash in colors, rich and bright. Sapphire towers, crimson turrets, trees of every hue, and music, what music and songs, now reached them as they flew. "Why, Reed, what's happened? Where'd these colors come from? What's that singing we hear?" "The colors have always been there. They show up better in the tree light, don't they? As for the singing, I expect Albie Rayo's descended and is waiting for us with his folk." Golden fountains on every corner sprang to life as they passed. Everyone was dressed in costumes gorgeous and stately. They reached the castle by a side gate. "This way we can get changed. We're still in our grave clothes and look mighty strange." Through the door, and suddenly Lady Rain and Lady Moon stood and waited to receive them. Lady Sun is busy, of course. It's daytime now, Trilia thought. The ladies bowed to Reed and then to Trilia as well. She blushed and said, "Now, really." "No, they are right," Reed said. "You are the queen, and they are your ladies. They shall wait on you. Lady Sun and Lady Night are also at your call." "Oh, bother it all. I don't know a thing about being a queen." "It'll come," Lady Rain laughed. "Just hold up your head nice and high." What happened next passed in a blur. The ladies whisked Trilia away and had her washed and dressed, all the while saying things like, "No, it goes like this," and "I told you we needed to add more length. You never listened to me." The dressing room had polished walls of hematite and glass. The ladies stood back and admired their work. Lady Rain said, "Well, didn't that chit of a girl turn out nice?" Trilia stared at the reflective walls. A woman stood before her, a young, beautiful woman with snow-white hair, clad in white, white veil on her head, golden blossoms crowned her. Trilia blinked. The woman blinked her golden eyes. Could this really be her? Trilia Sooth, the sun-flecked farm girl, with an upturned nose and an impish grin. Surely this couldn't be her. A young man appeared behind her in the glass. He was also clad in white, white tunic, white breeches, white mantle trimmed in gold, snow-white hair, gold circlet crowned, and eyes of palest gold. And was that Reed, the cowhand? "That's a king," Trilia thought. Reed smiled at her in the mirror. She turned and said, "Reed, I've been wondering something. Why didn't we turn into worms when we went down to the Underlands? It seemed like I should have turned into one, even if you didn't." "I think," said Reed, "there's someone here who can answer you just on that point. Lady Trona." And Lady Trona appeared in the doorway, tall and composed as ever. "How may I be of assistance, my king?" "The Queen desires to understand our journey to the Underlands. I myself would welcome any insight you might give." Lady Trona bowed and said, "Then, Queen, relate your tale to me, and I shall attempt to unravel it." Trilia then told her of the boat, the bats, the strange red light, the shawl, Reed's death, and hers, and how she woke, but changed it seemed, and all that followed after. Lady Trona listened intently, asking questions and oftentimes making Trilia repeat a point. When at last she understood, she spoke at length and said, "This is how I read your tale. The Underlands are very strict, severe, and most exact. All Lowerland dwellers belong to them by right of nature and conquest." Trilia looked at Reed, who said, "That is a story for another time." Lady Trona continued, "The Lowerland dwellers, upon their deaths, descend to the Underlands. Alas, the Lowerlands have long degenerated and broken down the strength of their children. From the time that Lady Night was driven from her lower realms, the children of the Lowerlands have had no passages to reach the cures she can procure. But even now that changes. When you, Queen, and the King began the great reconquest, for that is what it was, the Underlands became confounded with your entrance. The pool, O Queen, left traces on your eyes and lips and hands, and in your heart as well. These the Underlands claimed. But you also carried Willow's shawl, and she belonged to them as one of their own, not simply as a prisoner of war. They recognized the shawl as hers. The King, in putting on the shawl, confounded them the more, for he was free of any claim the Underlands might make. This was their mistake. In taking the life of the King and stealing his eyes and hands and heart, they broke their laws unwittingly and were forced to return what they stole, for they may not steal outright." Trilia said, "But we had to find his heart ourselves." "Yes," Lady Trona continued, "the worm could not undo in full the spells of Lady Night. The hearts of the dead belong to her. She keeps them and tends them until her cures have made the dead able to bear them again. She has not been there to tend them these many ages past, but they still remove to her garden. You saw them, did you not?" "I did. Do they all go there?" "If their heart is living rather than dead, it grows upon her tree. Even a tattered or soiled heart, provided it has a spark of life, will grow under her care. Dead hearts she keeps not." "The Queen, I think," Reed said, "desires to know, as do I, the reason she was able to wake." Lady Trona nodded. "It seems to me it comes back to the cave. The Underlands could not keep the King or anything of his, nor could they, in justice, inflict on the Queen the slavery of her friend Willow. The passing of the shawl confused the signals they received. In short, the eyes of the Underlands could not tell who exactly you were. The uncertainty caused them to blunder, and thus reverse themselves. But there is more. You remember, I believe, their antipathy to blood." "I do," Trilia said, remembering the night she'd visited the pool. "They hate it," Lady Trona said, "as they hate life itself and everything real and true. It pokes a sort of hole in their spells, to put it quaintly. As such, the King's blood, being innocent, effectively undid their grip. It spilled freely, did it not? Well then, my Queen, the spells that would have changed you to a worm were not able to take their full effect. Thus you were only bound." "Then the butterflies we saw," Trilia trailed off. "They are here," Lady Trona said. "The west wind brought them here. They wait beneath the tree." Trilia still was uneasy. "Reed," she said, "I'm still not understanding this. Why was Willow hit so hard? Truly, truly, Reed, she's better 100 times over than me. She'd make a better queen, you know." Reed smiled at Trilia. "Trilia, you are the queen. You'll just have to get used to that. But as for Willow, Maybe this might comfort you. Lady Moon?" Lady Moon, who stood nearby, came forward. "Tell us again the prophecy regarding the queen and the worm." Lady Moon graciously smiled and said, "The day long past, my sisters and I descended to battle the worm and cast him underground. I saw and spoke this vision. The worm would not be overthrown by any deathless one, but rather a girl of the Lowerlands, born and raised therein. She would drive him out for good and plant the latter tree. This girl I saw would be the queen, and her the king would wed. Together they would open up the pathways once again. The worm held ever in contempt the peoples of the Lowerlands, even as they worshipped him. Never did he doubt his full dominion over them, yet he feared my words." "Now I understand," Lady Trona said. "And see if you, my friends, detect the irony. The pool appeared, and there the worm caught sight of your friend Willow. He perceived her qualities as clearly as you do." Here she spoke to Trilia. "Now mark his mistake. He thought that she must be the one whom Lady Moon had named. Thus he greatly labored to ensnare and catch your friend. He mistook her for you, and had he not done what he did, perhaps, my queen, you wouldn't have dared attempt to do exactly what you've done." Trilia felt strange. "So Willow's been bearing this all for me." "Don't give up, Trilia," Reed said. "This isn't over yet. She wasn't in the Underlands. I looked." They took their leave of the ladies and passed into the hall. Before they'd gone very far, Master Canto met them. He bowed low, but smiled at Trilia. She wondered at him. Nothing external had changed as far as she could see, and yet there was something about him that gave him an air of majesty. She couldn't put her finger on it. "King," Master Canto said, "you're wanted by the tree, and quickly if you please. Albireo is growing impatient, I fear." "Growing impatient?" Reed said, raising his eyebrows. "He's never been patient. But yes, we'll go at once. Have our horses waiting, Master Canto." Master Canto bowed and was gone. As Trilia walked with Reed, she asked, "Say, Reed, how long were we gone? Lady Moon was full just when we rode up on the tree, but it seems she shouldn't have been." Reed said, "From the time we climbed Mount Eldritch to the time the tree emerged, Lady Moon has run an entire course." Trilia was astonished. "But we left for the Underlands less than a week after we started our climb up the mountain." "I know, but you didn't wake up right away after we sank in the lake. It took me a while to find you, and the journey to the bottom, remember you sang with me, took over a week. I didn't feel it at all. Time passes differently there," he said. "Reed, that girl you talked about, Trilia, that was you. I'm just making sure. You never actually told me that." Trilia felt pleased again. They reached the gate and mounted their horses, riding this time at a trot. The streets, lined with people, filled with cheers. Trilia discovered that the gardens now were full of the most exquisite flowers that she'd ever seen. The cheers grew louder and louder as the tree came plainly into sight, for it gave off a light which could always be seen. The tree dwarfed tower and wall. 3 strange crowds awaited them as they reached the square. One was all of the Upperlands, with their many-colored eyes. The others, Trilia guessed, were stars. Stars descended from the heavens. Each was tall and slender. Each gave off a light. This crowd sang a glorious song as she and Reed approached.
Trilia, Trilia, the tree has returned. Earth and stars rejoicing. Now sing we all, Trilia. Now the King has conquered, descending
handsomest one, who seemed to be their leader, stepped forward and gracefully bowed. His face betrayed anxiety. "King," he said, "she isn't here. Where is she, King?" He looked at Trilia and took her hands. Hands of fire, she thought, but she could bear them now. "Lady," he said, "you're a Lowerland child. Tell me, have you seen her?" Trilia felt bewildered. Who are you looking for, sir?" Reed, the king, she thought again, said, "Friend, she was not in the Underlands, nor has she returned. We must conclude that she yet lives." The star's face fell. "Then evil has befallen her. Within this course of Lady Moon I have not seen her in her place. She was wont to look at me, and I at her, though distance kept us far apart, too far to exchange so much as a word. Lady," here he turned to Trilia, "the one I seek is fair of heart and fair of face. You were her companion once. Tell me, I beg you, how she fares." "He means Willow," Trilia thought. "Surely he means Willow." "I'd like to know myself," she said. "When last I saw her she was not well. That was a month ago." She looked at the king. "There's another here," he said, "who knows with certainty what bodes and how the lady fares." Reed indicated the third crowd, which Trilia had not yet seen. These were youths with golden eyes and hair as white as snow. At their head a woman stood, softly robed in black. As her garments caught the light, they glistened as the sky of night. Beautiful and tall was she, and Trilia beheld her face, now unveiled at last. Her skin shone a rich mahogany. Her face was old and yet unlined. Trilia wondered at how beautiful it was, a beauty born of suffering, a beauty won in battle. But now her face was in repose, calm as a summer night. Drawing near, she bowed and kissed Trilia on the head. "Well done, my child, well done. Worthy are you to be queen." Trilia protested. "But anyone could have done the things I did, and probably done them better, too." Lady Knight smiled. "You speak truly, Queen, but you, my girl, were the only one in all these years who actually did it. Many were called, some set out, all failed in the end. You alone have persevered. They owe you their freedom." She gestured to the white-haired youths. Two of them stepped forward, a boy and a young man. Trilia studied them both, then gasped, "Bumble! Junie, you're here!" She ran and embraced them both. Even Junie was welcome now. It seemed he was loony no more. "At last I'm home," Juniper said. "At last I see the tree again. I thank you, Lady Trilia. I thank you, my queen." "Welcome, Juniper, at last," the king said, coming forward. He shook the hand of Juniper and said, "I've missed you, friend." Juniper bowed. Now Bumble spoke. He was taller and not so round, and looked a few years older, but it was him, she had no doubt. "Trilia, it's true," he said. "Those things that Lady Knight said. You and me and Willow were called. A couple of others were, too. But you were the only one who went and actually climbed Mount Eldritch. But, Bumble, you would have come, too. I know that you were brave enough. You were braver and better than me. You never looked in the pool. It seems that the Underlands made a mistake. You oughtn't to have been a worm." "No, Trilia, you're wrong. I never went to the pool in the woods. You're right. I knew that was bad, but I was deceived none the less. Did you know that those pools weren't the first of their kind? Trilia, did you know that they're only filled with the things in our minds, with the things we wish to be? I loved Willow, you know that, but I didn't love the real Willow at all. I loved the Willow in my mind, the one I imagined I loved. It wasn't real, but I fooled myself that I could make it so, if I only convinced her to come with us, too, and climb Mount Eldritch. But wasn't she supposed to come? Trilia cut in. Yes, Bumble said, but Lady Night warned me not to talk to her alone. She didn't tell me that. Child, Lady Night said, you were not in danger as he was. You knew your friend as she truly was. He only loved a dream. She would have beguiled him into the pool, and there he would be lost. I was going to go to her house that morning on the river. I was distracted, thinking of her. I knew it was dangerous weather for boating. I didn't care. I didn't think. I was sure I could convince her. And so I lost my chance. Lady Night spoke again. But Bumble's heart has always been and always will be true. You saw it, did you not? The warrior's heart, heavy and blue. Yes, Trilia replied. I thought it belonged to a very brave man. And so it does, Lady Night said. Many can be brave in battle, fully armed. Few there are with courage when their powers have all failed, and they themselves are weak and small. Even as a worm, Bumble did not cower. He waited and hoped on the roof of the cave, and he was the first to climb. I knew my mistake at once, he said, and was sorry I'd let myself be fooled. Bumble, the king said, your chance is not lost. Here I give you another task. Kneel before me now, and I shall make you a knight. With Lady Night's sword the king dubbed Bumble a knight. When he rose, the king said, Now, Sir Bumble, this is your task. Ride through the Lowerlands below, wherever people dwell, and call them all to make their way and climb the tree. To those who fall to the Underlands, I spur them on to Lady Night and her garden of fire. Here, I give you a tool. He handed Bumble a silken purse. Inside, wrapped in silk, is a lock of the hair of Lady Sun. The people you attempt to reach may not perceive your presence, nor may they hear your voice. But touch them with this lock of hair, and courage will fill their hearts, and longing will inflame them. The rest I leave to you. Go now. A white horse was brought, and Bumble mounted, eagerly and proud. He bowed to the king and Trilia, nodded to Lady Night, and waved farewell to the other returned, and galloped away out of sight. Trilia turned to the king and asked, But read, it seems that you needn't have waited quite so long to act. With all respect to Lady Moon. She nodded to Lady Moon, who stood serene as ever nearby. Did it really have to be me? Surely another, an earlier one from the Lowerlands, could have made the journey, could have killed the worm, and then they'd all have been here sooner. For years I've traveled the Lowerlands, the king said gravely. I've searched for those with courage for the task, those with love enough to die and give up all they have, without a promise or guarantee of anything for themselves. Ever since the worm was thrown to the Underlands, I've searched, and you are the only one, my queen. You are the only one. But I failed left and right, she protested. The only reason I made it at all was because you were with me. I would have been lost the first night I set out. The king said nothing but smiled. Trilia turned to Lady Night. But what about Willow? How is she? Lady Night spoke quietly. Willow, your friend, yet lives, my queen, but cannot hope to last. You bid me, queen, to help your friend. She lies in an enchanted sleep, the kind I can procure. She cannot ever stay in it, and I fear now she has not strength nor will enough to wake. King! Albireo's voice rang out, his face drawn with distress. His eyes, however, flashed. I beg you, give me leave. At once I shall descend and rescue my lady from death. In my arms I shall bear her to the highest sphere of my land, and there my people shall revive her." "Nay, friend, nay," was the king's response. "I cannot permit this passage. As yet the Lowerlands are not prepared to bear your presence now. And besides this, I fear I must add, that Lady Willow is poisoned and ill. Deeply she drank of the cursed pool, and deep are the wounds on her heart. She must be healed ere you can meet, for she could not endure you now." Albireo was undaunted. "Name it, king, the thing which shall heal and save my love. Be it high as the heavens or beneath the vault, I shall not fail to fetch it." The king shook his head, but smiled. "No need, my friend, the cure is at hand. But see, the queen herself must be the one to bring it to your lady." He turned to Trilia and said, "Look at the tree. See, a fire fruit. The first is ripe. Go and pick it." Trilia looked and saw upon a branch of the tree a golden, rose-hued apple. An apple? Not quite, but it struck her as like. The throng parted way as she moved towards the tree. The fruit lay just within reach. Stretching out her fingers, she took it. Not an apple at all, she thought, and yet it was much the same size. The rosy golden skin concealed translucently a fiery core. It was warm in her hands, though not hot. Once back with the king, she showed it to him, but he said, "Keep it, queen. Your hand must bear the cure, for your hand has won the right." He turned to Lady Night and said, "Now, lady, let us three descend. We shall follow after you." Lady Night bowed and departed. The king took Trilia's arm and led her to her horse. Albireo still watched anxiously, so he said, "Albireo, friend, ascend, and you shall see her presently. She must pass through the realm of Lady Night. Her cure will not be quick, I fear, but don't lose heart. She'll come to the stairway at last. Watch for her there." Albireo smiled and bowed, and quickly he was gone. The king and Trilia mounted their steeds, and they too departed. Willow. On the thunderclouds descending ran the stallions of the storm winds. Never once before had Trilia flown fast and free as this. Flashing hoof strikes, flaring wind manes, and her own hair flying freely. All the while she clutched the fire fruit, so dearly lately bought. Down the mountainside to Blackwell, to the town, as she had left it. In her heart 100 memories all swirled and battered round. As they came before the village, both their stallions walked at gentle. But now Trilia grew worried, and she turned and questioned Reed. "Reed, I don't understand. I thought that we couldn't come back." "You'll understand shortly, I think. Trilia, look, none of your folks or anyone here will see us or hear us at all." Trilia wondered at this, but said naught. Now they were passing her fields. The harvest was in. The cows grazed the stalks. Winter was coming on slowly this year, the leaves still clinging to the trees, a last salute of scarlet. Then Trilia's throat tightened. "Reed, it's Pa." Pa, astride old Sooty, was making his evening rounds. For Lady Sun's gown was crimson now, draping the western sky. To look at Pa once told her all she needed. He was grieving for her, she guessed. He looked at Trilia and the king, but made no motion, nothing to show that he'd seen them at all. His girl was in front of him, a queen, triumphant and deathless. But this was hidden from him. He couldn't see. "Reed, this is awful," Trilia said, her voice shaking. "I don't belong here any more." "Hey, Wren, don't fret," Reed said in his old way. "Your folks will be joining us soon, very soon, I think. Come on, I want to show you a thing. Maybe you'll understand more when you see it." They didn't ride up to her house, but passed into the woods. She knew the path, heading west toward the sun. Soon they reached the worm mound. Her mind flashed back to that last awful night. Willow, drawn and haggard, the struggle at the pool, Ross's knife stuck into the mound. Trilia started. Where was the worm mound? The land had all changed, but then she understood. Before her, the tree, sprung up from the Underlands, occupied the place of the mound. It had grown directly beneath it, and consequently through it, and she knew that all those many years the worm had dwelt beneath them, and they had never known. The locust tree ring where the pool had stood lay a tangled mess of brush. The tree had drained the pool and moved the land, leaving it uneven. Trilia gazed at the trunk of the tree, impossibly large, like a dream made real. Soon she noticed others there circling the base. One was Jay, her brother. He looked up, and looked up, and looked up again, craning his neck. The branches were too high to reach. As he circled, just over his head, a branch sprouted from the trunk, quicker than a morning glory tendril. Jay considered a moment, then pulled himself up. Another branch appeared overhead. He grabbed it and climbed that one too. Again a branch, again he climbed, till Trilia could see him no more. She looked at Reed. "He'll make it," he said, "though he'll be a new man when he gets there, you know." "Oh, Jay, I'm glad," Trilia murmured. "But Reed, can only the strong folks climb up? Could a child or a grandmother? It seems they'd never make it." "They'll make it, as long as they never turn back," Reed said, and pointed to the tree. Old Mrs. Featherstone, cane in hand, had started up as well. Branches, broad and leafy, spread themselves beneath her feet. "The trouble is," Reed sighed, "that most of them won't try. I expect they're afraid." He gazed at the tree. To do them justice, they really don't know. They ain't ever seen where they're going. They don't know if it's worth the climb. "I suppose," said Trilia, "but if something like that, the tree, I mean, had ever appeared when I lived here, Willow and me would have climbed it, and pretty quickly too, just to see how tall it was." Then she said, "Reed, supposing they don't climb, then what happens to them?" They turned their horses towards Willow's house. They fall into the keep of Lady Night," Reed said. "Some will emerge from the Underlands, but others never do. They have to want it, you know." "Reed, remember the place where you found Lady Night's sword? The tunnel that opened behind the stones? I can't explain why I felt this way, but I wanted more than anything to run along that path. Where does it go?" "It leads to the Garden of the Night." "Isn't that where we were?" "We only stood in the entryway. Lady Night's realm is vast. Next comes the River of the Sun, and finally the Stairway of the Stars." Those names had a strange effect on her, though she didn't know what they meant. Her voice almost fell to a whisper. "What are they, Reed? What are those places? And couldn't we go there sometime?" Reed laughed. "We could, and maybe we will. You don't need them any more, but they are places kept by Lady Night, difficult to cross, if you're under her trials, I mean, but beautiful too. They could break a heart, they're so beautiful. Sometimes folk come through that way. She gives out her cures in that realm, and she can cure most anything, as long as they are willing to heal." "Who wants to be sick?" Trilia asked, surprised. "Some are afraid of the effort, and some would rather be sick than well." Trilia was about to protest that no one wanted that, but then she remembered Willow, that last night on the mound. She said nothing. At last they reached Willow's house. How small it seemed. They dismounted and entered. Mrs. Smith stood by the fireplace, still and silent. Mr. Smith, it seemed, was out. Up the stairs, down the hall, at last to Willow's room they came. How many times did we sit here, her and me, dressing dolls, making mad schemes, talking of goodness knows what? Trilia's thoughts traveled back through her childhood. White curtains, now washed crimson by the brilliance of the sunset, hung about the west-facing window. Willow's window faced west, as Trilia's faced east. They used to say they'd stand back to back when they looked outside. A maple dresser, a chair, a highly polished nightstand, atop it sat a pitcher and a basin painted white, with a border of pink roses round the base. A four-poster bed with white bedclothes, these embroidered with roses as well. This was Willow's room, nothing more. Willow lay on the bed, her face near as white as her covers. Drawn cheeks, parched lips, how small she looked in her bed. Was this her friend, this wasted, pale form? Lady Night stood at the head of the bed, her face again hidden under her hood. Trilia wondered, but Reed said, "She's always veiled in the Lowerlands." Trilia went to Willow's side. She was barely alive, that was plain. She's not strong enough to eat the fruit. Reed, the king, said to Lady Night, "Lady, have you lifted the sleep?" "King," Lady Night replied, "she does not wish to wake." "Willow, Willow, wake up!" Trilia cried, with tears in her eyes. Willow made no movement. "She can't hear you," Reed said, "but don't despair. Take the fire fruit you've brought and lay it on her heart." Trilia pulled the bedclothes aside. Willow wore a nightgown, snow-white and tied with a bow at her neck. Trilia placed the fruit on her heart. The golden apple burst into flames. A scent, enticing and sweet, filled the room completely. Trilia started. Her friend was on fire. She would have removed the fruit, but Reed caught her by the arm and said, "Let it be. It won't do her any real harm. It's the only thing that can save her now." All at once the fruit disappeared, leaving only its scent in the air. Lady Night nodded. "Ah, this is good. It's gone into her heart." Willow's cheeks changed in hue from ivory to peach to rose. Reed took her hand, her poor thin hand. Trilia was startled to see it. It seemed a very old woman's hand. "Willow, wake up," Reed said. 3 times Willow breathed deeply. Then at last she opened her eyes, forget-me-not eyes, water eyes, eyes as clear as a winter sky. She looked at Trilia and sat up. Trilia said again, "Willow, Willow." But Willow neither heard her nor saw her. She said nothing at all. Lady Night spoke. "Willow Smith, arise from your sleep. Child, the evil has passed." Willow slowly got out of bed and walked to her window. Her nightgown turned red in the fading light. She never looked at Lady Night, nor did she seem to hear her. Nevertheless, she did, in some manner, understand. Willow gazed out the window silently and long. Above the red streak of sunset, the sky darkened to violet. Trilia followed her gaze, and at last she understood. The kite had risen, far too early and far too low. The tip of the long end burned fiercely. "I'll be Rayo," Trilia thought. "He's looking for her." Trilia felt odd. All those nights they'd watched the stars, never guessing other eyes were looking back at them with interest. Willow's eyes grew brighter still, but then her face fell. "Oh, how can I ever get there?" she murmured. She opened the window, and a breeze cold and bracing, billowed the curtains, her gown, her golden hair. Her cheeks burned brightly. Suddenly she threw her head back and laughed as she hadn't laughed since before the night of the dance. Then she sang. Willow's voice was lovely and sweet, but tonight there was another note, a touch of melancholy. But Trilia knew her friend was at last again herself. Take me to the garden of the night, to the river of the sun, to the stairway of the stars. Reed raised his hand, and the north wind appeared, smaller than what he'd been in the throne room, but terrible none the less. Willow could not see him, but seemed untroubled by the cold. The fire fruit burned still. The north wind reached inside and took Willow in his hands. Gently he set her on the ground. She did not notice this strange transfer. Her eyes were fixed above. Albireo drew nearer and dropped lower in the sky, until he gave as much light as Lady Moon at her full. Take me to the garden of the night, to the river of the sun, to the stairway of the stars. Willow sang again. Walking slowly, she headed north. Lady Night was leading her. How she'd gotten down, Trilia never saw. Reed signed again, and their horses appeared, stomping the air. Trilia gave a last look to the room, then mounted and closed the window. Dusk lay on the valley, in the valley by the river, fading, falling, deep and crimson. Softly sank the setting sun, softly stepping ever northward, with her face raised up to heaven. Willow Smith was walking steadily but slowly through the corn, for the sweet corn, never siloed, shook and rattled with the passing of the north wind as he followed Lady Night. No one saw her, no one observed them as they made their strange procession. If they had, they'd surely credit it that Willow had gone mad. She was walking in her night dress, blue and silver in the starlight, and her hair reflecting pale and fair and streaming in the wind. Now at last the north wind halted. Lady Night turned round and waited silently for Willow at the entrance of the cave. With the mushroom cave before her, Trilia's memories came back flooding of the many times they'd hidden there when things... Willow stopped before the cave. Lady Night said, "Willow Smith, will you come? Are you willing to come?" Willow, it seemed, heard nothing, saw nothing, but again she sang, "Take me to the garden of the night, to the river of the sun, to the stairway of the stars." Lady Night, satisfied, bowed to Reed and Trilia. She waved her arm, and a rumbling sound issued from the cave. A light like firelight shone in the night. A door had been opened deep within. This much Willow saw. She blinked in the strong red light. A long moment passed. What was she thinking? And then singing again, she followed Lady Night underground. A rumble followed. The light vanished, and she was gone. The door was closed. Reed, the king, that is, nodded to the north wind. He bowed and rose into the sky. Lady Rain was waiting there, dressed in white instead of gray. They met each other and bowed. Then began a dance, complicated and graceful. Snow began to fall, thick, heavy, muffling the world around them. "Trilia, don't look so sad. You'll see her again," Reed said. "Where is she going? What will happen to her?" The king answered almost dreamily, as though it were a verse of half-remembered song. "She'll wander the garden of the night. She'll swim the river of the sun. She'll climb the stairway of the stars. Albireo will wait for her there." "What is the river of the sun? I thought Lady Sun never ventured below into the Underlands." "Each night," said the king, "she journeys to a valley cut deep, deep into the earth. there a fissure steams. She weeps into this crack each night. From there the river springs. Weeps each night. Is she really so sad? No, said the king. It's joy she weeps. If she didn't weep nightly, I think perhaps the joy that fills her would unbearably spill over and consume the lower and underlands. I'm not even sure that the Upperlands would endure it unchanged. She has a heart of fire. Trilia frowned. Reed, I'm worried that Willow won't be able to manage. How can she swim a river like that? Surely she'll die if she tries. She certainly will, said the king. But even if she did not, I think the fire fruit would cause her death in the end. Those of the Lowerlands cannot endure such things for long. Trilia wrung her hands. You mean I've killed her? How horrible! I didn't know. I thought that Master Canto said the fire fruits give life. The king shook his head. No, don't think like that. You've saved her from death within death. Willow has life in her now, growing and flaming up. It will consume her entirely, but she'll be the better for it. Trilia, don't you see it yet? Can't you understand about the worms on the tree that hatched and flew off into the dawn? The Lowerlands must die and be buried. Isn't that so? But everything in it's a seed, an egg, a caterpillar, if you like. The things they'll become exceed what they are. Surely I don't have to tell a farm girl like you how eggs and seeds work, do I? Look at yourself. Look at me. Aren't we better now than what we were before? Has dying done us any harm? No, she said softly. I'll not deny what's plainly in front of my face. But getting there was hard, you know, and I'd wish to spare her that, the terror and the pain of it. You have, he said. Trilia, you did. You took her death and died it yourself. You already battled and conquered her fears. Willow will die of joy. She'll die of too much life. It's painful, but I'll reckon she wouldn't give it up for anything in the world. She's made of sterner stuff than that. She's made to live with the stars. Besides, he smiled, if she didn't die and learn to live with fire, she'd never manage Albireo long. She's meant to live with fire, you know. Would you deny her path to glory? Never, Trilia said. She loved Willow better than that, and believed she would see her again. In her deepest heart she was glad for her friend. Willow was meant for greatness. Now she would have her chance. Trilia knew her courage and her longings for the stars. She'd get there. She had to. She was going to the place where she was always meant to be. Trilia could be at peace. She noticed the king was watching her, waiting for her word. I'm ready, she said. In the darkness of the winter, Reed and Trilia turned homeward towards the Upperlands, the castle, and the many-curtained room. Overhead, the Lady Rain and the North Wind had both retired, and the sky was clear and cold and bright with stars and Lady Moon. Then a cry, both sharp and stirring, broke upon them from the heavens. From the heavens they descried a form magnificent and proud. Overhead they saw the eagle which had slept upon the castle, wings extended, flying powerfully and calmly through the night. As he passed, the king looked onward with a glance most hard to fathom. But now Trilia was certain he would tell her later on. He would tell her in the throne room, back behind the seventh curtain. He would tell her when he gave to her the words she couldn't learn. And they'd speak together truly, and at last she'd start to know him and the secret he kept hidden past the veil. back behind the final curtain, back behind the eighth and final. There he'd show her that last secret. Yes, he'd bring her there at last. The End of King of the Wind by J.M. Joseph.